We are live. What's up, nerds? I'm the Renegade Cactus, but you can call me whatever you want. Give me a few seconds, I have to do a few things. I have to share the live stream, I have to write everywhere that I am online. So, because we want more people. We want more people to come in here. We are live. Let's make it only one exclamation point. Absolutely only one. And yes, hoch to all of you. Sup Miriam, sup Lucas, sup Maximilian, Herbert, Tonson. Thank you for stopping by. We are live. Come stop by for hashtag Thankmas 2021. And we tweet that one. And now, what we're also doing is we're going to go open up the stream. Shut up. We're gonna open up the stream on my personal account, just so that I see if everything works out. Seems like everything is working out. And we're gonna make this one smaller. I have like four different windows that I have to tend to at the same time. After the music is amazing. Monster Sanctuary music is just incredible. Alright, do we go? Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know what? No speedrunning. No speedrunning. New Game Plus. What is New Game Plus? Before we're gonna go into anything, I just want to know what New Game Plus is. It's an existing save game to start a new game, keep all your monsters, equipment, and some of the items. No. No. I mean, I would love it, but no, we're gonna just start. And we're gonna call ourselves... Yeah, we're gonna call ourselves Renegade. Of course we're gonna call ourselves Renegade. Renegade. Done. Is the name Renegade okay? Absolutely. Where can you donate? That's a good question, Lucas. You can. First of all, to the right over there is a QR code that you can scan, or in the description of this stream there should be, as long as I haven't done anything stupid, there should be a link towards Tiltify. Yes, it says right up top you can donate here, and then there is a donation link towards Tiltify. Just so you know, all the money that gets donated I should technically, hopefully see, and it all goes towards the main goal. So I personally don't see any money of it, because it's charity. Of course I don't. Awesome. Just looked it up. There is a stream, a link, so you can go into the description, or you can just... And we got 51... $51 by Lucas the Hook Boy. The one was just so you are the biggest donator, right? The one was so that you are above my name, because I already donated $50 into the air because it's a good deed. It's for ending homelessness, or rather alleviating homelessness a little bit. There's a corporation that started to basically 3D print houses, like not huge mansions houses, but just houses so that people can get a roof over their head, enough space so that they can live there for a time until they can get on their own feet, which is something that I absolutely adore. Lucas, again, thank you for donating. Thank you everyone for stopping by. And Lucas, since you are the first to donate, you can choose our starter. We got the Spectral Wolf, we got the Spectral Eagle, we got the Spectral Toad, and we got the Spectral Lion. If you want more information on any of them, just tell me, and I'll show you, and you can choose whichever you want. And to everyone else, again, thank you for stopping by. Let's make this a fun stream. I'm gonna have post some background information if there is time. Background information for the charity, you mean? If so, Didn't I? Oh yeah, I did not put that one link in. Give me a second. We're gonna put something into the stream details. Okay. Information about the project. There is a YouTube video, and now there's also a PDF. You should be able to see it in the description again. There is a PDF that you can look through to see what your money is going towards and how. And alright. So again, there is the PDF and there is a link to a video, the video of Jackscepticeye, because all of this is made, or rather, yeah, I'm taking off my socks. It's a bit warm in here. We want the spectral lion, of course. Lucas, tell me, what name should it be? I mean, we can't name it right now, but you can tell me a name for the spectral lion for later on. I'm not really gonna read all the dialogue in the game, because I've played through it. I love the game, it's amazing. I've seen it all, but you can also look it up, you can watch it on my channel, and we don't want to skip anything. Maximilian said he wants to name it Murschel. Murschel would be a great name, but again, it's Lucas's. Lucas, how about Murschel? I mean, I will name it Murschel if Lucas is alright with that, but it's Lucas's choice because he is the top donator. Was worried you'd grab Spectral Wolf. Miriam, why were you worried about the Spectral Wolf? I'm not sure. Is it a bad monster, or is it just a overused monster? Not sure. Please do tell me. Because in my playthrough, I used the Spectral Toad, loved it, and again, why not the Spectral Wolf in general? Just want to know. I played through the game, but I've never actually sat down to see which monsters are really good, which ones are really not good. So, Lucas, anything on the name? I would like to start. Mech would be cool. Oh, okay. Already saw it, thank you. It's one I personally dislike, and me disliking it has become a bit of a meme on the Discord server. Okay, then good thing that I didn't know about that. I mean, if I had known about that, I wouldn't have taken it anyway. We're gonna call it Mac. Thank you, Lucas. Yep, he calls it Mac. Monsters are wild things. The only reason I'm helping you is the bond I share with your family. We're family! Fast and Furious 10 Monster Sanctuary. Hey! Most monsters are less inclined than me to help you. That's why we're also less inclined to talk in general. That's why you must always raise your own monsters. They will grow alongside you, just as I will, and they will fight for you. The best way to gain a monster's loyalty is to hatch it from its egg. Of course, you will have to fight to get those monster eggs. Look at the blob over there. Alright. Initiate a fight by contact. We shall see if you will live up to your ancestors. I mean, I would hope so. Wait. There was a... Oh, there was a small prompt flashing on screen, but I'm pretty sure it was just that I have to press A to jump. Because I think I saw something green. Maybe we can name your next minion Musheloni. No, but I think since Max is here and asked for the name Murschel, I'm gonna call this blob Murschel. Not this blob because we're gonna destroy this blob, but the blob that we will get from the egg after destroying this blob. Alright, we got Ignite, we got Claws, we got Stone Rain. Ignite applies burn, which is always great. Claws is just high damage and critical damage plus, and Stone Rain is just regular earth attack. So we're gonna go for Claws because, let's face it, we're gonna destroy shit. Okay, Max, Murschel or Musheloni, as Lucas asked to name it. But then again, Lucas already got his name, so... Next. I love Murschels. Murschels. Okay, so I'm gonna call it Murschels. Not Murschel, I'm gonna call it Murschels. To anyone watching, having no idea what Murschels means, I don't know either. It's just... Sure, we're gonna call it Murschel if he wants. Murschel, okay. There we go, you received a blow bag. Now you need to hatch it. Open the inventory menu and try to hatch it. One thing I want to say... now they are talking about Murschels in the chat. Whatever that is. Everyone who donates will 100% get to name a monster. And if I don't have anyone right now who's donating or who has donated, then I will just pick from someone in the chat or someone who is currently there. We hatched the blob and we're gonna call him Murschel. Yeah, wrong. Murschel. Okay, seriously now, Lucas, Max, what the hell is a Murschel? Is that actually something or not? Oh, we got an outfit. I'm confused, but I'm gonna let it slide. It is your first monster you hatched by yourself. Yay! Right now it is weak, so you will need to train it. There's much more for you to learn too. You and that blob are quite alike, because we're squishy. Let's continue on the Keeper's Trail. It will lead us to Old Boren, an old friend of mine. He's a patient teacher to all young keepers who seek guidance. I advise you to listen to him very carefully. Yay! Let's go and fight, I think. Alright, 2 more blobs. We're gonna destroy him. Why? Because we're gonna destroy him. They are weak against wind. We don't really have any wind attacks. So we're just gonna start the combat with an arcane bolt towards the level 1 blob. I'm gonna talk about the game a little bit more and about what's going on, what everything means in due time. Like for now, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Although, you know what, since this is pretty easy and nothing is actually going on, I think it's a good time to actually talk about the game itself. Alright, so we got attacks on each monster. Each attack costs mana, as you can see by the 50, and here it costs 50, and here it costs 60. Each attack is either a magical attack or a physical attack, depending on what stats the monsters are better at. And also they all have an element, or are neutral. Claws is neutral, Ignite is fire, Stone Rain is earth element. Okay, that's interesting. First of all, wow, we already have the first spam. Love it. We're gonna first of all destroy this one. Absolutely. Block. Wait, I need a bigger. Huh. Why can I only ban someone for a short period of time? That's weird. But whatever. We're gonna... Yeah, let's just do this and they should be gone, hopefully. Also, you got so used to 3 times combat speed you forgot how slow the default one is. I don't think I've ever turned up the speed. Pretty sure I haven't. Yeah. Schneeäffchen! Hi, Evie! Thank you for stopping by. I was just about to explain how this game works. Basically, it is, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm sorry that I have to use these words one more time, it's just easier. It is Pokemon-like. Oh no, he said it. No, just general monster training like. We have monsters, we have up to 3 monsters against up to 3 monsters, each with their own attacks, with their own element, weaknesses, etc., etc. And one thing that I absolutely love is... Wait, someone... Yeah, awesome. My first guest told me that he'll be on later on. Love it. Alright. So, where was I? Exactly. Each attack has something that's pretty unique to this game, I think. If you take a look at Arcane Bolt, and right next to me over there, technically, it says 4 times 40%, which means we attack with 4 different hits. These hits in the upper right corner go towards the combo, and now the next monster, in this case our Spectral Lion mech, will do not 100% of his damage, but 120% of his damage, because every single hit on every single attack puts up the combo by 5%, which is something really cool in my opinion. Like it's something that I haven't really seen in other games. Just you have to think who acts first and with what attack, because different attacks have different amounts of hits. Also, as soon as the last monster acted and attacked, the combo is set to 0. It's the enemy's turn. It's pretty amazing. He said the P word. Yes, I'm so sorry, but it's just... It's easiest if people have no idea about the game. It's easiest with every single game that's about monster training, monster catching, monster hatching, whatever. It's always simplest to say it's kinda like the bad P word. It's like talking about every single shooter and being like, it's kind of Call of Duty, or whatever shooter is one of the biggest ones. Fundraisers are kinda like Mario Kart. It's just so people have a basic understanding. And I really, really hate to say it. Because I think it's the same as saying every game that's a little bit challenging is the Dark Souls of whatever. Sucks. But what can you do? Based on the effectiveness of your combat strategy, you get a rating of 1 to 5 stars. Earning a higher rating increases your chance of getting better drops like rare monster eggs. Yay! That's good to know. Also, wait. Yeah, okay. Each and every monster has a field ability. In this case, it's the claws of our Spectral Lion. And we could go through some walls. Young Keeper, this the Keeper's Trail's beginning. For all of man, beast and sanctuary has beginning. Okay. It's a beginning, yeah. We will see the walls, the breakable walls later on. They are most of the time kinda easy to spot if you know what to look for. And now we're gonna destroy this magma pillar and the Rocky. We're gonna start with Rocky, because it's weak to fire, and who would have thunk? We do have fire attacks. It does quite a bit of damage, plus it burns, so at the beginning of its turn, it just takes damage. Punches our blob, sucks, but what can you do? I'm gonna attack the fire pillar because the burn should take out the Rocky. And if not, it's no big deal because this is the beginning, so that will take one more turn. Doesn't really matter. Will you play through the whole game today? No, I don't think so. I will play for a few hours. I will play for at least 5 more hours. Yeah. I don't think that we'll be able to get the whole game into 5 hours. I mean, I could try and speedrun, but I only played through the game once, so it's not like I know exactly where to go and what to do. So no, not gonna play through the whole game. But if you want to see the whole game, at least up to a certain point, or up to the regular ending, I do have a whole series on my channel. Just saying. As your monsters gain experience in combat, they will increase in level. This allows them to gain new skills. You should take a look at the skill tree menu. Absolutely, that's where I spend quite a lot of time when playing these games. Because here we have the skill tree. When will the first guest arrive? He will be in, if I'm thinking correctly, like 45 minutes, something like that. Alright, so At level 1, we already have Ignite, we already have Stone Rain, we already have Claws. We don't have the Fire Claws, which we could learn if we wanted to. Now, I'm gonna show you with the first. With Ignite, I can now choose Magic Plus, Ignite level 2, or Crit Chance Plus. These are like Magic Plus and Crit Chance Plus are just passives. I'm stuck in the game and now I can't complete it. Stuck how? Well, I'm gonna try to troubleshoot afterwards. I'm just gonna explain everything now. These are passives, and Ignite level 2 is just Ignite but stronger. In this case, we do 4 instead of 5 instead of 3 attacks. Each of those 4 is 5% weaker, but overall, since we have 4 attacks, it's just overall stronger. Still applies burn, yada yada. Then after level 10 and above, we can unlock these ones. But if you see, there is a... Do you see my cursor? I'm not quite sure. You have to use Ignite, or you have to learn Ignite level 2 in order to gain access to those 4. You have to learn Ignite level 3 in order to gain access to those 4. Or Firestorm, which is also an active ability. And yeah, you saw my cursor. Well, now I know. Same with Stone Rain, I can get Hybrid Mastery, I can get Health Plus. But I need Stone Rain level 2 in order to go further down. Same here and same over here. Now, currently I'm just checking out what I really want. Magic Plus, never a bad idea. Critical Chance Plus, we have a critical chance of 10%. With that we will have a critical chance of 15%. Hybrid Mastery is always great, takes 10% of our magic to our attack and 10% of our attack to our magic. And when we upgrade the attack or the magic, it automatically upgrades the other as well, which is always great. Health, sure. Crit damage, meaning when we land a critical hit, we do crit damage plus 50%. So 50% of our damage plus. And with that, instead of 50, we would deal 65% more damage. Claws level 2, always great. Attack plus, sure, why not? Critical hit. The first critical hit of an attack applies burn. Oh! Oh, I like that. Our regeneration. You know what? I really do like that, but we're gonna start with Hybrid Mastery. Because that just gave us plus 6 on both attack and magic. While Magic Plus would give us only plus 6. So, yeah. Just don't know where to go next. It's very confusing. I mean, the main thing... You can check the talk option in the menu, Lucas. Huh. Talk option. Ooh. So your spectral keeper your spectral familiar tells you where to go next. I did not know that. So Lucas, if you don't know where to go, talk to your spectral thingamajig. I was not aware of that. That's great. Thanks, Miriam. Love that. And we got a Cestus, which is a weapon, and now we're gonna equip it to mech. Because we right now have a wooden stick, which gives us plus 25 and plus 25. The Cestus gives us plus 30, and plus 15 defense. And also, if I think correctly, the attack of the weapon and the magic of the weapon also counts towards the Hybrid Mastery. So if it would have been more bonus damage, it would have been even more because of our passive. Does that make sense? I hope so. Alright, so Lucas just got the hint on how to progress, which is always great. And we're gonna give the kunai that we just found to our blob. However, blob holds a kunai. I don't know. I don't care. It's his own little morsel. Morsel. Hey friend, are you just starting as a monster keeper, right? You find some equipment for your monsters? Yeah, and I equipped it, so thank you! I mean, thank you for the tip and all, but still, I already know that. And this one will tell us that sometimes you can use your monster's ability in order to go through walls. Yay! We obtain a vital ring, which gives us health. And since I basically know a little bit about this game, having played through it once, I can now equip it to the blob because it's always great. It's always great to have more health on the blob. By the way, when I played the game for the first time on the channel, spoiler alert, I named every single slime something with blob instead of bob. So my first one and my most favorite one was Blob Dylan. Blob Dylan was my healer and a tank. Another one was Blob Ross. I think at some point we had Blob Dole, I'm not sure. But all my blobs, love them. Alright, and this little fella will just get the claws, because why not? I could have used the fire attack, ignite, in order to burn, to do more damage. Should have done that, might have killed. Doesn't matter, we're not playing for fastest time. Advertising is not allowed in the comments. That is true, but saying that there is a Monster Sanctuary Discord server that I'm also part of is not advertisement. It's not advertising, unless you post a link. So yeah. All right, Miriam, you are here. You are talking. You are helping people. What name should the Vero have? Or Vero, whatever. I'm gonna call it a Vero. Miriam, choose a name, please. In the meantime, I'm just gonna tell you all again, if you want to donate towards charity, towards helping homeless people, you can either QR code scan the QR code over there, or you can go into the description, first link where it says donate here, and there you can donate. Alright, do we have a name? No. So far we don't have a name. Miriam, still waiting. If I don't get a name any minute, any second, I never name my mons. You never name your mons? Why? Maybe just burp. Burp is always great for a bird, because that's exactly what they are burps. But why would you not name your monsters? And we're gonna hatch a Rocky. Alright, anyone besides Lucas, Max or Miriam in the chat? Schneefchen, don't know if you're still here. Anyone else wanna name this Rocky? Then by all means, go ahead, let me know. Strongest pet is actually called Raul. Yeah, you showed me that. You sent me that as a picture. I don't remember which one it is. But yeah, I remember. Wasn't it the cat circle? Not sure. Miriam, I'm evil. I wouldn't say you're evil. But I mean... Next one, Agnes. Okay, we're gonna call this one Agnes. Why not? Why not call it Agnes? Alright. First of all, skills. Let's see what Murshel has. Alright, I pretty much know where I want to go. We're gonna go with Acid Rain. It's a water attack and it applies armor break, meaning it's 25% more damage towards the armor broken monster. And since our Fire Spectral Lion is a pretty strong attacker, dealing just 25% more damage is always great. What I also want to do is go down here the healing route, because a healer is always great to have. Although I don't know if these monsters that I have in the beginning will stay, because I've played through the game already with a blob, and so maybe I want to go a different route. But what I always want is someone who can poison the enemy, because that's just, I think, 8 or 10% of the max health at the start of the turn. That's quite a lot. Burp is a physical attacker, but we're gonna learn Sidekick, because that is one of the greatest buffs in the game, in my opinion. You will see why later on. And here we're gonna go with Spore applies weakness, meaning the enemy deals 20% less damage. Or Restore, that's a small heal, weaker than heal, but it also removes a debuff. But I think we're gonna go with Spore. Alright. And what I always do if I have a flying unit is just use it, because I can now do this. And that helps with traversing the land quite a lot. And also it looks fun. Man prospered through generations, founded cities and nations, connected by dirt and wheel, and later by steam and steel. Amazing. Nerd time. Armor break reduces damage reduction by 25%, not increases damage by 25%. That is true. Oh yeah, it's the little Manticorp. I can't go up there, sadly. True. Their defense gets reduced by 25%, which does not automatically mean you deal 25% more damage. Thank you, that is true. It's just, can I do this? Yes. It's just, basically, you deal more damage, just not 25% more damage. True. Equipment, who do we, you know what? For now, we got defense and health. For now, just increase our starters. Attack or starters stats. Because I will always have my starter around. I never get rid of starters in any game. Unless it's like the 5th time I'm playing a game, then I might just get rid of the starter because, yeah, of course. But otherwise, I'm just sticking to them because they're the starters, right? I have them the longest. Taint Gauntlet, defense and crit chance plus. Ooh. Just checking, nope, nothing. So we're gonna equip the Gauntlet to Mac. Defense is nice, and critical hit chance is always great. Now we have a critical hit chance of 15% and not just 5%. 10%. Whatever. Right, keep a stronghold. Left, keep a trail. And down? Something, oh yeah. Something where we can't go on yet. Copper, which is crafting material. But here, yeah, we cannot go there, so doesn't really matter until way later. And I'm talking way later. Birds! 3 of them! Okay, choose monsters. We wanna have Agnes, Burb, and Mac this time. I love Murshel, absolutely, but it's just way better this way because Burbs are not really strong in terms of defense. So let's just go with a harder hitting comp. Alright, now we applied Sidekick to everyone. This game looks awesome, Mr. Body Lee. Thank you for stopping by. This game is amazing, can only recommend also for your own streams because it's just very chill, you have time, you can talk to people. It's really just an amazing game. So Stone Rain does 3 times 65%. With Sidekick, the attack triggers an additional 40% damage hit. So instead of 3 attacks, or with Claws it would be 2 attacks, with Ignite it would be 3 attacks, we do 4 attacks now. And we're just gonna destroy the first one, because screw that burp! Absolutely screw it! Alright, they buff themselves in terms of strength, which with a Vero really doesn't matter, because Veros are meant to deal as many hits as possible, but not the strongest hits. So beating does 4 times, and later on you get an attack that I think attacks 6 or 7 times. Together with Sidekick and some other passives you can attack up to like, I think 10 times, which increases the combo meter by quite a lot. We're gonna go with the beating on this one. We're gonna let it live, because it is weakened. This one is dead. 1 hit. Amazing. And I mean, we really didn't get any damage, right? Also, in case you run out of mana, like we cannot use Punch Combo, we cannot use Spore, we can still use Leaf Slash, but if we couldn't, we can still attack regularly. It's just weak. So we're gonna go with the Leaf Slash. Boom, dead. Also, Mr. Bordy Lee, it's a pretty cheap game. And it's not in early access anymore. The game is finished, which is rare nowadays. And it's one of my favorite games of all time, I would say. It's just incredible. It's amazing. The team behind it is nice. Talked to a few of them. There's a Discord where people like Miriam will tell you stuff about the game. And we found... what was it? A diadem. Diadem, it's... in German you pronounce it diadem. Do you say diadem in English? I'm not sure. Defense and mana, let's give that to Agnes, because Agnes is very defensive already. And we're gonna make that even more. Man knew of those who wait in the woods and caverns beyond. Yet for the treasures within he longed, for the greed of the kings was great. Yay! World building and such, although it's a little bit corny, but then again, sure, why not? Alright, this time we're gonna go with Marshall, we're gonna go with Burp and Mag, because Agnes is weak to fire, and two of the enemies are fire enemies, so we're not gonna get him. And now we're gonna play use Sidekick again in order to get more attacks, because we want more attacks. And are we just gonna destroy the first magma pillar? I think we do. Because otherwise it will use barriers or ignite some of our people. We don't want that. We absolutely do not want that. Alright, let's go with the next one. Now we might be able to destroy it with Burp, which would be good. No, we can't. But we're gonna use Ignite on the Rocky because it's just damage. And also, since Rocky is weak to fire, it takes more damage from being ignited. Same if you're weak to Earth. If a monster is weak to Earth element and they are poisoned, which is Earth element, they take more than the 8 or 10% that they should normally take. They just take whatever percentage more. So it's always good to play against the strength of the enemy. We got a Magma Pillar Egg, awesome. Mana Ring Copper Potato, great. Now, since we have more people in here, Mr. Bordelli, you can now, if you want to, you can name this Magma Pillar. Tell me what I should name it. You do have, I don't know, 15 to 20 seconds time to write up a name. Send it to me in the chat if you want to have it named. If I don't get a name by then, we're just gonna take suggestions from other viewers. Also, stay hydrated. Okay, Mr. Bodidi says, but he heard it. He heard it. He knows. He's on the spot. We put the spot on him. Avi says, Avi, of course, Avi, you're the next one to name someone. I already asked you to name a monster. You didn't respond, so someone really wants to have their name heard. But no, it's your husband's time to shine. Mila. Okay, this one will be called Mila. And Avi, you will be Schneevi and you will be the one to name the next monster. It's now Mila. Also, great thing about this game, the newly hatched monsters don't start at level 1. They start at either the highest level of your monsters or something like the median, I'm not quite sure. What's the delay between when we type here and the streamers see it? I think there is no delay between you typing and me seeing it, or at least a very small delay. It's just a delay of when I say something and when you see it. That's a few seconds. So we're gonna start, and Mila is amazing. All monsters in the party deal 5% more damage, always great. Apply shield to the party when an enemy receives burn. That's always great because Mila can burn enemies. And sure, let's just make Mila a... Because Mila can laugh like the sun over Fujiyama. That's an old anime. That is old. I know I watched it when I was, I don't know, 5 years old. Mila Superstar. It was weird. It was fun. It was weird. Alright, Mac will... You know what? Let's increase his critical chance to 20% because why not? 0 to 3 levels below the highest leveled monsters when hatching. Thank you! Amazing! I have an encyclopedia in the chat right now. That's great. Okay, so we're just gonna keep going. Gonna take this one for an orb. We're gonna take this one for a morning star. And we're gonna fight this one. I should have equipped the items that I just got. I really should have. By the way, I know you see my cursor, this time I know. This means they are weak, so they take more damage against wind. Same here. They take less damage against water, and they attack with water. Here, strong, or it's weak against fire, it's strong against earth, it attacks with earth. Earth. Also, we're weak against wind, strong against earth, we attack with earth or fire, and also we attack either physically or magically. While the blobs only attack magically and Rocky only attacks magically. We're gonna use, you know what, sure. Mila, Agnes, nope, not Agnes because... Well, no, yeah, Agnes and back. Found an orb, time to ponder it. True? Wait, you know what? How about I ponder my orb? And now let's see if you can actually see it the way you should see it, because that is an amazing orb and I have good reasons to ponder it. Because it's a Pokeball with a Cacturn, basically the Renegade Cactus in it. And you know what? If I don't want to ponder it like this, I can always ponder it like so. Which you don't see right now, because it's green light and I have a green screen. So okay, trust me, this one is shining. It's, yeah, you basically see it's switching. It has a light in, but again, it's green light. Oh yeah, like this. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. I have to keep my orb with me. Because that's some amazing stuff. I did not think about that. So this orb was a gift from my girlfriend, and it's amazing. Just looks great. And technically I could put in different small lamps with different, what's the word I'm looking for? There is a word I'm looking for. Different lamps with different colors. That's the word I was looking for. And with those different colors, why did I do that? Because I was talking and didn't pay attention. Different colors so I could make it red, blue, whatever. But it's a Cacturn, so of course I'm gonna keep it green. Also, the reason why I didn't want to do Ignite on the same enemy was because we get shields, thanks to Mila, for every single enemy that gets that takes burn damage. So if I do it like this, the fight takes longer, and I didn't need to do it, but we take 3 times the amount of shielding. That's great. Orb. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, we don't really need to go with barrier or whatever, we're just gonna keep attacking. Someone just entered the chat. Someone who might know where I got this from. Just saying. Alright, you know what? Time to end this battle with claws. Oh no, but there's one still standing. Nope, there isn't. Yes, there is, because burning didn't kill it. Damn it! And yeah, Mila's gonna block him because Mila is just the most amazing support tank, basically. So much so that, spoiler alert, there is a way to evolve certain monsters later on. Mila is one of them. I've never evolved Mila because the skills that Mila has are, in my opinion, way better as a magma pillar than in the evolved form. Because the evolved form is more about, I think, damage, and in the magma pillar form it's way more about support and defense, and it's just awesome. Now we're gonna go with Slime Shot. I don't always learn all the different available abilities, but in this case, Slime Shot applies poison, and if you can poison and burn someone, that's a lot of damage that they take. We're gonna go with a Feather Storm here, because that hits 6 times, and if I apply Sidekick, it hits 7 times, which 7 times 5 is 35%, increases the combo damage by 35%. That's a lot. And Agnes, do we learn Restore? Every hit has a 25% chance to remove a buff from the target. That's good. Sure, let's learn Cleanse. Also, we found some stuff. Let's go to Mila, give Mila the Orb to Ponder. And a Mana Ring, because why not? And we found another thing, Morningstar, which is purely attack. Let's give that to Agnes. Because Agnes also has physical attacks. It's not really the best monster for actually attacking, but whatever. Big Brain move, use both evolved and unevolved. That was actually something that I thought about, but I just loved my party so much that I didn't want to switch it around. Man plunged into deepest abyss, foraged, attacked, and slew. These endeavor were without solace. Cost on humanity nobody knew. Everything went to shit, basically. Alright, where are we going? Yeah, this was... Oh, Destructible. Ooh, Cat Circus. We're gonna go with Mushel. We're gonna go with Agnes. We're gonna go with Mac. Because they are weak towards Earth. So we're just gonna Earth all over them. Poison them. Technically I wanna go with Spore. Oh yeah, it's a magical attack. It's a magical attack, so we basically just turn down the damage on that quite a lot by giving Agnes only a physical attacking item. Doesn't really matter though, because Spore I mostly use to apply weakness, because those things are strong. Might hop in later. When Conan's here, tell him he's a nerd for me. I'm guessing that's his nerd. So, thank you Miriam, thank you for stopping by. If you can manage to stop by again, by all means do so. If not, thank you for having been here. And have a good day. And I will tell Conan that he's a nerd. I mean, aren't we all nerds? I'm standing here in front of my standing desk, playing a game for people who are watching me play a game. Aren't we all nerds here? Ain't that what we are? Ain't that great? We're gonna Slime Shot on this one. Just reduce its health by quite a bit. Also takes more damage, or yeah, it takes damage due to poison, and it deals less damage because of weakness. That's what it was called. So we can now wail on the other one in the back. And now we're gonna Arcane Bolt. Just because it's enough to kill. I mean, probably even the poison itself was enough to kill, so yeah, let's just do it like that. Victory, do we get? No, we don't get. We do not get an egg from them. Damn it. But we obtained a walnut. You can give your monsters stuff to eat, berries, walnuts, in order to permanently increase their stats. But we won't. We don't really care about that right now. Magma Pillar, 3 Magma Pillars, sure. We're gonna go with Mushel because of water damage. We're gonna go with Burp and Mac. I really need a monster called Cheese later on, so that I have Mac and Cheese on the team. Which, ironically, I've never actually eaten Mac and Cheese. Because around here it's not really something that you find everywhere, like in America. I mean, technically I have eaten noodles and cheese sauce or whatever, but I've never eaten mac and cheese. Alright. Keep it going, keep it burning. Do we just go for acid rain on someone else? Absolutely, because they increased their defense, so we're gonna decrease their defense. I'm smart like that. A Featherstorm that's more damage than needed be. Kässpätzle. Käsespätzle, it's similar to mac and cheese, but Käsespätzle are not mac and cheese. Technically they are basically the same, like dough with cheese, but it's not the same, as far as I know. Could be though, I have no idea. Let's destroy this one. As we can see, magma pillars, even with destroyed armor, they take quite a beating. They are quite durable. But with that, we're gonna armor break this one. We're gonna feather storm. You know what? Let's destroy the one in the back first. And with the claws, we should be able to kill this one. And the other one is sadly neither ignited, nor is it poisoned. So, yeah. Is Käsespätzle mac and cheese? No, I mean, Spätzle are something like noodles, kinda. It's dough. And cheese is cheese, but I don't think that Käsespätzle is the same as mac and cheese. Could be wrong though. I once ate Big Mac and cheese. Explain. Do you just mean you ate a Big Mac and put cheese on it, or did you have a Big Mac and put mac and cheese on it? Please explain what you mean with Big Mac and cheese. Because, as far as I remember, don't Big Macs all have cheese in them? Do they? Don't they? I'm not quite sure. Crit ring, crit chance plus 10%. Absolutely. Give that to Mac instead of this one. And defense and mana regeneration we're gonna give to this one. And then we have skill points. McDonald's had mac and cheese bites. Yeah, but it's McDonald's. I'm not there as often as I was when I was younger. What do we do? Increase the critical damage would be good. Or we could go for Fire Claws in order to learn critical heat later. Yes, let's do that. And Mila will... Do we go for shield? No, we're gonna go for Arcane Bolt. Now, again, with the combo system in this game of the more hits you do, the more damage the next one does, this one is amazing because Arcane Bolt is just an attack that deals a few hits, but then we can get Cascade. Power of every consecutive hit during an ability is increased by 5% continuously. Which means, as they say, for a 4-hit attack, you deal, with the first hit you deal plus 0%, second plus 5, plus 10, plus 15. Plus the one that you actually do, like 5% per hit. So with a 4-hit attack, with this passive, instead of doing 20 bonus percent, you get to 35 bonus percent. If you don't really understand because math is stupid, don't worry, it's just more damage. And yes, I said math is stupid and I stand by that. What do we need? What do we want? We're gonna go with Agnes, Burp, and Mac. No. But yes, Burp, Agnes, and Mac. Because Burp is, as we know, pretty weak in terms of attack. Big Mac with extra cheese. Yeah, I mean, that's Big Mac with cheese. That kind of makes sense. I'm gonna go for Leaf Slash, and then we're just gonna destroy this Cat Circle with a Stone Rain. Because if we let it live, it could deal some pretty good damage. So let's just get rid of it. It's as easy as that. Just because your math isn't mathing, it's not math's fault. Absolutely is. If math was in any way, shape, or form more logic, I would be better at math. Because logic is something that I really do like. Math isn't logic. I had so many discussions with a few people, a friend of mine that I went to school with, different school, who was just a big fan of maths. And me, the one who isn't. It was just always fun because you just had to say stuff like math isn't logic. And he would flip out. It's like, no, you just don't understand it. And I'm like, no, I absolutely do understand it. It's just, there's no logic behind it. No, it's the most logic thing ever. You need to understand it. I would just be like, no, I mean, you can explain it. He would start explaining and I would just cut him off by, nah, you see, there's just no logic behind that. He would freak out. In a fun way, not in a mean way. Like, he was actually a good friend of mine. So, just saying. I wasn't a bully. I was the bullied in some schools. But yeah, that was more math is pure logic. You know, you say that. And people do say that. It's just not true. Alright. We just got 2 eggs. We now got 2 more blob eggs overall, which I won't hatch because we already have a blob. We don't need multiples. Yay! The next spam bot. How do I permanently delete this one? Let's just do this and do that and get rid of this and get rid of that. And also get rid of this and get rid of that. Love it. All right, we're back. I mean, you have to. For some reason, you have to always know that there will be bots, spam, and shit like that. And YouTube is still not able to do anything about that. Same with Twitch. Because why would they, right? Why would they? Anyway, where was I? We do have blob eggs. I won't hatch them because we already have quite a few blobs. Or basically we have 1 blob and that's all that we need. But we want the cat circle egg. Now, Schneefchen, Evi, it's your turn to name this cat. To name this cat with a big ass sword. If you want to call it math, you can call it math. If you want to call it something else, by all means, do tell me. Tell me what name you want. I'm waiting. I'm hydrating. Alright, and the name will be... I just said yes, so I would guess she means yes as to name it math? But I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna see. Can I turn down the delay in the stream? Not here. Cheese. We're gonna call this cat Cheese. You know what? I like that. Let's call this cat Cheese. Not cheese. The blob doesn't really matter right now. We want to look at some skills. What we want here is increases mana regeneration of the whole party by 10%. That's not bad. But every attack triggers an additional hit equal to 35% of magic value. Also, really good. We could increase the heal, but we haven't healed yet. Or healing actions trigger an additional heal on the monster with the lowest health equal to 30% of magic value. That's good. That's pretty dang good. But I think, first of all, we're just going with more damage. Because why not, right? Burp. We're just gonna... Yeah, we're gonna go with Air Sickle, which is a decent attack that I basically will almost never use. But then we can get the attack proc, which triggers an additional attack. And if we have Featherstorm with 6 hits, Sidekick, so a 7th hit, and then the attack proc, that would be an 8th hit. That would be 8 hits that go towards the next monster in the line. So, awesome. Here we're gonna do the same with defense proc. It triggers to 50% of the defense value. So we actually want Agnes to be a buff tank. And Cheese. Cheese is basically very similar to Mac. She did it. I didn't even realize it, that we now have Mac and Cheese. I talked about that. I said before that I want someone named Cheese so that we have Mac and Cheese. She says, hey, call it Cheese. And I don't even realize it. I did not realize that. I'm stupid. And by that I mean I'm a genius. But stupid. Yeah, it's basically pretty much the same. I mean, we have claws, we have fire claws. Lania says hi. Hi, thank you for stopping by. Glad you could make it. Applies regeneration to the whole party. That's not bad, that's not bad. Lucas is back from the grocery store. Thank you for stopping by again, Lucas. Hi. But Cheese is also physical attacker, like heavy physical attacker with a whole lot of critical hit chance. First hit of an ability has 20% increased critical hit chance, which is absolutely what I want. I also... Ooh, heal by 50% of the damage dealt to enemies is also great. I also technically want to go this route, because it is support and buffing our own people. But we got stuff like deals 2% increased damage for every buff on this monster. And same with every monster in the party deals 1% increased damage for each buff on it. So this is a pretty decent support monster while being incredibly strong. But I think for now we're just gonna go the strong route. Lucas, still the top donator. True, we haven't had a donation since then. Just telling everyone who's here, this is a charity stream. This is for charity, to help homeless people. And you can donate if you want to over there with the QR code, or you can go into the description, the first link where it says you can donate here, and then there's a link, that's where you can donate with the link. And you can just put in any amount you want. It will show up on here, it will show up in the... What's that thing called? The green one? The gauge? Is it a gauge? Is that what I'm looking for? I think, yeah. The gauge will fill because my goal for this one is $200, $200. Let's see if we can do it. If we can, amazing. If we can't, well, it's still right now $101. Lucas put in $51 to be above my $50. Sure, I'll take it. But then came the 4, free from greed or any other sin. Listened to the voice within, struck a wound to the realm's core. The 4 being the probably the either the spectral keepers or the spectral familiars or their keepers. We got smoke bombs, which is to help us get out of unwanted fights. And also always check out everything. Oh, Powy Yowies. Are they called Powy Yowies? Or just what? Yowies. So, the Abominable Snowman, basically. So with that, we want Mila for fire. And you know what? Mac and cheese. It's cheese and mac in this case, but whatever. We got mac and cheese both in the same fight. Let's go. Let's ignite this Yowie. They are weak to fire, so they take more damage while being burned. We're gonna do quite some damage with claws. And we're gonna go with fire claws, because ignite is a fire attack, so it is strong against the Yowies, and it also ignites, applies burn, but it is a magical attack, and fire claws is a physical attack, so it's just stronger in this case. Wait, didn't fire... No, Fire Claws doesn't ignite, or it doesn't burn the enemy. I was wrong. I thought it would. Don't know why I thought that. Whatever. Let's ignite this one. Let's claw this one. So he's gone. He's gone. Absolutely gone. Because cheese is just too strong. Do we just zone rain? I mean, yeah, sure. It won't kill. It's just more for fun. Just for fun dealing damage. And we got, from Max to Mac, we got a $10 donation. Thank you for that. We are now at $111 raised towards a good cause. Thank you very, very much. And as a bonus incentive, everyone who donates will get will be able to name a monster. Mac, you already have named a monster, but I mean you just donated, so how about it? What do we call this yaoi? By the way, if you keep donating like $1, you won't get another name, another chance to name something, because otherwise you could just wait till I find an egg, donate $1, stuff like that. We don't do that here. It's just donations. You know what I mean? Real donations. And Mr. Bordeley with $15. Thank you for that. You know, we just have to talk about donations and people do it. It's weird. So, Mac, by all means, go ahead. Tell me, what do we name this yaoi, this snowman? Mr. Bordeley, you will get the next one. And when is the guest coming? That's a good question. I mean, sooner or later he should be. Wait, it's 3 right now. It's 3:30 here. So I think in an hour, because I thought wrong beforehand. Pretty sure in an hour. Yeah. So Max, he might be AFK. If he doesn't come back in the next 5 seconds and write anything, then Mr. Bordeley, it's your turn to name this one. I'm waiting. Didn't realize it's a charity stream. Well, it is. It is a charity stream. Should I make it more clear? Can I make it more clear? I mean, technically I can, right? Wait a second. Let's do this. Okay. I can now write charity stream. It's a bit much. But I can go like this. Alright. And just place it somewhere around here. Now it says charity stream. Should be it. I'm here, sold some train stuff. What should I do? A name. Yeah, exactly, a name. Name a monster. Come on, give us a name. We're waiting. Please name it. Yes, I'm waiting. Mr. Bordeley. Oh, really? Oh, that's nice. Oh, nice. I don't know if that name actually fits, but sure. It's in the title. Yeah, also it's in the title. That's true. It says charity stream in the title, but whoever reads the title, right? Especially if it's a stream by someone they know. Mr. Bordeley. Okay, so wow, that's actually, you can actually have quite long names. Good to know. Now we're gonna switch someone out, and I think this someone will be the burb, because I really don't care too much about the burbs. I don't know what this one is about, so I'm just gonna... Ooh, when this monster gets attacked, 50% chance to apply chill on the attacker. Chill is getting rid of someone's mana and increased mana costs. I feel blushed. That's great. By the way, Mr. Bordeley, also a streamer, recently started to stream on Twitch. under the name of Mr. Bordelli, I'm just saying. Max is just nice to the guests, nice to the chat, naming stuff. And Mr. Bordelli, you can, if you want to, already put in a name for the next monster, unless you want to wait to see which monster it is. You heard that the bird is the word. That is true. But right now, we just need the bird to traverse. I mean, see how easy that is? See how amazing that is? I would love to have that in the real world. Although I have fear of heights, so maybe not. Wait a second. Who was the one? Agnes was the one who needs defense because it attacks with defense as well. So Agnes gets the shell. The shell. Tome gives mana and mana regeneration. That is something for Marshall, I would say. Stop flirting with my husband here, but... yeah. There is some love triangle forming in the chat, and I'm just saying, it's not me. It's not me, I didn't do anything. I'm just here streaming. Whatever you all do in the chat, it's not on me. Just saying. Health and mana, we're gonna give that to, I don't know, let's give it to Mila. Also, Cheese does not have a weapon, so we're gonna take the Morning Star from Agnes and give it to Cheese, because Cheese really just needs pure attack. Now it's not only a love triangle, it's a love... What's the word I'm looking for? Rectangle. It's a love rectangle. There's someone else. Lucas joined the battle. Oh no. Alright, choose monsters. Yaoi, we're gonna go with fire. We're gonna go with... let's go with Mac and Cheese again. It's always great to have a cat circle in your party. But then again, I put the bird... I took the bird out of this... I can't talk. I put the bird out of the team, or took the bird out of the team. Which technically does make sense. Because it's just weak, but the bird is the one with sidekick. Makes everyone attack even more often. We'll see. I don't know. I will switch around the teams quite a lot. Because you get quite a lot of monsters by sooner or later. There's something to eat also beside you. I mean, yes, I technically have something to eat. I have Knoppers, which I got from my Secret Santa, Lucas, who is also in this chat. Weird. And other than that, I already ate beforehand, and I will probably eat at some point during the stream. Probably. We shall see. But thank you for looking out for me, if your question was to look out for me. Let's destroy this cat circle, hopefully. Do we get a crit? No, but it was enough. Awesome. Do they die? No, they don't. Because these yaois are very bulky. And also they get regenerative abilities. I make chicken tacos today. Ooh, chicken tacos. That sounds... Tacos are always great. Although, hard shell or soft shell tacos? Because I'm not one for hard shell tacos, I gotta say. I don't really understand hard shell tacos. No, we don't go with another. We do not go with another yaoi because we already have one. We could get rid of Agnes because Agnes is not really the most useful right now. Then again, nobody right here is the most useful. So, yeah, for now, let's keep Agnes back. Okay, here we are. An old Burns house, I think. Was it Boron? Something like that. Let's rob him. The titles of these books read: The Ancestral Tome of Blob Handling, The Hidden Places of Monster Sanctuary, a guide, Oh, I thought there was more. Agnes is still in the... Agnes is still there. I can always switch them around. And even if they're not in the main 6, so in the active slots, they still get EXP. So it's not like Agnes will be completely gone. It's just right now, just having to check if there's... Oh! We got a donation by Papa Pen for $5 3 minutes ago. Sorry that I didn't see that beforehand. Thank you for that. In this case, I don't really know who that is, because all the other people who donated so far, I know, technically. Just gotta check out... What's it called? The chat. No, not Agnes. Sorry. And sorry for... Can I name another one because you dumped Agnes like I should have done 3 years ago? Right now, no. You can't name another one because the next name is for Mr. Bordy Lee. Game is a child of a love triangle. Pokemon, Final Fantasy, and the game I always forget the name. Metroid maybe, because it's a 2D Metroidvania jump and run, kinda? Maybe? And yeah, it's Metroid. Nice. Alright, we're gonna jump in here. Oh, if it's an old friend of mine. Hey Burn, long time no see. Brought you a new student. Just hatched his first monsters. I thought you might teach him some lessons. So you're the new Spectral Keeper, huh? Folk call me Old Burn. I've made my home at the end of Keeper's Trail, so I can teach all of you greenhorns about your new duties as fully fledged monster keepers. But first, let's battle to see if you are worthy of the title. Yay, let's battle against 3 blobs. Always observe your enemies carefully. Some say that the outcome of battle is decided before it begins. Since I raised those blobs myself, they are stronger than the ones you've seen so far. As you can see, their level is much higher. You can also see weaknesses and resistances of your enemies. Blobs are weak to wind attacks. Come at me with wind attacks, come on! We're actually gonna go with Burp, Cheese, and Mac. Because Burp and Cheese both have wind attacks. So... But first we're gonna start with a sidekick. Okay, Renegade, I have a challenge for you. Tell me the challenge and I'll tell you if I'm gonna do it or not. Look at the top right corner. Okay, yeah, the combo counter. We know about that. I already told that stream. I mean, get with the times, old man. You see, that proves it. Old Burn doesn't watch my streams. Otherwise, he would have known that I already told you all about the combo meter. And he would have already donated to charity, but he hasn't. So goddamn Old Burn, sitting alone with his slimes in his house, not even watching streams. What is he doing with his life? Let's attack this slime. Okay, wait. I will donate $10 if you say for 1 minute straight suspicious. What do you mean? As in, say the word suspicious over the span of 1 minute, or say, or just only say the word suspicious over a minute? As in, do I say the word once, but in the time of a minute? Or do I just say whatever I want? Or so I say however often I want, just say suspicious for a minute. I don't really know what you mean. I'm getting pressured to do it. Oh god, but at first I really need to know what Lucas means. Like, just say suspicious for a minute. So the word, okay, for a minute just say suspicious. All right. Of course. Let's do it. I feel my voice already giving out. Awesome. Do a timer of a minute. Yeah. Okay, we got... I'm gonna do this. Timer for a minute. I'm gonna do this while fighting this fight. Suspicious, 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 suspicious. I hate this word. Suspicious, 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 suspicious. Suspicious, 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 suspicious. Suspicious, 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 suspicious. That's a nasty tone. I hated that, but now, go on. Go on. You're gonna donate 10 more bucks. We all heard it. We all see it in chat. I hated this minute. I will not do that again. Like, if you wanna try and give me some challenges, sure, you can tell me. I might do it, I might not do it. But I freaking hate saying the word suspicious, because it's one of those words where the German native speaker in me comes through. Mr. Bolili counted 81. You actually counted? Amazing. And we got 10 more dollars by Suspiciously Luke. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you for the 10 bucks. Yeah, that's... Whoa, really? We're at 81 from Lucas so far? Oh no, you just mean he should. Okay, I said suspicious 81 times, so he should donate 81 bucks. That is technically true, but you know what? It's for a good cause, so anything that he donates, I'll accept. Sorry, my crypto assets tanked too much to donate 81. Yeah. That sucks. So maybe don't go around challenging people if you don't have the money for it. No, but seriously, thank you for the 10 bucks. If anyone else wants to donate, just saying again, the QR code is over there, or the link is in the description. It's the first link where it says you can donate here. That's where you can donate. I think sooner or later I should get a coffee. Later.
Not bad at all. You have walked the Keeper's Trail, and you defeated my monsters. However, to become a monster proper keeper, you need to complete one more test. Say suspicious! 1 minute over and over! Young Keeper, this next test will be much more challenging. You should prepare for it first.
I won't say suspicious for 2 minutes straight. I won't. Shut up, old man.
If your monsters has any free skill points, use them now, and use them wisely.
We will do it. Marshall gets the combo healing to increase his healing, why not? Mr. Bordelli doesn't get a skill point. Mac gets a skill point. And we're gonna go with the first critical hit of an attack applies burn. That's awesome. Burp doesn't get a skill point. Mila gets a skill point. And we want Cascade to increase the power. Cheese, also skill point. And we're gonna give Cheese just Claws level 2. I think that's good so far. We got Yaoi Egg, we got Blob Egg. We really don't need any of that. Can we do it? Yes.
Have you prepared for the real test?
Yes.
Good. You show bravery, but this time you're not facing a normal monster.
It's a tin can.
Particularly powerful monsters are often described as champions. They have more health, do more damage, and can act multiple times a turn. It's your job as a monster keeper to take care of them, so it's only fitting that you beat one to become a member of the Order of Monster Keepers. Show me what you're made of.
Alright, weak against wind. We do have 2 wind monsters. Strong against fire. Attacks with... Okay, we're gonna take Marshall with us. I would love to take Mila with us, but it's just not that useful in this case. I'm gonna go with Burp and Mag. Might not be the greatest combo, but we're just gonna start with Acid Rain. Destroy those... destroy the armor, so that everyone else deals more damage. Set up a sidekick so that we attack even more times. By the way, can I somehow... No, it doesn't seem like it. I really would like to make a donation, like a sound when the donation is popping up, but I really can't. I don't know how. Whatever. Where are we? There are we. There we are. Let's ignite this one. It does take very little damage because he's weak towards fire, but it's still more damage. How many monsters are in this game and can you name them all? No. I cannot name them all. How many monsters? I think there were around 200. I think. It's quite a lot. They're quite amazing. And you basically can find them all without too much of a hassle, which is something that is amazing. You don't really have to look too much. I mean, some are way harder to find than others, of course, but none of them are impossible. None of them are out of the game. Like, there is nothing you have to do out of the game to get something, like in Pokemon with the mythical Pokemon, where you get like have to find some codes or whatever. No, you can get all the monsters in this game. Some are hard to get, others are easier. We'll find quite a few. Alright, so we've broken the enemy's armor, so it has 25% less armor. We've burned it, and although it's weak, strong against fire, it's still more damage. And we also poisoned it, so that's a lot of damage, and now we can just go on and attack. Burp just doesn't do any damage, but that does not really matter, because Burp is just there to set up the combo meter. So I could have started with Burp to increase Murshel's attack, but it's really not that big of a deal because Murshel also it doesn't really have a lot of attack. I want to see the Orca. You know, we might actually be able to see the Orca today, because like there is a, for all of you who don't know, there is a monster that's basically an Orca on legs, and if I remember correctly, it's not that far into the game. I mean, it's gonna take a while still, but it's not that far into the game. So we should be able to see that today, I think. Can you catch them all? Yes, you can capture every single monster, but some are harder. Like in this case, this champion monster, this golem, is one that I think, I could be wrong though, because again, I've only played through the game once, but wait, 160, 165, okay. If I remember correctly, this monster only exists here as this boss, as this champion monster. You don't find a smaller golem, Steam Golem later on anywhere. But you can, later on, re-challenge this one. Like, you can fight against it over and over again if you want to. And if you get a decent, what's the word? A decent star rating, you can get its egg. But I think, if I remember correctly, you really need a 5-star rating. And that's the same with many of the champions. You can get them all. And yeah. You can get them all, but the champions are harder to get. Way later on. And you can kill them all, technically. I mean, if defeating them is killing for you, then yes, you can kill them all. All of them.
Congratulations, young one. You have defeated your first champion and therefore you are now a keeper aspirant.
I'm aspirant. No, aspirant.
Nothing more is required of you. However, stay a while and listen, shut up, Decker Kane, won't you? Because there are things going on in the sanctuary that trouble me. You see, monsters can't become this powerful by normal means. And champions usually don't accept other monsters beside them or a keeper in control of them. Miran is back!
Hey, thank you for coming back. Love it.
Champions are always an anomaly, quite rare in nature. I enhanced this golem myself to make it stronger. But even I couldn't control it for longer periods of time, so I leave it deactivated most of the time.
That's kind of mean. I mean, unless... if this is a living, breathing monster, then he just lets it lay dormant because he made it too powerful. That sucks. If it's just a machine that he built, okay, then that's something completely different. Whatever.
Recently, Keeper Rangers have been finding an unusual amount of champions around the sanctuary. I regularly receive letters by Vero mail from rangers who are stuck in the distant reaches of the sanctuary, fighting against champions. If it weren't for my old bones, I'd go out there myself. But at least I can't keep the Keeper's trails. I can keep the Keeper's trail safe. I trapped a champion in the caves in this area. You can take care of it if you feel up to the task.
Was that the orca or is that another one? I'm not sure.
But before you go, there's one more lesson I want to teach you. Don't worry, I don't have any more other monsters for you to fight. This lesson is just about feeding your monsters.
Yay! Obtained apple, potato.
Feeding your monsters will boost their stats.
Okay, I know what that is. Oh, damn it.
And who knows, maybe you will be the one to reach the title of Keeper Master. There's always only one in a couple lifetimes. We can take care of that other champion right now, or we can go back to the Keeper Stronghold first. The choice is yours.
Alright. Feeding. I'm gonna show you. We have the 3 recent meals, which means you can give any monster 3 different, or 3 buffs. Potato would give us plus 60 health, walnut plus 8 defense, berry crit damage plus 6%, apple mana plus 12. If they have 3 of those meals and you feed them something else, like a 4th one, then the very first you fed will get deleted and the next one. Like if I gave it 3 apples, we would have mana plus 12, and plus 12. And then I feed it a berry, we would have crit damage plus 6, mana plus 12, mana plus 12. It's always the first one gets replaced, or the very first one you did gets replaced. But one thing that's really amazing that I didn't know in the beginning, these meals stay. It says recent meals, so when I've played it first, I thought, okay, maybe they are for an hour, 2 hours, whatever. But no, it's just, if I feed this berry, as long as I don't feed 3 more things, the crit damage will stay. And in fact, we will feed both of that to Mac to increase its crit damage by 6%. And why not go for mana? And this will stay now. And the first thing to go if I feed something else will be the berry on the bottom. And the rest will just keep going back down. Alright, I don't want to feed everyone right now because we don't really have too much in terms of food. Water attack deal 10% increased damage, that's not bad. I think we're just gonna go around and unlock some more stuff. Unlock the attack proc, so that Vero, our burp, can attack more often. And we'll just keep going. We can't go up here. 6 plus 6 is 12, I math for you. Thank you, very nice. Although I hate math, I'm not bad at math. Unless there are letters involved. I'm good with letters as well. Like, I can write stuff, absolutely. But letters don't have anything to do with math, so as soon as there are letters in the numbers, I am stuck. Also, I can die! No, this just brings me back to the last path, basically, or to the entrance. I don't take any damage, it's just that I can't go through. Lucas wants to go with another challenge. Lucas, tell me the challenge, I might do it. I might not do it. I think right now Lucas is trying to what's the word I'm looking for? Egg everybody off. No, that's wrong. He wants to let other people do his work. He says he wants to do another challenge, but he doesn't know what. Okay, Mr. Bodley asks, is it really 12% or is it 6% and then again 6%? No, it's actually really 12%. If we take a look at the upper right, we have a crit chance of 30% and a crit damage of 62. We always start with 50% crit damage. We don't have anything here for crit damage. So our 50 plus the 12 is 62%. Yeah, letters don't have anything to do with math. God, I wish that was true. Exactly. Like, basic math, I am really good with that. I'm really good with using my head to, I don't know, for additions, subtractions, multiplications, divisions, no problem, I mean, up to a certain point. But as soon as you have any, like, formulas with letters in there, it's just no, it doesn't make any sense. I hate vectors, they are icky. Absolutely. Very useful depending on what you want to do, but absolutely not useful in anything that I do. So, screw vectors in general. Alright, who do we use? Okay, we want Marshall, Mr. Bordelli, and Mag. Let's just go with these. Acid Rain on the Caterpillar. That sounds brutal. Acid Rain on the Caterpillar. But then again, yes, exactly. That's what we're doing. Ice Hail. Killing it. Great. And here we're gonna go with Stone Rain. If we crit, we could kill. Ooh, ooh. Oh yeah, because we just learned the passive that critical hits, the first critical hit burns the target, which is great. And here we're gonna go with Slime Shot. By the way, both of the Cat Suckers are now chilled because they attacked Yaoi and it triggered his defensive ability. Which means, first of all, when you are chilled, you lose a little bit of your mana that you have right now, and you have less mana regeneration. Monster loses 10% mana when applied, mana regeneration reduced by 20%. So if you constantly chill an enemy, they can't attack. They can only attack with regular attacks, which is amazing. And we're gonna go with the Stone Rain again. Destroy everything. Do you have enough to drink, my friend? Right now I do have half of this bottle, which is 0.75 liters. I'm thinking about getting a coffee later on. And I mean, I can fill this up quite fast. I also have a great orange carrot juice in the fridge, so I could get enough to drink at any point. But thank you for asking. Cheese is getting neglected. No, cheese is not getting neglected. The problem is Cheese, the Cat Circer, in my playthrough. The Cat Circer was basically my most used monster because it's just so freaking strong. And this time I want to use a few different monsters that I've already used. I doubt that I'll get rid of Cheese. Let's face it, it's just too good. But I'm not neglecting Cheese, just not always using it. Also, we found some more. Okay, we found the Wizard Hat, Defense and Magic, Helmet for Defense and Attack, Shell for Defense, and Diadem for Defense and Mana. Wait a second. Mr. Bordelli attacks with health. Yeah. Ooh, even more. So this one needs health. This one health. Why do I say it that weirdly? I have no idea. Let's start around here. Wizard hats. No. The shell. How about here we go with defense and attack. And then we have the Vital Ring. We get rid of that for defense and magic. Give the Vital Ring to Mr. Bordelli. And then we have defense and mana. Yeah, sure. Doesn't really matter. Can I go up there? No, not yet. Ooh, 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 ooh. Pick me. Yeah. Power? Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm gonna explain this. Sorry. This is a fire orb. Let's ponder it for a second. Alright. We can open it because we have a fire monster. We found Pandora's box. And on the other hand, we have a water orb. Explore abilities of our blob is Bubble Burst activates water orbs. So same thing over here. Yay! Obtain potion. So that's basically how you find stuff. And over here we can't go and open this door because there is a lever that we can only pull from the other side. Also, give me just a second. Yeah. Light. Ooh. Okay, just small challenge. As we all know, you're currently doing the Game Boy Advance. Please name in correct order the titles from day 1 to 10. Nope. Can't do. Sorry, I don't remember the correct order. Very sorry. I know that I started with Kururin, and other than that, I think the second was Konami Crazy Racers. Pretty sure. Third one, don't remember. I think the fourth one was Monster Squad or whatever it's called. Monster Force. But other than that, I'm very sorry. I cannot tell you. I lost the challenge. You can still donate for me losing the challenge. But I absolutely lost it. For everyone who doesn't know, currently on my channel I have an advent calendar, basically. The Game Boy Advent. Where every day I upload a video for a Game Boy Advance game. Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Advent, get it? I'm so funny. I'm incredibly funny and that's why you're here. And also because it's for charity and for good cause. Thought this channel is about succulents, where the plants at. Oh, give me a second. No, seriously. Give me a second. Where did I... How did I... I can do this. I can do this. Haha! Be right back. No, seriously, give me a minute. I'm gonna get a coffee and something else. No, seriously, I'll be right back. Don't worry, coffee's coming. I'm here. Don't worry. Don't guys worry. I'm here. I'm here. I have my coffee. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's see if anyone said anything about it. Calling a monster like me is freaking me out. Oh, he's talking to me. Oh, no, he's not. I'm sorry. And we're gonna call it MBL or something like that. I don't know. And right now, I'm guessing this donation is from Lucas. He donated under the name 3 correct titles, $3. Thank you for the $3. We're now up to $144 all in all. And that's very great. Thank you. Let's see. The Advent Wortwitz got me hooked. Wortwitz pun. You're thinking about the word pun. Alright. Now they're, oh wow, they're talking in German. Amazing. You know, you leave your stream for a few minutes and then suddenly they take over. Alright, just checking if I've if I missed any important thing in the chat. Show us the cup, alright. Where are we? It says Kaffeezeit, coffee time. Ain't that nice? It's a cup for coffee time. And now something else that I ran out to get. Because Spin360 said he thought it's about cactuses, it's about plants. Oh wow, it's green again, so it's kinda transparent. But this is my cactus, my Bulbasaur cactus, that I also got from my girlfriend. Spoiler alert, the best girlfriend there is. I got it for our first Christmas together. And it's still alive. I still didn't kill it. I'm amazing. Yeah, it's technically a Bulbasaur. You can see it mostly. You can see the outline. Yeah. And yes, I said my girlfriend is the best girlfriend. And I'm pretty sure someone like Schneefchen will now say, hey, but wait, what about me? But you don't count. You're not a girlfriend. You are married to a guy. So you are not in the girlfriend pool, you are in, I don't know, wife pool. And I don't know if you're the best wife ever, you gotta ask your husband. Just saying. Next challenge, drink for 1 minute your coffee and play with one hand. No, I'm just gonna drink it like that. Yeah, that's pretty decent coffee. Alright, back to the game. You will donate then, alright. Wait. How much will you donate if I drink for 1 minute and play with one hand? Seriously, how much will you donate? Let's hear. Wow, Mr. Bordelli says she's okay. Oh damn. I would be a bit more worried about what I say about my wife. I don't have a wife, so I can say about my wife whatever I want. Like basically, fuck my wife. But no. Wow, that was bad. Everyone says that their girlfriend is the best in the world, and they're all correct. Okay, now, I'm gonna hit you with something, okay? I know for a fact that my girlfriend is the best in the world. You know why? And now, please, take notes. Everybody take notes. Because my girlfriend is my whole world. Let's face it, I'm amazing. Stefan doesn't know if she's offended or offended that her husband says she's okay. Well, where am I going? Oh yeah, wait. I got the key, so I need a key door. I just, right now, don't know where the key door is. This is not a key door, this is the other door. Also, one thing that I have to show you, this explorability of this one. I can build a rock that I can jump on. It's still not enough, but hey. No, but seriously, I am amazing when it comes to cheesy and corny lines. And just because I'm good at them doesn't mean they're not true. No, seriously, I love my girlfriend very much. She's amazing. And I mean, of course she's the best girlfriend to me. Like, no question, she's the best girlfriend in the world to me. I just basically got called cheesy by someone in the chat. Someone who might just be the best girlfriend there is. Just saying. Okay is undisputed positive. That's true. Okay is a very positive, it's a positive word. Who do we use right now? This one, and this one. Of course. Use sidekick. By the way, only I am cheesy. My girlfriend would never be cheesy. Absolutely not. Also, cheese destroys this cat. Come on. No, didn't. Damn it. Do we destroy? Yeah, sure. Let's destroy one of them. And now it's only the blobs, who are not really a big deal. Because yes, they can heal and all, but they are just, all in all, mostly weak as enemies. If you build one up yourself with great abilities and all, and great equipment, blobs are amazing. Just the way that they are right now are just, as enemies, yeah. And we destroyed it with 2 critical hits. For your information, she didn't hit me right now, and I'm not physically hurt. Of course. And you don't need help, right? You don't want anyone to send help to your place, right? Alright, let's check out the skills. I'm gonna fly through the skills here, just I don't wanna check out every single skill every time. Monster in the party receives 7.5% less damage. I mean, yes. And this one is also something we need as the next one. Heal all monsters in the party by 4% of this monster's maximum health at the start of every turn. That's a lot. When is Conan the Librarian of Moirai Games coming? In about 3 hours. That one's gonna take a while. So he won't be on for the foreseeable future. Critical damage plus, why not? I need to care for myself. Produce monsters now. I will be back. Sure thing. Thank you for stopping by. Have fun with your little monsters. I'm guessing she means kids. Maybe she doesn't. She probably means kids. And if not, what kind of monsters do you have? I'm curious. But whatever. We are back here in the caves. Impact rain. Crit damage plus 20%. You know who will get that. Of course. Crit chance. Nah, we want crit damage as well. So now we have a crit chance of 30% and crit damage of plus 97%. That's a lot. And you can go with crit damage, you can go way above 100%. With crit chance, I don't think you can get close to 100. Not quite sure. We'll be back at 7 PM. Need to cook now. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for donating. And fun fact, you can watch the stream on your phone and have it next to you while cooking. Now, seriously, you need time for yourself as well, Lucas. But thank you for stopping by. Thank you for donating. In fact, if anyone wants to donate, you can use this QR code, or you can go into the description. The first link that is there is for donation. The one where it says donate here. I will see the donations, I will read out the donations, and if you haven't named a monster, you will be able to name a monster.
Hello, young monster keeper. Your first time on a keeper's trail, isn't it? This is the teleporter stone. You can use it to travel quickly to other teleporters you find. Me? I'm just a treasure hunter. I make a business selling the things I find here and there. Want to buy something? Ooh.
I want to try and sell first. Sell all the sticks, because every single monster you get has a stick at the beginning. Other than that, I don't want to sell, but let's see. We have Small Potion, Phoenix Tear, Shell, and Sustained Ring. We could talk about Old Boren with him. Wait, I just got a Discord message. Call me when you're ready. So in 5 minutes or so, our first guest will appear, which is great. I'll have a guest. And this is where we need to go with the key. But we're not gonna go there yet. Because we can open this one up. We obtained a red gem, we obtained 150G. Do we go over here? Let's see. There are more Rockies. More Rockies. There is a destructible wall. Skill resetter. Resets the skill tree of a monster. That is useful, but you don't get it too often, I think. So it's something that I'll keep in the bag for now. Mana and crit chance. Let's give him more crit chance. Receive a random buff at the start of the combat. It's a random buff. It doesn't say debuffs, because Pandora's box you would think is something negative. But no, it actually just buffs someone. I kinda like that. You know what? Sure, let's give it to Cheese. And I mean, Cheese doesn't really need a whole lot. I mean, Cheese doesn't have a whole lot of defense, so the defense that it gives is not a bad thing. We're gonna go with Mila, we're gonna go with Cheese and Mac, of course. And let's start by igniting some fools. Alright, I have to do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, just so that I see all of the donations, because my Discord just blocked the view. Alright, we're gonna go with Fire Claws, because if that's one thing that I haven't explained. The red part means that's pretty much guaranteed damage. The very light red part means if we crit with all hits, that's the damage that we would do. So somewhere between here and here is the amount of damage that we will do on this one with Fire Claws. And if we crit, which we didn't, we would have ignited this one. Sadly again, we didn't. Let's just ignite this one, it will die due to being burned. And Fire Claws on this one, also not a crit. Oh wait, the crit part is on our Lion's part. Totally forgot about that. Alright, we get another Rocky Egg. Once again, we don't really need it. I very seldom use two of the same monster. Sometimes I do. There are some that are actually way worth it. Here we're gonna go with mana regeneration upgrade for everyone. That's always great. As long as the slime is in the fight, of course. Every hit has a 10% chance to apply burn. Is great because Arcane Bolt is a neutral attack, but now also has 10% chance to burn on every single hit. So in this case, we would have 4 times 10%. Not 40%, but 10 times 4%. 4 times 10%. If we upgrade it, we would have 5 times 10%. There is a lot of math in this game, and I hate it for it, but it's simple math, so I love it. I really have to stop talking about math all the time. Alright. And here we have the next champion monster. It's a monk that can attack with fire, water, and wind attacks. It's strong against wind and it's weak against earth. That's great. So we're gonna go with Mushel. We're gonna go with Mila. And we're gonna go with Mac. Now, I was thinking about using Burp, because Burp attacks with earth attacks. Have to go all the best. Thank you for stopping by, Max. Thank you for donating. Have a good one. I'll be on for quite a bit longer, so if you come back, you come back. If you don't, you don't. But Burp, what I wanted to say is I wanted to use Burp for the earth attacks, but I much rather have Mila with me just to protect. Barrier is a buff that everyone now receives 20% less damage. That's very useful. And I can ignite people, as we know. If I critically hit, this will be an ignite. Yes, we burned. So the passive of Mila, that an ignited monster or that ignite damage on enemy monsters gives us shield, still applies. Doesn't matter who ignites the enemy as long as they are ignited. And that's very useful. Now we're gonna Acid Rain. It doesn't really do too much damage, but it breaks the armor, meaning we do more damage. And here we're gonna go with Arcane Bolt. Because Ignite is better because it applies burn and does a little bit more damage, but the enemy is already burned. So we're gonna use Arcane Bolt just for damage, and because it hits 4 times instead of 3, and 4 times just means more combo meter for our mech. By the way, once we have a guest on here, I will explain less about the game, just because I will be talking to my guest. Kinda makes sense, right? And here we're just gonna go with Slime Shot because it's strong. I could heal someone, but the way the fight is right now, it doesn't seem like we need to. We're doing pretty well. Stone Rain just for more damage. Can we? No, we can't. We don't really hit too many critical hits with mech. That annoys me. And we just got a donation from You Are Great. That's $20. Thank you for that. I think I might know who donated that. And if it's the person I think it is, then you are amazing. And if it's not the person I think it is, then you're still amazing. Well, thank you for the $20. We are now at 164 out of the 200 goal that I set for the stream. So, wow, we're actually doing really well. Thank you for that. I wasn't even sure if I'd have 1 or 2 viewers. So having 6 to 7 concurrent viewers and already being at $164 raised is just amazing. I'm very, very happy and thankful for that. It's going towards a good cause. So thank you. Oh no, come on! Damn it! I messed up. Thank you for that. Okay. I'm gonna run around one more time because I really want that treasure chest that I could have gotten while falling down. 200 gold? No, 200 gold. Goal! Golasso! Goal! Oh, my voice actually really cracked right now. But no, yeah. 200. I set a personal goal for this stream of $200. $200. If we can manage to get that by the end of the stream, that would be amazing. And here we have our first guest. Ray, you're on air. What's up?
Hey, what's up, dude? How you doing? Can you hear me?
It sounds like you have your hand on the phone. I can almost not hear you.
Maybe.
Oh yeah.
Can you hear me better here?
That's way better. That's way better now.
Okay, cool. I had it on the stand. My bad.
Yeah,
How
no
you
problem.
doing, man?
Dude, it's going well. It's going pretty well. We're live for how long now? We've been live for 2 hours already. Damn, that's a long time.
Oh wow.
And
yeah, dude. I just tuned in. I saw the goal, dude. You're almost at the goal.
Yeah, we're pretty close to the goal. It's awesome. Had some friends in the chat. Still have some friends in the chat. Someone gave me a challenge. If I said the word suspicious over and over again for a minute, he would donate $10. That was stupid. I won't ever do that again, but it got those $10.
Hell yeah, dude. That is so awesome.
Yeah, it's amazing. And again, thank you for stopping by. Now, for the people who don't know you, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. How's everyone doing in the stream and the chat? My name is Reymenn. I'm a digital artist. I'm an animator and I'm a musician. And you might have seen my art in some of Renegade's videos every once in a while. We'll team up and get some art going for that. But yeah, you guys can find me on underscore Reymenn on Instagram or Twitter. If you guys want to check out some more art and music.
Exactly, and you're also on Spotify under the name Reymenn?
Same name, yes.
Exactly. I also put your Twitter and I think also your Spotify list into the description at the bottom. So if anyone wants to check out the description, you can check out Reymenn's work.
It's much appreciated if you do.
Absolutely, and it's great work. Like, your digital art is amazing, and I'm not saying this just because you're here, but it's actually absolutely amazing. And your rapping is also really great. I've listened to quite a few of your songs so far. What was the album called with Energy and Higher and those?
That was Daikaiju.
Yeah, exactly, Daikaiju. That's
with the red album with like the Godzilla in the middle.
Exactly, that album I still have on my phone. Still listen to it sometimes on my way to work or at work, because it's just good music in general.
Appreciate that, dude, and that's crazy because that was like my first project. Like the name of that particular album is Daikaiju 2, but just because Daikaiju 1 is on SoundCloud and it's less like production wise, it's not as good. But yeah, those were like the very first songs I was writing when I was deciding to release music.
That's awesome. And yeah, that's basically when I found your music over that. I mean, I know I have followed you on Twitter for a while, and then I hit you up for some artwork. I can't remember what the first one was, but I've hit you up for some artwork, and then we got talking, and then since I followed you, I saw that you're not only doing art, but that you're doing music as well, so I checked that one out. I remember us talking about it. And from there on, every now and then I hit you up for art. I still follow you, I still retweet your stuff, still listen to your music. Because it's great stuff overall.
Thank you, dude. I think the first commission you got was just like your Renegade cacturn.
Yeah.
Like a drawing of it for like not an icon, but just a render of it.
Pretty sure, yeah.
I think
just couldn't say. Yeah. Could not tell you which one it was. I mean, I could look it up. I still got the emails.
No, dude, and I mean, when you hit me up for that, you had like, you for sure had like less than 100 subscribers.
Absolutely, yeah. Dude, I was at probably around 50, 60 maybe.
Yeah.
At most.
You were like, I don't know. I don't think you were barely starting out, but you were still at, still grinding.
Yeah.
And just seeing you literally multiply that by over 10 times, dude, like it's literally remarkable because like I do a lot of stuff and sometimes I have to decide what things I can and can't do because it takes so much energy for me.
Yeah.
And YouTube is such a like not energy consumption, but you have to put a lot into it if you really want to, have a good page and be able to do something with it like this, like a charity stream.
It takes a little bit, yeah.
It's like a plant, like if my YouTube channel was a plant, bro, it would be brown, dude. It would be brown, all rotten on the side. So, it's very much something you have to tend to. So just seeing you continue to keep doing it, dude, is so awesome and like it's inspiring, dude.
Thanks, man. And I've written that to you over Twitter as well once, but you're someone who is very inspiring to me because I feel like every single time I open up Twitter and see something from you, some tweet or whatever, it's something new. It's new music. It's a new project, and it's always not as in you skip from project to project, but every single time is like, hey, I did this, I did that, and now I put this out, and I'm like, how does he do it? How does he produce so much content, so much music in this case, still find time to draw? Because again, you're a digital artist and a really good one. You have your TikTok videos, stuff like that, and every single time I see your name pop up, it's something new that you're making, and that's fascinating to me.
Thank you, dude. I think I like things so much. I'll focus on things so much that it'll eventually turn into an obsession kind of thing, you know, like.
Mm-hmm.
So when I really hone in on something that I like, I'll do it, 1,000%.
Exactly.
Which is good and bad because, how do I say it? Like, everything else kind of suffers for that thing, like if I'm giving 1,000% to art,
gotcha.
I can't give any percent to, I don't know, woodworking, something random, obviously, but other stuff,
sure.
other things that I could do.
It's just a complete focus on one thing, and everything else has to take a back seat, basically.
Yeah, so that's the offside of it, but on the upside, yeah, I do love creating content, and for a long time I was a really quiet kid growing up, so I didn't really talk to anybody. And just as I get older, I get over that a little more and a little more. Yeah. So now I love being annoying. I love annoying people now. So I love not only making new stuff, but annoying people with it.
Yeah, that's one thing that I keep reading on Twitter from many people, that they are feeling bad about self-promotion. And I gotta say, I'm also not really the best at it, because I feel like I don't have a good middle ground. It's either too little or too much. So I totally get them. But with you, it's just like to grow your stuff, to actually grow your stuff, you just have to be in your face about it, in people's face, without being like rude. Because if you just went to a random YouTube channel and spammed your links like, hey guys, fuck this video that you're watching, just check out my channel, that would suck. Like, people do that, and those people are not very, they are not very highly regarded, let's say it like that.
Yeah.
But just
you instantly kind of alienate yourself doing that.
Exactly. It's then you're that guy. Oh no, here's this guy again, I'm gonna block him or whatever. But with you, it's just, if it's on your own terms, if it's on your own page, just your page is there for you. My channel is there for me. It's just, where would you put your stuff if not on your own channels?
Of course.
And that's something, just advertise the shit out of yourself, because that's yours. That's your time. That's your realm, basically.
Yeah, and like you said, no one else knows. Like you'd be surprised how much people just don't keep up with you as just people, because people aren't always thinking about their friends all the time, which is obviously normal.
Of course.
And another thing that I think has gone a little worse over the past 2 or 3 years is I think the apps themselves, I feel like, kind of already shadow block you if you don't get 2 likes within the hour or something, I think the apps themselves kind of sabotage smaller creators. So when, we are even sometimes putting out posts every other hour,
exactly.
The app already kind of puts you in that realm of not showing you to your own following, audience, which is crazy.
Exactly. Basically,
I'll have people that'll message me a week after I post something and be like, yo, I just saw this on whatever app I was on or whatever. So, and like I said, I think it's gone worse over the years. I feel like now I don't even really see my friends' posts. I'll see either sponsored posts, ads, or posts those dumb posts that have thousands of likes, tens of thousands of likes.
Yeah,
So,
always the same posts. What would you do in this situation? Ha ha ha. And then 200 answers from people. I would do this. And of course, the more engagement, the more people see it. And you actually put out something real, something great, and people don't see it because there's just not the same amount of engagement.
yeah, seriously. And so I think the more you try to advertise yourself, the better you figure out which way works best. Because
Exactly.
like you said, you try to do it without being rude, but sometimes you'll try something in a crude way or something,
Mm-hmm.
and people will like it. They like the rude version for whatever reason. So I see it like those arcade games with the basketball,
Mm-hmm.
where you throw the basketball and it just keeps coming back, and your score only goes up 2 or 3 points, and the high score is like 20 million. Like, just keep trying, and you'll find your stride as you figure out where your audience is going. And like you said, trying it out on different apps, because some apps just will literally try to sabotage you for no reason.
Exactly. I mean, one thing I'm pretty much certain you have also come across that, but there was someone who completely analyzed I think it was the Instagram algorithm, and made basically a small guide on what Instagram wants you to do. Like, of course, they will say, just try to get more engagement, yada yada. But she actually found out also through talking to the people from Instagram, that in terms or in order to actually grow and actually reach the maximum amount of people, you have to post daily, probably more than once. Have to do, I don't know, Instagram stories, I think they're called.
Yeah.
At least weekly, at best live stream. I think you can live stream over Instagram, not sure, never used it. At least once every 1 or 2 weeks, and comment on other people's. So basically, if you want to follow all of this, you have to at least do like 5 or 6 hours a day just maintaining your Instagram.
Yeah.
In order for it to promote you the way that it should promote you.
Yeah, seriously.
And that is something that is just ludicrous. Like, it's just absolutely bananas, basically, that you have to go to those lengths to actually be able to do something the way it's supposed to be done. Because of course,
even then, Instagram still has like a guideline.
Exactly.
So like I'll follow local businesses here in my city,
Mm-hmm.
and like bars.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I'm talking to the bartender, whoever works there, and I'll mention Instagram,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll tell us like, oh, follow us on Snapchat because
it's a better reach.
It's a better reach. Like Instagram will take down their posts,
Wow,
for
really?
for showing people drink. Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah, it's alcohol advertisement basically. So.
Yeah, and so
Oh wow, that sucks.
even putting in those 6 hours a day, Instagram might still take your post down.
Of course.
And even you're working it as a business, so it's just really weird, and I think it's just there's not a human supervising it or something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly. It's
it doesn't seem like the decisions they make are just not working.
Exactly.
So that just really sucks, and like I said, like, thankfully we have other apps to go to, and kind of try out different techniques.
Yeah, exactly. I think the only 2 apps that are really, I don't know, made for having a audience over a longer amount of time are YouTube and Twitch. Because with, I don't know, Twitter or whatever, it's just very fast paced. It's you want a viral tweet in order to gain more attention, and then you need another one to hold that attention.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that YouTube or Twitch make it easy to retain attention. Absolutely not. It's hard as stuff in order to regain attention. But they are, if you have a follower base on YouTube or on Instagram, on YouTube or on Twitch, then they will keep coming back. While on, I don't know, let's say again, Twitter or maybe Instagram, if it's not someone you follow because you want to see every single thing about them, but just someone you follow because you've seen one or two good posts from them, then you won't just regularly come back. You will...
Yeah.
Like, I follow people, and when they pop up on my timeline, I'm like, oh yeah, of course, I remember them. And then I will never hear from them in the next, 2 months. And then suddenly they have a better hit tweet, basically. And I'm like, oh yeah, of course, I follow this person as well.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, on YouTube, there are things like the bell or just in general subscribing. But even then, YouTube doesn't always show me the people that I'm subscribed to. Like, it shows me this person you subscribe to posted something new, this person you subscribe to posted something new, and this person you are not subscribed to and never ever watched has always also put up something new. But at least there, I know where to go. I know which channels to go to. I know who I want to see. While on stuff like Instagram, Twitter, I feel like sometimes it's more of a... just whoever it pushes on you, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And that's weird.
I could see that. And I'm not, like I said, too much into YouTube and YouTube creating.
Yeah.
So I won't see too many of the randoms coming. But I do agree wholeheartedly on YouTube and Twitch being apps that you can create longevity in, because other apps are kind of just made for those quick thoughts, and so they limit you. You can only post videos that are a minute long, 2 minutes long.
Exactly.
If you say a certain language, you speak vulgar language on a certain post, they'll take it down, whether it's meant to be malicious or not.
Exactly.
They have all these limits, and I feel like YouTube and Twitch, maybe more so in the early stages, were more lenient with it, but I think still so that they're pretty good. If you want to just talk for 15 minutes on your YouTube, you can do that, as opposed to if you go on Twitter or something, it'll tell you you have to have 100 followers if you want to do that on the lives or whatever. So it's a lot. You have a lot more freedom on both, I think, and I think Twitch has YouTube beat on it, in my opinion, from what I've seen, because you have more engaging things like the raids and the custom emotes and all that stuff. So
yeah, that's true.
I like those.
I gotta for just 1 second to all the viewers right now. The first one who writes any name in chat will get to name this monster. So the first one who writes a name gets it. Come on, you can do it. I'll watch the chat. But yeah, about the whole Twitch stuff, I was thinking when I've started, I was actually thinking about YouTube versus Twitch. But when I started, YouTube streaming wasn't a thing, if I remember correctly, because my channel is over 3 years old. I think. No, wait, way over. At least I think 4.5 years, something like that.
Wow.
And the thing is, since I'm working, and since I don't always have time or energy, I thought that making videos was way more up my alley. Herbert. Okay, we got the name Herbert. Amazing. This little thing is called Herbert. All right. But yeah, I don't always have the same energy or time to do this stuff. So making videos that I can put up whenever, that I can record whenever, is just something that's way more up my alley. because
And
I
on Twitch, you can't post videos like just straight up, right? You have to stream on Twitch.
exactly they are always talking about wanting to change that and letting people actually post videos like YouTube, which would make them an even bigger threat to YouTube. But so far, it's always just being talk. Like it's always you always hear about that, but it never actually does anything. Like all you can do right now on Twitch is stream and have those streams be up as video on demand, like VODs. But other than that, Twitch is for streaming. And the thing with streaming is if you don't do it regularly, same with videos. If you don't do it regularly, you won't really get promoted. Like
same thing.
And same thing if you're just starting out and you only have like 2 or 3 people watching you, you won't really get promoted anywhere. Oh wait, I just hear from the chat on Twitch you can post videos when you are an affiliate. Interesting, did not know that.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. But yeah, we got Mr. Bordy Lee.
You do too much.
I'm sorry?
You don't have to do too much to be an affiliate, correct? Don't you have to just get a couple hours of streaming and some followers?
I think with the affiliate you have to have a certain amount of followers and a certain amount of views and concurrent viewers over a month or something.
Oh wow.
So it's not the biggest numbers that you have to do, but you have to constantly get them. So that's something. But yeah, Mr. Bordy Lee, who's in the chat right now, I hope he doesn't mind that I use him as an example right now, but he just started out streaming on Twitch. And of course, you just start out streaming. Of course, you don't have a fan base already, unless you come from a different site already. But just starting out on Twitch, he doesn't have a following. So him doing, I don't know, doesn't matter what kind of game or what kind of stream, doesn't get shared around to many people. People can look at, I mean, I know he played The Witcher 1, and people can go to category video games The Witcher, and they can't find him. But before they find him, they see quite a lot of other people playing the same game, but with maybe a bit bigger of a following. So for someone like him, it's absolutely not impossible to grow. It's quite possible. But to actually start the growth, it will take a while. It will take till people find him, till people who like his stuff find him, that will stick around, that will keep watching. Because having like 200 viewers is amazing, but if those 200 viewers are only there for this one stream, they don't really mean too much in the overall terms. You want people who come back. You want it's better to have like 50 people every stream than to have one stream with 200 and then one stream with only 10, basically.
Yeah. No, dude, and I mean, it's a tough climb.
Exactly.
Like, it's a really tough climb, really steep hill, but even stuff like this, how you say, like, I don't see it as you using them as an example, like us being able to talk about them and give them a little bit more help with the exposure. Like, little stuff like this is what'll mean more than you know, what a stream that they're trying to do. Like, if we can just keep continuing to talk about them and helping them out, you know, and being part of their fan base, you know, helping them out, uplifting them.
Of course. I mean, one thing that's fascinating, it's always a great thing if a smaller streamer or YouTuber or whatever, a smaller content creator, gets recognized by a bigger one, because of course that helps quite a lot. And the reason I'm doing this right now, the Thankmas is by Jackscepticeye. It's a project by Jackscepticeye, who is, I think, at, wait, I have to look it up, but over 20 million subscribers, if I remember correctly.
Jeez.
Which, I mean, let's face it, that's huge. Yeah, 27.7 million.
Jesus.
That's a lot. And do you know, like, if you don't know Jackscepticeye, then you might not know how he got his biggest growth. There was years back, I mean, it was always a funny YouTuber and people always liked watching him. But in the beginning,
Yeah.
of course, if you don't know him, you won't find him, really. And when he had, I think, I'm not quite sure about the numbers, but about a few, maybe 1,000, maybe a few thousand subscribers, he won a contest from PewDiePie. He got a shout out by PewDiePie, and I think even made a video with PewDiePie. And PewDiePie back then wasn't the huge force that he is right now, but he still was a big YouTuber. And that gave Jack a huge push, of course, because, I mean, if PewDiePie talks about you, even if PewDiePie says something negative about you, that's incredible.
They're gonna see you.
If PewDiePie were to make a video, say about, yeah, I stumbled upon this this freaking stupid channel, Renegade Cactus, the guy looks like an idiot, I would still be happy as fuck, because PewDiePie talked about me. And in the case of Jackscepticeye, PewDiePie said nice stuff about him. They started making stuff together, and that's when his big growth started. Because again, PewDiePie talked about him, PewDiePie did stuff with him. And it's just amazing how people can affect each other.
Yeah, seriously.
And there's just, I mean, of course, PewDiePie is a very crass example. It's to get noticed by someone like him is very, very hard, of course. But I mean, if I were to say get noticed by someone with 2,000 subscribers, and 5% of those would come over to my channel and watch my stuff, that would be a huge increase. That would be amazing.
And I mean, I'll see videos of like animators. Like I forget the name of that girl animator. She's Jaden Animations, something like that.
Yep, Jaden Animations.
She talks about how she
amazing.
got big by also winning a contest.
Yeah.
So yeah, thankfully, bigger creators give that opportunity. You know, well, some of them abuse that power.
Yeah,
but thankfully we do as smaller creators get the opportunity to get their attention. It's not as unattainable as it used to be, I guess.
Yeah, true. It's just Then there's people who try to exploit that by trying everything in their power to trying everything in their power to get noticed by someone, even if it's in the most obnoxious way possible. And I mean, what I experienced quite a lot when starting was that when I was at below 100 subscribers, many people would just leave comments on my videos. I mean, many. Of course, not a whole lot, but every second video would have a comment of someone asking me, "Hey, want to do sub for sub?" Basically, you sub to me, I sub to you.
Yeah, I hate those.
Yeah, it was mostly, and I don't mean that in any derogatory way or something. It was mostly kids or younger guys, younger people. And if you just looked at their channel, there was often just really nothing that would be something that would interest me. Like if someone, I'm doing my Pokemon TCT shorts daily. Yeah. And if someone who had Pokemon TCT shorts were to like write to me, ask me hey, want to do something together, I would consider it. Absolutely. But if someone who does something completely different, something, let's say, I don't know, bike reviews. I don't care about bikes, so why would I care about bike reviews? And be like, hey, sub for sub. It's the question, why would I? Like, I guess I get that it gives both of us one subscriber more, but do I really want someone that doesn't have anything to do with me and that just subs to me so that I sub to them? Do I really want them as a subscriber? And the answer is absolutely not. I don't care about people like that, and it just annoys me more than anything. So I'm way more inclined to basically just block them than to go to their channel and watch them and be like, oh, that's cool. Because even if their content is really good, I won't just go to random people who ask me to sub to them. Even if I like their content, I would be more turned off to that idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I feel like 99% of the time when that happens, you end up unsubscribing like a year later to whoever you did that with.
When I stumble upon the channel, be like, oh, why am I subscribed to them?
Literally, like, you haven't seen a post by them. They haven't once, like, commented or liked any of your stuff. And then you'll just happen to see, like, oh, you know, it just reminds you to unfollow them or block them or whatever.
Exactly.
And I mean, I think you can tell the people that genuinely want to, like, work together, you know, and do something together, as opposed to someone that just is trying to go for subs.
Exactly.
And it's crazy how people like want that number so bad, especially at like an early stage.
Yeah.
You know, like it baffles me, because even like it takes so much for a number to even get noticed. Like when you start out and you tell people, oh, I got 50 subscribers the first day. Mm-hmm. Nowadays, like, people just kind of like, oh yeah, you know, like everyone does that.
Yeah, that's the usual, basically.
Yeah, like you have to tell people like, oh yeah, I got like 1,000 subs one day, and mm-hmm. that's when people start paying attention to you. Like, it takes so much. So you're like, people are shooting themselves in the foot way too early.
Yeah,
you know, like they're sabotaging themselves way, like, at the very, very start, and then they wonder, you know, a couple months down the line, why they haven't changed, why not, you know, they haven't got any subs or any likes or anything. So,
exactly.
Yeah, I see a lot of that. And
that's just, I mean, the good thing about YouTube, Twitch and all right now is the same thing that's basically also the bad thing. Everyone can do it. And that's basically, that's one of the reasons why I'm doing it, because it's not something that requires like enormous skill. And because let's face it, just uploading a video or just streaming requires basically nothing. And even with a shitty laptop, shitty internet, whatever, you can absolutely start making videos, starting to stream. To actually get some something that's good, like objectively good quality and all, that takes a little bit more. And to get noticed requires luck, requires your knowledge of stuff, of course. But technically to start requires absolutely nothing. Yeah. I mean, some of the creators that I'm watching, United Gamer is a Pokemon YouTuber who I think last year or this year had his 10-year anniversary on YouTube. He is only, I think, 24 right now, or 25. Damn. He started way early. And his first videos, he now has a few 100,000, I think 300,000 views, subscribers or something like that, because he just kept grinding for 10 years. And his first videos were him playing Monster Hunter on, I think, the DS or the 3DS, filming it with a camera. Like, just filming the DS and talking to it. Of course, the quality was, let's face it, dog shit. But
I don't even think they had screen captures back then for anything.
I think at that point they did, but that was like $500-600 for something that might work or might not work. And I don't know if it for the DS there was something out then. But yeah, that's just, he was passionate about it, he wanted to do it, and that's great. That's basically how many people start. Yeah. But on the other hand, because everybody can do it, there is so much out there. Like, at this point, right now, Thankmas, the project that I'm streaming for, Jackscepticeye himself streams right now. Many hundreds and probably thousands of creators stream right now. So the possibility that I get a large crowd watching me is very, very little. Because others are doing it, and it's always there's always someone else. So I don't even know where I wanted to go with that, but
no, well, I mean, like you say, there's always someone else, but if you keep doing it, you know, if you start becoming the name that people see every year, you know, like people start, you know, following, obviously, saying like, okay, well, this guy actually, start recognizing. I'll be like, well, this guy is here for long, and you know, I haven't seen other names this year or whatever, so I'm gonna stick around with this guy. Yeah. And like, like you said, obviously it takes a certain amount of knowledge to get all the stuff set up for Twitch or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
But once you turn that camera on, like, you'd be surprised how many people I see, not only on TikTok, but especially now on Instagram Live or on Twitter Live or whatever, of people that just turn the camera on and do nothing. I mean, just sit on their desk, clean, their glasses and stuff. Like, you could turn your camera on and eat your breakfast and get 3, 4, 5, 6 viewers. Like, you'd be surprised what people are either, bored enough to watch or just interested. Some people like watching other people just be, just see what a little part of what their lives is like. Excuse me. And so, like, I know a lot of people that say, like, oh, like, I want to stream, but I just don't know what to do, like, I don't know what to do on camera. And, like, people will watch anything nowadays. Like, I think at least I can't fathom the amount of people that are watching stuff, like, online, on TikTok, on Instagram, on apps every single day. So, like, if people are, if anyone in the chat's afraid or know anyone that's afraid, like, tell them not to be. You can do anything you want on camera. Just press record. That's all you have to do.
Exactly. That's one of the biggest. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit distracted right now because I got told that my channel logo is actually over the QR code where you can
go for it.
Donate. So I'm gonna switch that a little bit. Somehow it should work. It just doesn't want to, which is interesting. Wait, what if I do?
Go for it. I'm watching you on my TV, but my TV's like a whole minute behind.
Yeah, it's always a little bit, behind. All right, come on. Okay, we do this. We copy this. We place it in here. We click OK. And it should work. It doesn't want to, which is weird. Can I do it like this? I mean, I could. Doesn't really look too great, but you know what? No, that actually works. Kinda doesn't. Whatever. Let's do it like this. It doesn't look the best, but it's something.
Nice.
I don't know why it actually doesn't work the way it should work. But what can you do? So I hope it still looks decently alright. If it doesn't, very sorry. Nope, that still doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep it the way it was before. Wait, can I? Don't know. Yeah, I'll leave it like that. It won't get better right now. So if anyone, if anyone wants to donate and can't through the QR code, then by all means, please go to the what's it called? The thing in the
link.
The description. Yeah, exactly. The link in the description, and with that you can donate. But thank you for bringing that to my attention. All right. So where were we? Yeah.
Talking about recording and streaming and just doing.
Exactly, and people not doing anything. And Mr. Bordy Lee just said, I just saw a Twitch stream with a woman sleeping, and over 1,000 people watched her.
Damn.
So everything is possible if you go for it. Yeah, and I mean, it's always the question of how that came to be. Like, I know people stream for multiple days, then of course they have to sleep in between. And sure, letting the stream run, why not? But if you're just saying, okay, I'm gonna stream just me sleeping, well, that's weird. Let's face it.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like it's either like desperation to where you're like, I'll just post whatever, or extreme confidence.
Yep, exactly.
Especially with like sleeping, to let people watch you sleep. Like, I would never sleep again, dude. Like, that is crazy. And so, like, like kudos to them for trying it. You know, like
Yeah,
they tried
exactly.
it and it worked. Like that's why people should try it and try to keep experimenting, because you never know what'll hit.
Exactly. Alison Ruiz says, y'all really growing my confidence to stream. Absolutely, go for it. Like, just...
Wow.
It's one thing that the
Hopefully
best...
they do.
Absolutely. But yeah, the one thing, the biggest advice that anyone can give, basically. I mean, there are a few advices that people keep throwing around. Like, one thing is, it doesn't matter how good of the quality, how good the quality of your stuff is, like how good the video quality is, because you can still do stuff with like low level appliances. And I mean, the camera doesn't have to be good. You don't even have to have a camera. It's good to have one, but you don't have to. And the biggest advices that I hear all the time, and that's completely true. The first is just start. Don't wait, just start. That goes for everything, and I'm someone who is really not good at that in general. Like, I have projects in my head that I want to do, but never actually did them because, let's wait a little bit. Maybe sometimes it gets better, stuff like that. But if you don't start, you can't do. That's basically a thing.
Yeah.
And one thing to something that you said about people not doing anything on stream, people not talking or whatever, always stream as if you have an audience. Because if someone comes in and you don't realize that, because I mean, streams and videos and all are just something. What was I saying right now? I lost.
About not doing anything.
Yeah, exactly. No,
And
exactly.
like
If someone comes in and you don't realize that because YouTube takes a while to update, you don't realize that someone is watching, and you do nothing. You say nothing because in your head no one is watching anyway. Then why would they stay? Because you are not doing anything. You're not saying anything, and that's the reason. I mean, I'm recording videos, and of course, while I'm recording videos, nobody watches. Because I am just playing for myself. I'm talking to a camera that is turned on, but no one is behind that one yet. But I put those videos up knowing that there will be people watching it. If it's one person, if it's five persons, if it's 200 people, whatever. But you always stream, always talk, always do as if people are watching you. Because that's ultimately what you want. You want people watching you.
Yeah, and they know that you're like addressing them. They like, it's a part of professionalism that, like you said, streaming like you have an audience.
Exactly.
And I mean, the reason I don't stream is not because of lack of knowing what to stream, but like I said, just that confidence. Like, when I do something live, and like the system shuts down for me. All of a sudden, like, I can't draw, I can't do anything for whatever reason, and I'll sometimes record videos just by myself, just to like get my confidence up.
Yeah.
But every time, just knowing that it's live is still just so, like, I don't know, it gets me still, like, every time. So I always have such respect for people streaming whatever, like,
Exactly.
to me, it I don't know, it's some kind of weird kryptonite, and
Yeah.
it's something I still want to do at some point, but that I'm still practicing. I'm the type where I have to do things like on the low first before I show anyone that I'm gonna do it.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
Little spoiler alert for the chat, Alison Reese is my wife.
Exactly.
And
Recently married.
She genuinely means that about streaming. Like, she actually games more than I do.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Get yourself
She
a gamer
actually,
girl.
like,
Just get yourself a gamer girl.
yeah, for real, everybody, get yourselves a gamer girl.
Well, congratulations
She
again
games
for
more than me.
the recent marriage.
Appreciate that, man. And she'll talk about wanting to stream and just, saying the same thing, like, what if no one watches, or or what if no one likes what I'm streaming? And we just talk about how like if someone will watch.
Exactly.
Like, you'll get people that won't like it, obviously. Yeah, you'll get people that won't like it, but someone will watch. So
Yep.
you just keep throwing your hat in the ring.
Exactly. Gotta address some comments right now.
Of course.
First of all, Mr. Baudelaire said, once there was a wise man who said, do it, just do it. And yes, absolutely. He's a weird man, but he's right, just do it. It's not about success, it's about fun. True, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we all wouldn't mind success with it. Absolutely not. I would love having success with all of this, but it's mostly for me. For me, and then for people who like it. Andrew number 55. It's nice to see small streamers helping out with a charity event. Yeah, I mean, that's what the big event is for. And I was just like, again, doing it for me, but also being able to help people through it, which is just great. Monica says, if you don't stream, you have 0 subscribers and followers. You can only gain something from trying. Exactly.
Yeah.
You cannot lose something that's not there. Basically, you always, someone who doesn't have a channel has 0 views. So you can only gain.
Yeah.
Also, what game is this? It's Monster Sanctuary. Yeah, we had that in the comments. Alicard said, I've tried streaming in the past and found myself feeling very self-conscious because I'm not particularly good at video games. I stopped because of that. I think I may want to try it again though. Absolutely try it, do it, and the fact that you're not good at games, that didn't stop me from doing this. Like no, seriously, I can pick up games fairly quickly, but being good at games is something I'm only good at a very few games, very, very few games, and I just don't always only want to play those games. I play everything that interests me.
Yeah.
And if I'm good at it, great. If I'm not good at it, well, also good. Because I can grow, I can learn, or I can even suck still. Like at the end of, let's say, 50 episodes, I can still suck at the game. But as long as I had fun, people watching me had fun, everything's fine, right?
Yeah, that's what it's for. Like, some people get so competitive with games and they'll only play one game because they play it religiously.
Yeah.
Because they want to be number one in the world. Like, games are supposed to be, just for you to enjoy your time. You're not meant to go through every single game top percentage as fast as possible all the time, like
yeah,
they games put certain aspects in them for you to look around and for you to spend the time in the game and like I said, enjoy yourself. Like, I feel like nowadays people want to hustle all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they feel like if they're not hustling, they're not worth or anything. Like, you can just play video games for 6 hours without telling anybody in the world and just enjoy your time, because you're going to be at work in a couple hours and it's going to suck. So you just do what you got to do to enjoy your time. And video games are a really great and like fast way to just enjoy what you're doing without having to do much. You can find free games on the market, or you can start up whenever and just be able to do it yourself for a while.
Exactly. And it's just, I mean, it basically it helps if you're really good at something. Like there are a few people I watch who almost exclusively play like League of Legends, a game which I do play, but only for fun and only very little of, but I'm still interested in the game itself. And when I want to watch something about League, I either watch someone who's really good or someone who makes it really fun.
Yeah.
But most of the people I'm watching, most of the gaming stuff I'm watching is made by people who are at most decent at the games that they're playing. I mean, one guy I was watching, Helion, he's a speedrunner and world record holder in the game Hades, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Love the game. And that's why I started watching him for a while, for a few weeks, months, I watched almost all of his videos because he's just amazing at the game. And he only, or almost only exclusively plays Hades, which helps him in his growth because people who look for Hades will find him.
Yeah.
But if he ever wants to play something else, people might not like it. People might actually leave hate comments because why is he playing something else? I've subscribed for Hades, why is he playing anything else? And it's always the question of what do you want to play? Because if you play or if you record stuff that you don't like, then no matter the amount of views, it feels way more like work, because that's what it ultimately becomes. You want more of the number, depending on it doesn't matter if the number is money, if it's views, if it's whatever. Like, for example, I really don't like first-person shooters. There are only a very few that I do like. Like Borderlands is great, and right now I couldn't tell you a second one. Halo was okay, but if I were to play, I don't know, Call of Duty, I absolutely despise Call of Duty. Not saying the game or people who like it are wrong. It's just if you like it, sure, but I don't like it. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So why would I? I mean, I could think of like maybe do a one-off episode where I play Call of Duty because I'm bad at it, because I don't like it, but I wouldn't make it a recurring series because I just don't like it. I wouldn't enjoy it. So why would I do it? And that's the thing that many people seem to like. They know it, but they don't wanna know it. Like, but this game will bring me views, so I should play this game. But the question is always has to be, would you enjoy playing this game? Would you enjoy streaming this?
Yeah, well, I ran into that problem myself with Instagram. Like, so when I started Instagram, I started posting with Pokemon fusions, and those actually took off pretty quickly. Like, it took me maybe like a year to get to 1,000 followers on Instagram, and this was in 2015, 2016. So I don't think it had been bought, or at least Facebook hadn't implemented anything into the app yet.
Yeah.
So you could, like, creators were still kind of, doing well, small creators. And so at some point I won a contest hosted by a couple of bigger Instagrammers. It was a Fusamon contest, and that helped me build and stuff. And so when I had over like a year or two, I built that up to I think like 20,000, and I started wanting to post other stuff. I started wanting to post anything else, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh, whatever.
Sure.
And those posts would do so bad compared to Fusamon posts.
Yeah, because people came for something else, basically.
Yeah, and so little by little, I would just start posting just Pokemon without them being fused. And people would like that. But then as I started branching out and posting other stuff that I would draw, a handful of people would engage or like it or whatever, which was really crazy, and it used to get to me to where the point like I wouldn't post anything but Pokemon.
Yeah.
And then I just stopped caring about the likes and stuff. Like the people that did like it, I noticed would keep coming back for the other stuff. So they genuinely just liked my style or whatever I did with that certain piece. But and it sucks because then I got stuck at a certain amount of followers for like 2 or 3 years. And like I said, because I'll feel like I'll put in the work and nothing's moving.
Yeah.
But I also don't think if it's not a certain type of art or whatever, that Instagram also won't post it to the people that like the Pokemon or Fusamon stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's tough. Like if you want, like, you got to figure out what you want first. Like I myself had to decide whether I wanted a large number of followers, and you gain a certain not authenticity, but people trust you more. The more followers you have, like, people know, like, okay, this guy does the work that he says he's doing. He's putting in that work. But I didn't want to be the Fusemon guy. I didn't want to be just the Pokemon guy.
Exactly.
And I had to teach myself over time not to care about that stuff and give the same love to other pieces of art that I loved more.
Yeah.
So you just have to figure out what you want.
Exactly. And I mean, I already planned on doing a video talking about why I started this channel, what I wanted with this channel, my thoughts about it all. And I'm gonna talk about a few things here because it just fits right in.
Yeah.
Because you said you had to figure out what you wanted. I would be the happiest with my channel. I mean, of course, I wouldn't mind like a few thousand, maybe 10,000 subscribers. Absolutely not. But I wouldn't want like subscribers in the millions. I don't even know if I want it in the 100,000s. I'm not doing this to be the biggest that I can be. I much rather have like, let's say a few like big numbers. I would much rather have 10,000 subscribers where 50% of them watch my stuff and enjoy it than having like 100,000 subscribers and only having 20% of them watch it. Because I put this out for people. I mean, first and foremost, I put stuff out that I want to play. And if people resonate with it, if people like that, that's awesome. If they don't, they don't. And if right now with the Game Boy Advent, my project for December, currently pretty much every single video that I've put out so far had at least 10 views.
Nice.
Which is, for someone of my size basically, that's great. Compared to my subscribers, it's not that big. And compared to like big creators, it's basically nothing. Because 10 in the global scheme is absolutely nothing. But it's something that makes me incredibly happy because my regular videos will most likely have like somewhere between 4 and maybe 10 views. But now I put something out, a project, and every single one of those has at some point over 10 views. I don't need a million views, I have 10 views and I'm so damn happy with it because it shows me that some people like it. Some people come across it and they do like it, some actually like it. But it goes around and a very select few see it and actually watch it.
Yeah, and there's also that, like, it's different levels of, like, first you have to get the person to notice you. Then they subscribe to you. And even when they're subscribed, often they don't watch right away. At least the small creators. So you still have to break that level after they subscribe to you.
Exactly.
Like, will they watch you? Like,
you have to keep them, basically. Keep them entertained, keep them here.
Yeah. Like, now, like, those 10 views are like the base, like, they're the ones now, like, the fans, like, they're the fans and they support your work, like, genuinely. Now you've reached that level with them of, they probably, I assume that not only you get those 10 views, but you also get a couple comments from people that come back and comment certain things.
Exactly.
So yeah, like, of course you would rather that. That's the real like support, like, because that I can go and make 99 other profiles and add 99 subscribers to you, but it's still just one person.
Exactly. It's that subscribers.
That number isn't always going to reflect, the real support. So
yeah, that's the thing. Like you said, I mean, I could set up a few accounts. I could make basically a view farm if I wanted to. Or a subscriber farm, but why would I? And one thing right now with my current growth of almost being at 600 subscribers. If anyone in the chat isn't subscribed yet, by all means, we are 4 subscribers away from 600. Just saying that.
Nice.
Just putting that out there. But why I bring that up is the current growth is mostly, and I would say actually 90%, due to the Pokemon or the TCG shorts. I do daily shorts, and as you might know, same with TikTok and all, the short algorithm on YouTube is weird. It's absolutely bonkers because you can. I will put out a short, and there is a pretty decent chance that in the next 2 or 3 days it will get into the algorithm, basically. It will get into the algorithm and people will suddenly see it. And I'm not only talking about 10 views. I'm talking about sometimes over 1,000 views. I had a one short where I actually pulled a Charizard. That got up to, I think, 8,300 views in like 3 days. And I know that many subscribers right now are just coming because of the shorts, because I put out daily shorts. And if that's something that interests people, you subscribe, you watch a short, maybe 2. I have my short, what's it called? Playlist. And you can just keep watching them. You don't have to interact with my regular content because I post daily shorts. So I know, if I actually wanted to grow faster right now, I could just go and like say fuck my regular stuff, like screw it. I'm just gonna go with shorts. I could do that.
Yeah.
And it would probably give me even more like subscribers because, like, say you found me through shorts, and you are only interested in shorts, and then you see, okay, he puts out daily shorts, but he also does quite a lot of other stuff that I don't care about. So maybe I won't subscribe to him. You know what I mean? And so I know if I would just post shorts and nothing else, I would gain more followers. But then I would only post shorts and not do the stuff that I actually want to do, which is these gaming things. Not to say that I don't want to do shorts. I actually very much enjoy them. But it's just...
you don't want to be a one-trick pony.
Exactly.
You know?
It's an active thought of mine. I could do it, but I don't want to do it, so why would I?
Yeah.
And that's...
Yeah, and like people as human beings have multiple sides, you know? Like, not everyone's gonna like everything about a person, and like...
Exactly.
So, like, keep trying the stuff that you like, because you're gonna find multiple people that like what you like and also happen to hate what you hate. So
exactly.
And it's crazy how you spoke about the shorts, how like so the response you say is kind of like delayed, like you'll post it, but then after a little bit is when all the views will come in.
Exactly. It's not immediate. It's in the first 1 to 3 days, I would say. If by that time it really doesn't take off, then it's most likely that it won't take off anymore. Yeah, I mean, there are a few outliers where it's I suddenly gain a massive amount of views on a short that was out like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. But normally when it's not in the first 3 or 4 days, then it's probably not gonna take off. That's just
that's
weird.
Yeah. Well, so because like I feel like on TikTok, it's also like a short video platform. Like, I guess you'll see it kind of the same thing. Like, you'll see the bigger posts have come out like 2 or 3 days ago.
Yep.
And then, then if you follow people, you'll see their posts, but they're like a week older. Or they'll show you a post from a week ago, even though they posted something newer. So exactly. I want, like, if apps plan that, if they plan, like, kind of put you in like a queue or something, like in a line where they're pushing you through a certain way. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's something. It helps if you know stuff like that. It helps if you understand basically what the platform wants. It helps if you know what basically what YouTube promotes. And then there are people who can manipulate that, or rather, I mean, you know Mr. Beast, right?
Yeah.
He has been at it for, I think, over 10 years. and he does. He started with the most random stuff. Like one video was him. I don't know if it was a live stream, but it was a video of him counting to 100,000. That's it. Just him counting to 100,000. Which, let's face it, that's weird. But it gained views because people were curious. And he tried, he says in many interviews, he tried pretty much everything he could, like all different kinds of content, and uploaded every day, every 2 days, just to see how much better his views get if he either does it daily or twice a week or whatever. And he experimented a lot, and he kept on experimenting it. And that's the main reason why he's so big right now. Not because he gives away that much money and all, but just because he found out what YouTube favors. And he keeps on putting in the time to find out what YouTube favors, which is something I gotta say I wouldn't want to put in that time. That is something if I know something will perform better, sure, that's not bad to know. But I wouldn't want to keep going and going and going just to see what sticks. Because I much rather do stuff that I like and get less views than to forcibly basically increase my views, if you know what I mean. But for him, he wanted to do that. Sorry, what?
Didn't he finish high school? Did he finish high school or?
I couldn't tell you right now.
I feel like I feel like it was in an interview or something. He either it was whether deciding to go to college or I don't know if he stopped high school early just to do YouTube full time.
Possibly, yeah.
But yeah, I know that he's at least been doing it since he's been in high school as a teenager and stuff. So yeah, that's insane.
Exactly, and it's just he set himself a goal. He wanted to do it. He did it, and that's amazing. Because again, that's still something that he wants to do. But that's something that not everyone can do. And many people want to do it the same way as him, but faster. And we all know with pretty much everything in life, there are, people will say there are no shortcuts in life. Oh, there are multiple. But if you don't know them, or if you're not at the right place in the right time, they don't benefit you. So, by that I mean you can get rich quickly. You can get noticed quickly. You can grow your channel quickly if you know how, or if you do the things that are necessary to do it. But it's always a question do you want to? And in my case, it's no.
People get lucky all the time too, people do get lucky, but I don't think people realize how small of a percentage that is.
Exactly.
Literally how small of a percentage that you either the people that you see in the media on YouTube or streaming or gaming or doing it big have either been doing it for the past 10 or more years.
Yep. Or we're really, really lucky.
Have rich parents. Have rich parents that they have just been, they were just use the money to promote themselves or do ads or whatever.
Exactly.
So it's so minute, the amount of people that just get lucky and happen to do it quick. It never happens quick.
Exactly. And I mean, let's say Twitch streamers or whatever, the big ones, or YouTubers. Let's say the biggest content creators with the multi-million subscribers. There are quite a few of those. Not a small amount, but the percentage compared to the rest of the world. How many of the over 8 billion people on the planet are actually as successful there? Because if you just see it as a platform, if you just see it as YouTube as a small ecosystem, then there are a lot of people who make a lot of money with it. But if you see it as the whole thing, in the world, then it's just a almost neglectable amount of people. Like, it's almost a neglectable amount of people who can actually live from YouTube. And
Yeah, it's not as many as you think.
exactly. If you just watch it as on YouTube, yeah, that's quite a big number. But in general, you have to face how actually incredibly small that number is, and how lucky those people were to be at the right time, at the right place, at the right time. Like the first people who did Let's Plays, basically. Like, there is a big German YouTuber called Gronk, great guy, all around fascinating stuff, great voice and all. And he was one of the first who made it big in Germany with Let's Plays.
Oh, wow.
Just because he started early. He was always interested in gaming. He, I think, was a gaming journalist or something like that. And he started when it basically became a small trend to do that. And that's why he has now a big audience and all, because he's been at it for an enormous amount of time. And he was one of the big ones early because he was there. And many others would have like laughed and said, oh, you're gonna play games for people who watch you on the PC? Why would anyone watch that?
Strangers on the internet.
Exactly. Why would anyone watch that? And same with, I don't know, basically, let's say a rapper who says, I think I want to try this rap stuff. And in the early days, it was like, why, what? That's people saying that's not real music, or that's stupid, or I don't know what. But if you keep at it, and if you're lucky, you can actually grow with that. And it's a lot of luck based, basically.
To add on to that, how you mentioned like how many people all over the world watch YouTube. Like, I think people also kind of limit themselves, like how vast you can reach. You know, like people will get a couple views and be like, oh, I didn't reach anybody. But you're only thinking about the language that you speak, like those viewers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm pretty sure Mr. Beast, along with a bunch of other YouTubers, did that, where they transcribed their videos to different languages.
Yeah, exactly. There's some big channels who have their own channels, but in Spanish.
Yeah,
because it's just like a big potential audience.
Big world.
Yeah,
like, and so, like, I know, especially how you mentioned rappers or musicians or, you know, any type of creators. I've heard a lot of them be like, oh, you know, like, I've been doing this for X amount of years and no one likes my stuff, you know, no one does any of that. And I'll always tell them, like, have you tried it in Spanish? Have you tried it in, you know, Japanese? Have you tried it in something else? Like, something really, really out there? Like, you don't know who likes your stuff. You, like, try a different language if that's really what you want to get to reach more people. You know, I feel like that's what more people need to do, is try it out with different languages, like different I guess how you said ecosystems, you know, like
exactly.
You might be huge in another place. Like, I actually on TikTok, I posted a song of mine, Ultraman. I don't know if you know that one.
I know the name. I just couldn't tell you if I've listened to it or not.
Well, that song has like 450 like videos with the song in the background.
Oh wow.
But none of them aside from mine are American. Absolutely none of them. Yeah.
Interesting.
They're from, and I can't tell you from where in, like, I think it's like an Asian country is the only thing that I can like see from there, just because of the language that they put in the captions and stuff, or the language that they'll sometimes speak. But and there's a certain part of the region in the world, and I guess Ultraman is so big, like, you know, Spider-Man big over there, that there's people that will repost it with my song, and it'll just be, you know, some people will have birthday cakes of Ultraman, or
Oh,
some
yeah,
people like it'll be a little kid that has an Ultraman shirt or something. Like,
Gotcha.
it's crazy. Like,
Yeah.
I can't tell what any of the videos say or what the captions are, but that I'll like screenshot you. Like, all those videos have my song behind them, and I have
That's
no
awesome.
idea what they mean. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
But you know you've reached the people, and it's the same. One thing that I like about your music that stands out to me is like with rap, you can go the, let's say, cliche rap, the cliche rap way of just being like, yeah, I rap about money, bitches, and my success, even if I don't have it. And or you can just go completely different. And I mean, you have a lot of you mentioned Pokemon quite a lot. You mentioned kaijus quite a lot in certain songs. I mean, Daikaiju, the first, like the album alone mentions kaiju. And I mean, you got one of my favorite songs of you is Higher, which, for everyone who hasn't heard it, has the Team Rocket theme song from the first anime season, for the first Pokemon anime season, samples the Team Rocket song, which is just something that stands out. Because it's not
that's
just
one of my favorite songs, dude. The Team Rocket
so
song.
great. I listen to it quite a lot, and both your version and the remix version with all the other rappers, because they're both really great, and that's just something that that stands out. And I mean, it was, I think, in Higher where someone mentions League of Legends. In this League of Legends, I'm the #1 faker. And it's just something that I listen to.
Yeah.
I hear that, and I'm like, oh, League of Legends. Got that. I understand that reference. And it's like with modern or many current rappers, I don't listen to too much rap. All in all, I do enjoy it. But with current rappers, some of them I really just listen to 1 or 2 songs, and I'm like, nah, it's not for me, because it's just basically the same topics over and over, just with different words. And then someone comes along and does something completely different, and that's just something that keeps me hooked.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot like streaming, how we mentioned, like, anybody can do it.
Yeah.
You know, like, anybody can grab a mic nowadays and start. And I think because of that, now that, you know, everyone started rapping or making music, like, even your friends that were the nerds in school or whatever growing up are now rapping about all the nerd stuff that they like, you know. And I know huge groups of, like, collective people that do that, you know, or will do that about anime, or will only do that about video games or certain cartoons. Like, now that anyone can rap, now, you know, the nerds are and I hate saying nerds. I don't mean nerds in a derogatory term.
Nerds are the positive.
But
nerds
culture,
became positive.
That culture of, you know, media culture of liking cartoons and video games and all that stuff. Like, now they can express themselves in a way that I feel like either wasn't available, attainable, or, you know, if you were rapping about Pokemon 10, 15 years ago, you know, you'd probably get made fun of and you'd stop, you know, like, very few of those people are still continuing to doing it, and the ones that are still doing it are the ones that are, you know, now making it big, how the YouTubers are, you know. I know people that have been rapping about Pokemon for the past 10 years that now have millions of streams on their Pokemon, about their music about Pokemon, and switch that up.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it's I think it's good, like I said, because now more people can express themselves. But like you said, now you have to find the ones that are different. If that's what you like, you want to find the ones that are different and talking about different stuff.
Exactly.
But a lot more people, I think, nowadays are more experimental.
Yeah.
And so, like, if you grew up watching, you know, only Studio Ghibli movies, and you just happen to learn how to rap, you're gonna be a Studio Ghibli rapper, and someone one day will be like, I wonder if there's rap about Studio Ghibli, and they'll find a Studio Ghibli rapper. So it's good and bad. Like I said, I love that people are more expressive. I myself I'm not too into it, just because I'm not too into watching shows or anime or video games or anything. But I do love how passionate that people that do it, I love how passionate they are, because they'll rap about the Attack on Titan or something, and you'll feel like you're in the kingdom or whatever it's called, with the walls and stuff.
Of course. It's just,
it's so fun.
And not to say that like doing the same that others do is a bad thing, because there are absolutely enough people who do basically, let's call it non-original stuff, because just many others do it. And I mean, I'm a huge fan of shonen manga and anime, where basically the plot is always the same. You always have your main character who is either starts as worse than the rest and then becomes way better than the rest, or starts out with like a gift for something. And it's always the same. It's always power of friendship. It's always becoming better. There's always a tournament arc in those stuff, in those animes, mangas, stuff like that. And I still love it. I still love it because it's something that I know. I basically know what will happen, but that's a positive about it. Like, that's something that I can look forward to. And then there are other animes that are completely different from that, and I can appreciate them for being different. So it's not always that you have to do something different. It's just, it's sometimes better or easier to get noticed when you do something different. Like people who have a specific, inside joke for streams, or this streamer always does, X and Y on their stream. Or there was a League of Legends YouTuber, Snoopy, who was a pro, and then he was going like to Twitch or YouTube, not sure which one. And he had a series called Getting Fit with Snoopy. He was a pretty, I would say a pretty buff dude. And he would play a game, and every time he died in the game, he would do 5 push-ups. And every time, he killed someone, who would do later like 5 curl-ups or whatever. Like he would just do something, some activity. And that's...
Be active, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just something... it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch him do that. It's fun to know, okay, I watch his stuff, and although I want him to win, I basically hope he will lose. I basically hope he will die in the game, just so that he will have to do his stuff. And that's just basically having a theme to your content.
Yeah, and like, yes, there's a consequence, but it's not a bad one,
Exactly.
Like, it's not like hurting himself. Like at the very end, if he loses, he still helps his body.
Exactly.
If he doesn't lose, he's having fun.
And it's something he set for himself. Like it's a goal he set for himself, not something he has to do because someone else wanted him to do it or whatever. And it's the same with everything. Like it's always more interesting to see people enjoying their stuff. I much rather go to like a live concert, once live concerts are a thing again, when there's a band where you feel like, okay, they do it out of fun. Yes, they pay their bills with it, but they do it out of fun, and they still are having fun after, years of playing. Than to just have a band come on stage, play their set, go off, that's it. Know what I mean?
Yeah, and people care more when they like it, like you can tell, like actually last night, Allison and I were watching videos of Steve Irwin, the crocodile.
Oh yeah.
And
he loved his stuff.
You can just tell how much he loves, the conservation of animals and stuff. Like when people really pour their heart out to something,
it shows.
They're not the same as everyone around them. You can tell that there's something different because they've been, honing their skills and putting their time and love into that passion that they have. And And like I feel like nowadays it's easier for people to get distracted, so it's a little bit harder for people to find their passion and what they're good at. But being able to kind of stray away and figure out your own stuff, being able to experiment is the best thing, that you have the freedom to experiment. You know, you can just get on Google and look up whatever you want.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's beautiful seeing people that are actually passionate about what they do, because those are the people that I like being around and seeing, because those are the type of people that inspire me to keep going and keep wanting to, you know, put stuff into my passion, and not as a competitive thing, because I feel like most of the time I'm not even in the same ballpark as the people that I see, you know, being passionate about the stuff.
Yeah.
So there's no competition. You know, you only want them to be successful, and the more success that they gain, inspires you to keep going. You know, the next day to keep doing what you do and what you're passionate about. I love seeing people like that.
Because at the end of the day, I mean, if you want to, like, basically see someone do whatever they do only for money, then you can just talk to any person who works. Like, some people are fortunate enough to work something that they love, but like, you can just go talk to anyone who works and doesn't really like isn't fulfilled in their work, because they do stuff over and over and over again just for the money. And if you treat your content exactly the same, like just doing stuff over and over and over just to get the most amount of views, just to get the most amount of money, that shows. And that's like having someone else that you can watch, that you can talk to, who actually does stuff that they enjoy, like you say, just like making music, like doing content creation or whatever, and you see that they like it. It's just something completely different, of course, because it's something that they chose to do that makes them happy. Like I don't make money from my YouTube channel. I make money from working. But if I had to choose one of the two, of course I would choose my YouTube channel. Of course I would choose content creation, because that's something I'm at least some kind of passionate about. While work is just there to get the money. And if I were to treat this channel as just a means to get money, like, I know I could grow it faster. I know I could grow it more. But if I wouldn't enjoy it, then it would be the same as if I were just saying, okay, I quit YouTube and concentrate on my work.
Yeah.
Like that would just...
And I mean, you see it all the time. Like, you see it all the time when millionaire celebrities are like, oh, I'm so unhappy. You know, like, they're wiping their tears off with $100 bills.
With huge stacks of money,
With huge stacks of money, you know? Like, that's how you know that they what they were doing wasn't their passion. Like, how are you gonna have all that wealth and still not find yourself, you know? Like, and then like, then they don't want to give it away. Then, you know, like, half the time when you're unhappy is you haven't given away things, you haven't given away time, or you haven't given away a bit of yourself to other people, and so they're not fulfilled. Like, there's such a feeling of fulfillment when you are able to gift someone anything.
Yeah.
You know, and you can tell how selfish, you know, these rich celebrities are, because, you know, they're unhappy and they have all they could want, you know. So I think to myself all the time, you know, like, what if I was a millionaire or rich, and would I still be as unhappy as them, you know? Like, because now I'm the opposite. Obviously, I'm not a millionaire.
Yeah.
And I'm the happiest I've ever been, you know? Like, I'm rich. In my head, I'm rich. Like, I'm rich with emotion. I'm rich with fulfillment. Because, you know, I have not only the opportunity, but how do I say it? Like, it's not a given that I could do what I can do every day.
Exactly.
You know, I'm lucky, you know, I didn't wake up deaf today or blind or anything could have happened. Like, I'm lucky to be able to do what I do. So
Exactly.
that's why
know the people you know, have the people in your life that you have.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's why I put myself into the passion. And, you know, like I said, it sucks for the people that are rich and unhappy, you know, sucks for them, but, you know, we're going to do what we have to do to help, you know, ourselves and our family and be able to give time to our passion, you know, like people like us.
Yeah. And you see it around the world, like specifically talking about the rich, the less people have, the more likely they are to help each other. Like I've been to Guatemala for half a year because a friend's family comes from Guatemala, and it's fascinating how friendly, how what's the word I'm looking for, when you're a guest somewhere and people are friendly towards you, hospitable, I think, and just how overall helpful people are there. And I mean, of course, there are richer people in Guatemala, there are poorer people there, but in general, like, the main population isn't really rich. And I live in Austria. We are a pretty damn rich country in the grand scheme. But people there are so much more, or at least seem so much more happy than, like, our capital here in Austria is Vienna. And Vienna gets voted like most livable city, basically. Or one of the most livable cities in the world. But the people are among pretty rude, pretty sad, and overall not among the happiest people. Just because, like, it's, we got stuff. We have quite a lot of stuff. But it's just the basic happiness is different than in other parts of the world. And with a let's say a millionaire, billionaire, whatever. I mean, not to say that all of them are miserable, or some are pretty sure really happy. But in general, many people with way less are, I would say, way happier than them.
Agreed. Yeah, dude. And it's the same here in America. Like, you see it all the time. Actors and you know, and even at a lower level with people that live in some of the more, like, expensive neighborhoods and stuff. Like, you see them and they're still all bitter and you know, everything bothers them and stuff. Like, it's just crazy, like I said. And I think that has to do with the kind of empathy that you learn as you gift something of yours to someone else. Yeah. Like, I love giving stuff away. Like, when I have friends over, I love just giving them some random stuff that I have, just because, like I said, it fulfills me just that little bit, you know? Like, yeah, and they might go ahead. It might like, they might like it. They might like it more than you do. Like, the stuff you give them, they might need it or whatever. It might just be something that's more for them than for you, and you get the fulfillment of giving them, of helping them in any way, shape, or form. And that's just something that's always a great thing. Yeah, for real. No, it's crazy. Like I said, hopefully, you know, I fantasize and hopefully I see myself, you know, with a lot of money and of course, being happy, you know, not having to deal with unhappiness. But I think that has to do with, like, the stuff that I've done now to, like, figure myself out and figure what makes me happy right now. Exactly. You know, I also think that some of those people are kind of thrust into the media and become big or rich or whatever, having not yet figured themselves out, you know, especially I feel like every day celebrities are getting younger and younger. Oh, yeah. You know, it's just 16, 17, 18-year-olds getting famous. And I am nothing like the person I was when I was 17 or 18. Exactly. So, and it took a lot for me to, like, figure myself out in between then and now. So I also think that's part of it, where they don't get the chance to kind of have a normal life for them to see the type of person they are.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And as you say, I mean, I would love to have like millions. Absolutely, I wouldn't mind having millions of dollars or euros in my case. I wouldn't say no, because some people actually say no. I would say no to that, and I'm like, okay, cool, great. Like that's if you know, basically you wouldn't want to have that amount of money. You don't want to have that amount of responsibility. I can totally understand that, but I would absolutely love to have that. And of course, I would do stuff for me with it, but most of it I would probably give away. I would have just way more chances of helping people with it. Like right now, I'm streaming to get money for someone else, not me, because I don't need it. I mean, I would take it, but I don't need it. I'm living a good life. I'm living a great life, like, to be honest, and others aren't. And that's I with many people, I would like to help people more, but everyone has their limit. Everyone has their capacity, basically. Like, I can't just give someone a better life by handing them a few $1,000s because I don't have them.
Yeah.
But I can. I do have a few like things, a few charities that I monthly basically give money to. I do stuff like this just because that's something I can do. And I think if I had more money, I could do more. If I had more reach with this channel, I could do more. Like that's one of the reasons why I want to grow this channel, to be able to help others. Not just monetary, but like we said, promoting smaller content creators because I like what they do, because they like what they do. Promoting friends, stuff like that. That's something that I really want to do. And like having something like this, like Thankmas, where I could just say, guys, I want to do this, who's with me? And then have a lot of people being like, okay, sure, I'm in, I'll do it. And that's basically my main goal for this channel, is to do stuff for people. And that sounds so fake right now, but you know.
No, dude.
Just...
I was about to say, like, talking about like richness and money and stuff. I feel like it reminds me of Captain America, how they say that super soldier serum only like amplifies the person you are. Like, if Captain America was a bad person, he would have been a bad person.
Yeah, he would have been a
super soldier.
Yeah,
you know, he just happened to have good ideals and you know, a good head on his shoulders.
Exactly.
And yeah, like how you said that there are millionaires that do help out and, you know, do kind of offset the scale of where millionaires that don't do anything and are miserable.
Yeah.
You know, so I'd love millions too. I would like to hope that I help out, you know, people as much as I could, because I feel like I try to help out now, but you know. But
you can only do so much with what you have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you have to have them understand that I can help you today. Like, I can help you for today and do what I can today, but I can't help your whole life, you know, like change your life, like you said. No, hopefully we'll get as close as possible.
Yeah, it's a goal, basically.
Yeah,
that's always a great thing. Like, by the way, the reason why I was in Guatemala, like, again, a friend's family comes from there, or part of his family, and that's a story about like giving and working for other people, because his grandfather is from Austria, and he went to Guatemala many years ago. I would say, like, when he was in his 20s, maybe in his 30s, I can't remember. And there he basically fell in love with the country. Like, he went there because, if I remember correctly, he was damn it, I forgot, but I think he was a teacher, and he just couldn't find anywhere to teach right now. And then a friend like was like, hey, I heard that they were looking in Guatemala, and he was like, I mean, I'm from Austria. What should I do there? The guy said, I don't know, but I just heard they're looking for people, and they're actually paying quite well, because I mean, of course, if you're from overseas and stuff, great.
Yeah,
So
I'll take care of you.
Yeah, and so he went there basically on for a timed job, but he was so happy there, he loved the country, so he decided to come back over and over. Like, he still basically lives in Austria, but twice a year he spends a few months there. He just flies in between or around between Austria and Guatemala.
Wow.
And that's when his daughter then met a guy in Guatemala, which now they are the parents of one of my best friends. The reason why I went there then. And so there a family started, but the grandfather with friends of his started a school in Guatemala, a basically Austrian school in Guatemala, and they built a house for kids, basically like a dorm for the kids in the school, with a poor background, like people who cannot afford regular dorms or housing or whatever could send their kids there for quite little money, just because it gets help from basically all over the globe, and from Austria, from people who can donate money, and just people and kids who couldn't normally afford education could get help there, which is something that is very admirable. And
wow.
They were like when I was in school, we had his grandfather came to our school and talked about the school up there, and told us how we could help, how you could, like, if you got the money and want to, you could basically it's not adoption, but it's, when you send monthly money to someone, you know what I mean?
Like foster a little bit.
Yeah, something like that, exactly. Where you basically foster a child over there. Okay, I got the expendable income, exposable income. You know what I mean? Something with income. I got more than I need for myself, so I can give some of that to someone who actually really needs it. And he still, to this day, he's quite old at this point, but he still does it. He still loves it, because he's there for the people, and that's something that I think is really admirable. Because otherwise those kids couldn't, or could very almost couldn't, like they would have it way harder than they have it, because of him and a few people who are like, I'm doing great, why should other people not do great?
And especially at that distance, like from Austria to Guatemala, like...
Exactly.
Wow.
I think, if I remember correctly, it was a 12 or 14 hour trip to get there. Like, first get to Vienna, then from Vienna to Madrid, and from Madrid to Guatemala, it was quite a travel. So not something you do just for a day trip.
Yeah, for real. Yeah. A couple day trips.
Yeah. And he was also nice enough. I didn't have to pay rent when I was there. We lived basically in his grandfather's house, who was only there while we were there for like a month or two. And the only thing was, we keep the house clean by the time, in the time we're there. And we help in the dorms. Like, we helped with like English homework, or even did English lessons over there, because why not? And just helping out whatever they need, and then we don't have to pay for our stay, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Like, if I were 6 months there in a hotel, holy shit, I would be broke.
For real. How different was the food, like from Austria to Guatemala?
I would say pretty different, but only to a certain point. Like, there is this cliche that white people don't season their stuff, and yes, it was more seasoned there, And it was the kitchen there, basically, like the food there was, I would say, simpler, but in a very good way. Like,
Yeah.
it was just, while here you could have, I don't know, this and that with a side of whatever, and then this salad and, I don't know, second entree. And there it's just like, okay, you got chicken and beans or whatever, like this
Yeah.
side dish, and that's it. That's what you get, and it was amazing. It was always really, really good, and just I was doing really good there. I felt great. The food was good. I was somewhat of a picky eater, which, being in Guatemala for half a year, helped me with that, where I was not as picky anymore, of course. And one thing that was great is the meat that they ate the most was chicken, and I love chicken, so
Yeah.
I'll take it.
The food is very like from the land, you know, like
Yeah,
if you have the time, like the vendors and stuff, like got all the ingredients from, you know, around their property or whatever, their land, like
exactly.
it's very, very like not but like you said, simple, you know, like
Yeah,
there are not a lot of Mexican picky eaters, I'll say that. Like
yeah,
I've been offered like tacos that were literally just bugs and cheese, you know, like
yeah,
it's crazy. And you know, you'll find people that love it, you know, like these are the best bugs we got.
yeah,
It's crazy. And I mean, it also makes you appreciate, you know, like appreciate the stuff you do have. And I love like the what's it called, just the cultures coming like together, you know.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure after you came back from that trip, you know, you start thinking about ways of changing your food a bit, you know, to see if it inspires or if you had any inspirations from Guatemala.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just
That's amazing.
It was an amazing experience, and I'm very, very happy and fortunate that I could experience it. I mean, again, I'm fortunate to have been able to afford that, because I basically paid for the trip myself.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, it's from money that I got from my parents over time, but overall,
you saved up for.
but it's still, it came from my own money, and I'm in a place. Again, Austria is a very rich country overall, so I was in the fortunate position to be able to do that, which not everyone can say about themselves.
Of course.
Like the people who say, "Oh, you should travel the world because it's so amazing what you can learn," and then like say that to someone who has to think about what they eat that day because they can't afford anything.
Yeah, for real.
So chances in life are great if you can take those chances. Like if you can actually do that. And I'm in the fortunate position to be able to do that. And it was an amazing time, especially since again I was there with a friend. It's just
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
I
awesome, dude.
really love that.
Oh yeah. Well, I got a couple more minutes, brother. If I don't know if you wanted to talk about anything else to close out.
Oh yeah. Gotta say, I sent you the questions that I basically had prepared in case we didn't have anything to talk about. I think we naturally came across pretty much everything.
Kind of went over everything naturally. You're right.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but one thing that I actually wrote down and I want to ask you, which kind of fits the topic. What is your goal? Like, of course, I mean, we could talk about, yeah, you want to be the, I don't know, greatest rapper ever or whatever. But like, what is your goal where you say you work towards that and you feel it's achievable?
Right now,
Yeah.
I think it's been my goal for a year or two now. It's getting closer to like sustaining myself and now my family through art, or through
yeah.
art and music, like being able to create and being able to pay the bills through creating is like it's a crazy feeling, like
Yeah.
I'm still working on being able to pay more bills through creation, but the one that I can right now, like I used to not be able to, first of all.
Yeah.
So now it feels good that I can, which means like I'm doing something right, so my goal is to just get closer to that. I don't want to be a millionaire. Obviously I would love to, but right now I want to make as much money as it takes to support, my family, my family around, aside from my wife, my parents and siblings. So just working closer to that goal, and also being creative with it, trying to figure out creative ways to change it up and like we said, keep putting coins in that slot and maybe we'll hit it big.
Gotcha. That's an admirable goal. That's
hopefully, like I said, and luckily, like I said, I know I'm doing things right because I continually want to learn new stuff. Like a couple months ago, I just started with animation.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Your first music video, right? You put out your first animated music video.
I've now dropped 2
was
of
amazing.
them. Appreciate that, dude. I've dropped the second one
nice.
last month or maybe less than a month ago. But like, if you told me I was dropping animated videos a year ago, I wouldn't believe you, because like I said, it was so hard for me to like even start sometimes.
Yeah.
And to like teach myself to get over that that fear, but like it doesn't exist. It's a non-existent fear that I put into myself.
Yeah.
As soon as I started animating, I couldn't stop, like I loved doing it, and I loved being able to show people a new way that I see my art, a new way of presenting.
That's amazing, yeah.
Yeah, so just continuing, to level up, I guess, overall.
That's a good way of putting it, yeah. And it's always the fear of starting is real. Like many people have that problem, and again, I also struggled with it quite a lot. It took me way longer than it should have to start this channel back then, or to just start different things, or stream for the first time on the channel, because I always thought to myself, yeah, but why would people watch me? What if people make fun of me? What if nobody watches? Stuff like that. It's
yeah.
And then you do it, and then you see, okay, maybe people watch you, maybe people don't. Like your music video, maybe people resonate with it, and maybe they don't. But it's no, like, even if they don't, of course it sucks, but it's no big deal, because it's still something that you put out, that you had fun doing, and something that you learned. It's still an experience that you had.
And every video, or I guess even every post, or whatever you make, every song, whatever you do, you realize like how not big of a deal it is when people don't see it. Like you start getting more comfortable over time, like that's the cool part, at least, that once you start realizing very quickly that, okay, yeah, you're right, it's not a big deal. I thought I was jumping off a cliff when I was just stepping off a curb.
That's a good way of putting it, yeah. I mean, I was pretty like over the last days I wasn't nervous about the stream, and then today, like an hour before I started, I was like, oh no, stream.
Started getting the jitters.
Yeah, kinda. But at the end of the day, why? Like, I'm doing basically the same that I'm doing very often, with like just talking in an empty, or in a lonely room is wrong, but talking in my room with no one around, just talking to the camera. And this time there is someone else in this case you, and then later on another guest, like basically behind that camera. But otherwise, it's exactly the same. I'm playing a game, I'm talking while doing it. There is really no difference. And I've streamed before, so it's not like, oh no, this is my first stream ever and I'm afraid I'm doing something different. No, it was just the idea there is someone else there. But then again, like I said, I already did all of that. It's nothing new. And there's no pressure behind it. Because if we raise the goal of $200, that's amazing. If we don't, then we don't. That doesn't mean that there is no. That means that there is. That doesn't mean that there is no money being raised. Like we are at $164 right now, which is $164 more than if I hadn't streamed. Yeah. Basically, and it's just something that there is absolutely no pressure behind all of this, except for the pressure that I'm putting on myself. And when I thought about that, it was like, oh yeah, all the pressure went away because, of course, it's just another stream.
Yeah, and I think, most people get that little fear right before, like comedians or musicians or performers or streamers.
Like of course,
we'll get that little moment of fear right before, but like when you're on camera, when you're on stage, like that's when you like come alive, or that's when you're like you're not the you were before. You're Renegade Cactus right now when you press record. So yeah, dude, and this is speaking to like your own grind that I've seen as an outsider. Like I think over time I wasn't just an artist that you just commissioned. I actually wanted to support the stuff that you were doing, because I don't support everyone that I do commissions for.
Yeah,
like sometimes I'll just do a commission and we'll move on with our life. That happens, which is that's every day. Sure. But actually seeing you keep going, not only like I don't think people realize how difficult it is to even just keep going, to tend to that channel and to keep like figuring out new stuff to do, it's very inspiring, like I said earlier, and I love because I'll see growth and you can tell like, oh, these people paid some bots, or you get growth and like, oh, this dude definitely made a couple other profiles because they all say the same thing or something.
Yeah, of course.
But what I see from you is all authentic and real, dude. So and your causes are good, like this very stream, you do good stuff with your channel. So I love what you're doing, dude, and I know I've seen you multiply your following tenfold.
Yeah,
and I know that you're gonna do that again, dude. I know that you're gonna do that again.
Thanks, man. Much appreciated. I commissioned you for a piece for my 100 subscriber special, if you remember. Like it was this year that I commissioned a piece for my 100 subscriber special. Or was it end of last year? I'm pretty sure. I'm not quite sure. I was either this or last year. And I know I was at 150 sometime this year. And said basically jokingly that we're gonna go to 500 by the end of this year. And mostly because of you. Like seriously because of you. Because of your energy of just more, not in the negative way of I need more, we need more, but just do a little bit more. You just go the extra mile, put out more, and as you say, be basically annoying in a positive way. And that's when I said, jokingly, with you in mind, all right, this year, by the end of the year, 500. Because at that point, I thought to myself, that's not possible when I was just at 150. I knew that I would get to 500 eventually, but I thought not in this year.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know what? Let's do a goal, like a weird goal, a impossible goal, just something so we can talk big. So I can talk big, like, yeah, of course we're gonna hit the 500. And now it's almost the end of the year and we're close to 600. And that's,
dude.
It's just it amazes me. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely the fault, quote unquote, of the shorts. Like without the shorts, I wouldn't be at that point. I know that. But it's still growth that I had on the channel. It's still subscribers that I have on the channel. It's still a number that I was sure that we wouldn't hit. And that's fascinating. It's like, it's, as you say, the grind is real, but I don't see it as a grind. I don't see it as a grind to work on. It's just something that I do because I enjoy it, and it works. It works in very small steps, but it works. And it will keep growing. As you say, we will multiply. We will multiply that those numbers. We probably won't get to 10,000 next year. Absolutely not. But we will continue to grow. We'll continue to multiply as long as I have fun with it. And I am absolutely having fun with it. Like,
hell yeah, dude. And hey, you never know, dude. Like you said it jokingly to 500, and look at you now, dude. So
exactly.
It's like honestly,
it's weird.
Like, I'm proud of you, dude. I'm proud.
Thanks, man.
Of seeing your growth, and I know I'm gonna continue to not only support you but be proud of all the stuff that you do.
Yeah, same goes back to you, because seeing you work on your stuff, having fun with your stuff. Again, your animated music video was really great. Like I watched it. I liked the song. I liked the video, and it's just great to see. And then only after I watched it, I realized that you wrote that you animated it. Because first I was like, oh yeah, first animated video, as in, okay, the first of your videos animated. And then I realized after reading it again, wait, you did it. You did that, like all of it. And that's just something, it's amazing to see. It's nice to see others succeed. And as you said, you don't keep in touch with everyone who commissioned you. I would say, like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say we're friends, right?
Yeah. Oh,
like,
yeah, dude. Hell
absolutely. Because I still keep, like, I still write you every now and then. We write on Twitter every now and then. Congratulate you. Like, of course, I share your stuff and all, but I mean, I actually DM you every now and then. Be like, hey, man, how's it going? What's new in my life? This is what's new in my life. Like, what's happening with you? And that's just something, as you say, it's great to hear that you're proud of me. Like, that's something that I think everyone likes to hear from other people. And I can give it only back. I'm proud of you for doing what you're doing. I'm proud of you for just keeping it up, keep doing it. It's just amazing to see your growth as well.
Thank you, dude.
And we'll both only keep growing from now on.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Exactly, only way to go is up.
Hell yeah, man. Well, I appreciate talking to you, man, and I appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming.
The chat was awesome. I love talking to them too. Like,
can I just? Sorry, I know you're based.
From what I'm seeing, congrats on hitting the goal, dude.
What was just what I was saying? Yeah, someone donated with the name "You Are a Role Model." Donated $36 so that we now hit the goal of $200, and that's amazing. Thank you, whoever donated it. I'm pretty sure I know who it is, Lucas. And thank you for that, and thank you, Ray, for stopping by. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for staying that long. Like, damn.
Oh yeah, dude. Like, I honestly hadn't noticed how long we spoke up until
same,
I had to remind myself that I had errands to run and stuff, dude.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you.
It really was like, I love talking to you, dude. I loved all the stuff that we talked about. So
same.
We'll definitely have to do it again.
Absolutely. And also, one thing, I think, if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong, I did once do a collaboration with a friend, like not a YouTuber, just a friend, a real life friend. And I think you are actually the very first that I'm collaborating with on this channel. The very first person. After over 4 years. Like, I realized that. Just realized that beforehand, and it was like, man, it's awesome. Thank you for that.
Dude.
Thank you for stopping by.
Of course, man. It was great talking to you, brother. And
Same.
we'll talk soon. I'll probably still try to catch the rest of the stream as I finish up here. But yeah, dude, it was great
Sure
talking
thing.
to you, brother.
Same here. Got anything else you want to say to the people out there?
No, just thank you to everyone that stopped by in the chat. You know, I saw some people come and go, and thank you for everyone that's been here the whole time. Like we reached the goal. We freaking
Absolutely.
did it. So, and I know you're still gonna continue the stream. So
Absolutely.
I'm still gonna check back and see, you know, how much further you push it, dude. So
Yeah.
again, thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you, Renegade, for having me.
Sure thing.
If you guys want to check my art and music out, I'm Reymenn, Reymenn, on Spotify, YouTube, and any other music apps. And on Twitter and Instagram, I'm @_Reymenn. You guys can check out Pokemon art, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Kaijus.
You know, Kaijus for real, some serious Kaijus. And yeah, just thank you guys for having me.
Awesome. Before you go, 2 small questions before I let you go. One, because one of my friends is a huge kaiju fan. What is your favorite kaiju?
Destroya.
Destroyer.
So, yeah, it was actually the anniversary of Godzilla versus Destroya. He's this big red kaiju that actually kills Godzilla. Like, he murders Godzilla in his own movie.
Murders.
Yeah, Destroya
Hey.
is my favorite kaiju.
I have it's on the list. Like watching all the Godzilla movies, it's on the list.
Yeah.
And the last question before I let you go. Now that we hit the goal, what would you say the next goal should be? We got the
Dude,
200.
I mean, I guess let's go for another 100, dude. Let's try to go
make
to
it 3.
300.
Damn.
Yeah.
Let's make it 300. You heard the man. Save changes, and
Man,
that should technically... Yeah, it changed the goal here. And it changed it on the screen. Amazing. Let's
Hell
try
yeah,
it.
dude.
But yeah, thank you for stopping by. It was amazing. Will
Thank you,
absolutely
brother.
not be the last time we do anything together.
Of course not, dude. Of course not. Like any time you need me, bro. Like if I have the time, you know, I'll be there for you, bro.
Awesome. Same to you, if you ever need anything.
All right, brother. We'll talk soon, man. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. And have a good one.
Likewise.
Bye-bye. And we're back. Only us. Only me and you, camera. And the people behind the camera. And you know, I'm gonna sum this up in a few minutes, but first, I gotta press the be right back button. Did it work? Yeah. I needed to go to the toilet. I have needed to go to the toilet for quite a while. But I mean, we were just talking so well. See you in a minute. I'm back. Didn't know I could pee that long. Interesting. That be right back button can go. All right. Reymenn just texted me, dude, I needed to go to the toilet so bad too. yeah, I mean, I was about to say something like, hey, I need to go to the toilet, but then we were just talking, and it was great talking to you, so I thought, you know what, I can hold that in. I can still hold that in, and I could. And now I had to get it all out. But yeah, I think like that was amazing. I hope to you viewers it was as interesting as it was to me, because like I said, we are friends. We talk quite like a lot about many things, but that doesn't mean that like this is the first time, except for one test call, that we actually talked like in person to each other, or not in person, but you know what I mean. We actually talked and not written. And there's always the possibility, like no matter how much respect there is for each other, no matter how well acquainted you are, there's always the possibility that when you talk to each other, there is really not much to say, or not a whole lot. That maybe the chemistry for talking wise, or you know what I'm trying to say, I hope, that it isn't there. But I think it was actually great. I think we did really well. Lucas says that was great chat, really inspired me on a deeper level. That's awesome. Like, I knew that it was that the main focus would be on content creation, talking to Reymenn. Like, that's what we talk about oftentimes. And of course we do talk about each other's lives and all, but it's just we try to help each other when possible. We try to push each other, but in my opinion, not in a like unhealthy way, like me trying to make sure that he does everything he can do. Just encouraging each other to do stuff that we want to do. And simple stuff like liking each other's Twitter posts, or liking and retweeting, stuff like that, because that actually helps quite a lot as well. And that's why I'm very, very, very happy that we could work it out like this. We're happy that he said yes, he would do it. That he took time out of his day for this. Because, I mean, fun fact, he is, like, we have almost 7 p.m., which means for him it's almost 10 a.m. if I remember correctly. It's a 7-hour difference. So to have him here, have you here, if you're still in chat, Ray, thank you for that. Like, absolutely much appreciated. And also, since, I mean, I said that everyone who donates will get a monster named after them, I haven't kept up with like breeding monsters or hatching monsters in this, because I mean we were talking and I didn't want to do too much of that, and didn't want to stifle the conversation every time. Like, okay, that's a great point you have, but we have another monster here now. I just wanted to have it as free-flowing as possible. So if you have donated in the last 2 hours or so, by all means, it's almost noon for him. Am I thinking? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. It's almost noon for you because, of course, we are... The way we write, like, the way you write, the time differs from place on Earth to place on Earth. And while in America and all, you have AM, PM, here you just have from midnight to 12, and then it's 13, 14, 15, stuff like that. So while I was looking at the clock, it's now 18:48 right now. So minus 7, of course, 18 or almost 19, minus 7, 12, of course. But that I was thinking 7 minus 7. And then my brain didn't go to 12, but it went to 10. Like I was, as if it was 17. It doesn't really matter. Like I was wrong. It's almost noon for him, but still, awesome that you could take the time out of your day for this. And we're gonna get a bit more into Monster Sanctuary again, because I kept playing, but as we all saw, I mostly just ran around. So again, if anyone wants a monster named, just type in a name in chat, and I will choose one of the eggs that I have right now, because I want to switch my team around quite a bit. And also I really should look at the equipment, set some skills. So yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of team prep right now. So anyone who got a name, blurt it out in chat, and we'll see what we can do. Also in, I would say 40-45 minutes probably, there will be a second guest, the community manager of Moray Games, the studio behind Monster Sanctuary, which also very happy that he said he would do it, because I wrote Monster Sanctuary, like Moray Games, I wrote them on Twitter, I DM'd them being like, hey, here's what's gonna happen, I'm gonna do this stream, I'm gonna play Monster Sanctuary. I knew that I wanted to play Monster Sanctuary. It didn't have anything to do with them. I knew I wanted to play this game because it's amazing and very chill for the background, basically. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna shoot my shot, as they say, and try my best. I should name one Reymenn. That's true, although I don't know if anyone noticed. I actually named this one Ray as well, but yeah, we're gonna call someone Reymenn. And the one we're gonna name it the Mole Bear, because that's a monster that I never ever. I'm just eating breakfast right now, ready in more like 25 minutes. Awesome! Amazing! Thank you. Okay. Ray, this Mole Bear is for you. It's a monster that I have not used too much, but I always wanted to. So everybody, welcome to the team Reymenn. And we're gonna switch out Burp, because again, I like Burp, absolutely do. It's just not that useful. Let's see what Reymenn has to do, what Reymenn can do. Got Burrow, which applies Barrier to himself. Barrier is taking 20% less damage, so you deal damage and protect yourself. Amazing. Barrier can be stacked 2 additional times. Additional stacks are only half as strong, which means if you have 3 stacks of Barrier, it's like having 2 stacks of Barrier. Like you can stack it 2 times, but with 50% less. That's still amazing. You can have 3 Barrier stacks. Basically, 1 Barrier does 20%, so you receive 30% less. Let's learn everything for once. Critical hits regenerate mana, not bad. Every hit has a 10% chance to apply armor break. Ooh, yes, please. Critical hits apply bleed stacks, equal to 20% of the damage dealt. Deals damage at the start of the turn based on the applying attack, then half of the bleeding stacks are removed. Yes, please. So we want this guy to critically hit. Good to know. When enemies knocked out, spread half of their bleed stacks to remaining enemies. Oh yes. Thank you very much. To have here range, every time this monster takes a hit, it gains a charge stack. Charge stacks meaning that with the next attack you deal 3% more damage. And you can have, I think, an infinite number of charge stacks. This monster spends a turn without spending mana, it regains 25% of its max health and gains Barrier. Damn! Let's go with this first. Reymenn, you're amazing! Except it's the name with honor. Great. Okay, equipment. We want... Yeah, sure, you know what? Let's give it Qatar +2. We will probably give Qatar +1, yeah, to Mac. He still can use magic attacks, but he's just way better in physical attacks. Molebear is a nice offensive support. Yep, absolutely. I mean, basically a damage tank. I like damage tanks. Mana generation, health, crit chance. Yeah, we want crit chance, absolutely. I think we want something like health and crit chance. Don't mind if I do. And defense plus crit damage, not bad. Do we have anything good with crit chance? 11%. 45% crit chance. I won't complain. I absolutely won't complain. So yeah, in case anyone, in case you haven't noticed, Daniel Forney in the chat right now, that's our second guest who's eating his breakfast now, while it's almost 7 p.m. right here and it's so dark outside. And later on, when he's ready, we will have him as the second guest. Honestly, think I'm a mole bear in real life. I mean, let's just look at him. It's just, yeah, as the kids say, a mood. Nothing bad with being a mole bear. Alright, we're gonna... What do we do here? I do think we want better shielding here. Because why not? Cheese gets more critical damage. Oh no, first hit of an ability has a 20% increased critical chance, which we already have. So the first hit, sooner or later, will probably always critically hit, which is great. We're going to go down here a little bit, although I want more on the healing side, because that's a healing ability for everyone. This is just a better heal. Mr. Bordeley. Oh, Yowie. He has 10% of this monster's maximum health at the start of every turn. That's just amazing. And for later on, we'll use the Ice Storm. Hits all enemies 50% to apply chill. That's always great. Increase attack and magic by 1.5% of this monster's maximum health. We do have 1220 maximum health. That means 10% would be 122. That means 1% would be 12.2. So 1.5% would be 18, right? Yeah, 18 point something. Great, let's do this. 18 more attack and magic, which also increases because we increase each other with 10%. So that's awesome. Now, equipment. We gave him the Qatar. We could go with the Cestus because it would increase the magic and the defense. That's actually not bad. Or would be 8% crit chance. Yeah, no. Do we have anything that's better than 5% crit chance? We probably have crit damage. Like, crit damage is amazing, but first you want a better crit chance. That's 1%, that's not a whole lot. Crit chance plus 5, crit damage plus 15, so it has both? Defense, crit chance, crit chance, no. Yeah, no, right now we don't really have anything right here. But I think, yeah, here we don't have anything. So how about we just go... Hybrid items are good, magic and attack for lion. Yeah, exactly, because we do have the hybrid mastery. That gives both. So the Qatar, as I said... Yeah, you know what, screw it. Cestus, let's get both. It's a bit less crit chance, but we don't really play for complete min maxing. We just build them however we like, right? Where was I? Well, I wanted to do something. Oh yeah. Check out all the others. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to check out Mr. Bordeley's skills. Magic, magical, physical. Mostly physical with a little bit of magic. So... Cestus isn't bad. Yeah, let's go with the Cestus. Battering the enemy, we want more health. We want the most amount of health we can get right now. By the way, since we already have a vital ring... Oh, wait. Yeah, we already have Vital Ring +2, so we can't give it a Vital Ring +1 or a Vital Ring because you can't just have the same item over and over again. Defense, mana regeneration, defense, crit chance, more health, can't do that. Defense plus health, sure, why not? But yeah, one thing we're gonna do pretty soon. Wait, is the orb or the staff better? Crit chance or mana regeneration? We're gonna keep the mana regeneration because Mila really doesn't do any damage, so having a crit chance doesn't really do too much for it. Oh, here we still have something we need to give. Defense and crit damage, not a bad idea. Crit chance, crit damage. How much crit chance do we have? 25. Yeah. If you look at the Aoi's abilities, it's a healer which utilizes health for its healing ability. Yeah, it's a support tank. It's pretty amazing. How long will I stream today? Yeah, sooner or later, Daniel will come and join the stream. I don't know for how long. We will just keep talking. But I would say at least like 1 or 2 more hours. Not too much more than that, I think. But 1 or 2 more hours sounds doable, I would say. Okay, here we're gonna switch the kunai to the staff. Well, do we? That's only 10 points more. Yes, we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna do something. We're gonna run back. Gonna run back to the Keeper Stronghold. Ah, leave me alone. Because there is a blacksmith. I talked to him before, I just didn't say anything because, again, I was talking. But we got a blacksmith who can increase the levels of the equipment, so let's see out of our equipment what we can upgrade. And by the way, if you play this game, like, the way I'm playing this game is just completely for fun. Freaking church bells. The way I'm playing is just for fun. I'm not planning on completing this game with this save file. I'm not planning on doing PvP, which you can actually do. I'm just playing for fun, nothing else. So what I'm doing with equipment, with skills, is absolutely and 100% not ideal. Like, it's not the best you can do. But I'm just doing it the way I think is good. I mean, in this case, the staff goes from 40 magic attack to 60. And all the healing is magical, so let's go and do it. 90. Wizard Hat, no. I want Cestus. From 50 to 75, that's a lot. For this we need the Verdant Gem, which we don't have right now. We could increase the chances here, which isn't a bad idea. The Gauntlet. And you know what, since he is our main, our starter, let's increase everything he's got. Cestus, sure, let's do this. The rest is all not as needed. Let's just use it. I don't really plan on doing too much with all of this. It's just for the stream, so this might be a waste of material in some cases. Yeah, probably quite a waste of material, but I'm not trying to min-max. If you know what I mean, like, I just want to have him be better right now, and I don't really care about the long run. The song has strong Twin Peaks vibes. I've never watched Twin Peaks, so I couldn't talk about that, but great, I think. But yeah, in general, the music in Monster Sanctuary is just amazing. It's such a well-made game in every single regard, and musically it's one of those. I see a crack in the wall. Ha! I saw a crack in the wall, and I was right. Found a katana. 35 attack, crit chance, crit damage, and we already know who's getting that, right? the one with the just upgraded stuff. But plus 10 crit chance and plus 15 crit damage is pretty good. But the thing is, if I remember correctly... Oh no, yellow stuff can be upgraded, it's just costly most of the time. But yeah, I'll get rid of a few points in strength and all for being able to crit more often. Oh, also, food. Totally forgot about food. Speaking of, I'm gonna mute the microphone for just a second because this is pretty damn crunchy. And we're back. Whoa, voice strike. So now we see we have a crit chance of 40% with cheese and a critical damage multiplier of 101%. Or, it's not a multiplier, whatever. A more critical modifier. Modifier, that's what I wanted to say. Now here, even Marshall has 19% crit chance, which they don't really need, but whatever. Mr. Bordeley with 2,271 health. That's a lot. That's quite a lot. So crit chance here we have 34 crit chance with 110 critical damage modifier. That's a lot. Ooh, every monster in the party deals 1% increased damage for each buff on it. Not bad. All right. We just opened up something, I think. Yeah. This one. Obtained crystal shard teleports you back to the Keeper's stronghold. That's very useful, especially later on. For a treat on music, you can go into options and enable the alternate wild battle theme. Probably audio? Alternate battle theme music on. Okay. Alternate Snowy Peaks, alternate Keeper's stronghold theme. Interesting. I was not aware of that. Then again, I rarely go to the audio settings in games. Unless I have to do it, make it louder or more quiet. Alright. Ooh. Ooh. Yes, I get it. I like it. That's interesting. That's pretty funky. Again, this game is so well made. Do we go for the fire claws? Yeah, you know what? Let's go on the fire claws here. And we hit critically twice, so it's bleeding. What does the most damage here? Yeah, fire claws. Can we destroy it? Yes, we can. Amazing. Also, one thing I want to mention. Thank you again to everyone who donated. We actually hit our goal of $200, which it's not like I was doubtful that we would hit it. I just wasn't sure if we would hit it. But yes, we did, and I'm very, very grateful for you, with the last donation being "You are a role model." Thank you for that. That's very nice. I don't think I am, but then again, who am I to deny that, right? That's for other people to decide, not for me. Let's burrow this thing to death. Love it. Got a hazelnut defense. Nice. Yeah, the music is really good. Alternate music as well. We got corn. Alright, so Daniel, as soon as you're ready, you can just call me on Discord. I will pick it up. And then we can talk. Don't worry, then we can talk. No. But yeah, just give me a call whenever. Ooh, the little Cthulhus. These are the evolved forms of the little face things. And I mean, it's Gurulu, so yeah, no question where that comes from, right? Let's go with Cheese and Mac, of course. Dream team. But yeah, the Gurulus are hard enemies, gotta say. Hello, you're on air. Please tell me a wish. Hi there.
Guten Abend there.
Yeah. Very nice. Guten Abend nach Ihnen. Thank you for stopping by. I'm gonna... Yeah, right after this fight, I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. So that I can hear you better. So, you are, for the people who don't know, the community manager of Moirai Games, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Thank you as well for stopping by. Thank you for agreeing to do this. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, no, it's good to join streams every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, join the community as a community manager makes sense, kind of. Yeah, but still, it's always something that I'm very hesitant of, like, asking people to participate, just because, as I don't know if you saw when I talked to, or if you watched when I talked to Reymenn, but we were talking about kind of having the feeling of being annoying when doing stuff, like when promoting. And so when I asked, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna ask if someone wants to join. If they say no, sure, absolutely. And if they say yes, really? Really?
Yeah, exactly. I can always understand the concern, but, you know, like you said earlier, it doesn't hurt to ask.
Exactly. And I mean, if you didn't want to do it, then you probably wouldn't have done it. Like, because why would you?
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, there's only so many hours in the day, so
yeah,
not necessarily every time. It's just the timing happened to work out okay.
Yeah, and I was very happy because when I DM'd Moirai Games in general, I said, yeah, I want to do this, and if someone wants to come on, I would be honored. And first thing I read was like, yeah, sadly our developers are busy with DLC stuff, which I'm intrigued. And then I was like, okay, yeah. And then they wrote, yeah, but our community manager would like to do it. And I was like, okay, sure, amazing. Because first I thought, okay, yeah, no, they said no. And I was like, no, but we say yes. And so
yeah, and that is the thing, is that things are really busy at the studio right now.
Yeah,
definitely in, you know, full production mode on multiple fronts.
Which
in
is
terms of
great for us all.
Oh yeah. Like, you know, we got a 1.3 patch coming on Monday, so we've been making sure that things are ready for that.
Nice.
And of course, like you heard, working a lot on the DLC, and of course working a lot on our publicly unnamed project number 2. So that as well. Yep.
So, if you don't mind me asking, something to do with Monster Sanctuary or something different?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We did put out a statement a good while ago, giving a tiny bit of info, basically saying that yes, it will involve taming monsters. It will be roguelite in nature, but it will not be a direct sequel to Monster Sanctuary.
Interesting.
It'll be something, different.
Gotcha. I mean, I do have I do have some ideas what it could be, but I won't press the topic too much. We wouldn't want you to accidentally spoil anything.
No. I mean, I can say certain things. What is the concept you're discussing there? Guesses. You said.
I mean, I would imagine if you say it has to do with Monster Sanctuary, but is not a direct sequel, I would guess it's something to do with the ancient world or the old world, basically. No, right.
Completely different. It's not Monster Sanctuary. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, so similar ideas, but not the same universe, basically.
Yeah, but again, implemented in a roguelite fashion instead of just a conventional adventure. So obviously there's going to be, a lot of differences.
Gotcha.
Again, with obviously people who have played Monster Sanctuary will still feel a certain level of familiarity with this other game. It's the same developer and everything.
Of course.
Obviously they're going to take a lot of concepts.
Sure, I mean, if it works, it works, right?
Exactly. But I saw that Lucas had asked a question regarding mobile versions.
Oh, yeah.
And the answer is no. No, we don't have any plans for mobile. It's not really the right market for our game.
That is something I gotta say that I find very interesting. Because I'm not a big mobile gamer, like, at all. It's not that I despise it, it's just that I get bored very easily with mobile games. No matter how good they are. Like, I've played, I don't know if you know the game Nexomon. I've played Nexomon on this channel, and I loved it. Over Steam. But I know I have played Nexomon in the past on my phone, and played, like, I don't know, half an hour, maybe an hour at most. The same game, but I just on mobile I couldn't do it. It's just mobile gaming is not for me. And I would say, like, this game, Monster Sanctuary, is something that I could see on a mobile, especially with the design and all. The only problem would be the jump and run puzzles that sometimes require quite a bit of precision that would be problematic on the phone. But otherwise, it would be a game where I wouldn't be surprised if you said, yeah, we're gonna bring that on mobile. So it's interesting to hear you say, no, absolutely not, or we just don't plan on doing that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the big concerns, like you said, is the fact that this game has platforming aspects, which would be a little tricky to do on mobile. Obviously, I don't mean impossible, because that would be, not accurate, of course.
Of course, people are weird.
Yeah, but I don't think that the platforming aspect really translates to mobile that well. And similarly, like I said, when it comes to the market, as in, consider that the base price of this game is $20. Now, obviously, the game goes on sale, quite often and whatnot. But when it comes to higher priced games, they don't tend to do that well on mobile. Now, when I say higher price, I mean when people exactly, yeah, when people are buying games on their Android or iPhone, their mind jumps to the game should be, like you said, within $5 or $10.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the other games that you probably know of, the CRLM series, CRLM 3 actually has an Android version, but it's significantly cheaper than the base price on Steam. And that was a very conscious decision that they made. It's the same game. It's not like they're trying to trick you or anything. It's legitimately cheaper on Android.
Of course.
But they did it for marketing reasons because they knew people wouldn't buy it otherwise.
Yeah, that's something very interesting about the whole mobile gaming and people talking about, yeah, mobile gaming is the future and all. That it's, as you say, it can be the exact same game without any downgrade or whatever, and people are just not willing to spend the money on it because it's only a mobile game. And I mean, I know there is Dragon Quest 8, I think, which I got for the PS2. There is a mobile version of this game, just a remake, or it's not a remake, I think it's pretty much a port. And graphics-wise, it's not bad, but it's just it costs, I think, around 10 to 20 bucks. And I've paid more when I bought the game in store on the PS2 back then, and I love the game, and I would be happy to play it on the go. But I'll be damned if I paid 10 to 20 bucks for a mobile game, which is completely weird.
Yeah, marketing mentality does make a difference.
Yeah, and it's something that you have to absolutely keep in mind or think about with games. Especially with games, I mean, with free games it's a little bit different, but with games that you actually make money and, what's the word I'm looking for? You need to make money with it, because, I mean, you have people to pay and all. You can't just be like, yeah, money doesn't count in this game. We don't care about making money, because of course you do want to make money.
Yeah.
Oops,
but
wrong.
the other, the other big difference is also, like, I'm sure that some people who know, some technical aspects may be like, oh, surely it isn't that difficult to port to mobile. And let's say, for sake of argument, on a technical level, obviously it wouldn't be impossible to do. The issue is support, though. Every platform that you release on, you have to support. So we're a small studio, so the wider we cast our net, the more that means we have to deal with. I mean, we already deal with, Microsoft and Nintendo and Sony and Valve. Let's go and add Google and Apple onto that list. That's a lot more work if you think about it.
Yeah, I get that. And I mean, it's, as I say, you have to support all of that, and that means either you need to hire more people to do that, which is costly, or all of the people working for you or working at Morai Studios right now need to just do more. So it's quite a bit of, it's not as easy as people think it is.
Yeah.
Which is with many things. But speaking of people working, how many people does Morai have? Like, how many people are working for Morai Studios? Do you know that on top of your head?
Yeah. So with the people we have there currently, which of course can always change in the future if we happen to get more people. With the people that work there, we have, let's see here. So obviously, the head developer. And then his wife is one of our important clerical supports. His brother is our head writer, and he assists his brother in, various design aspects as well.
Okay.
And then we also have 2 different pixel artists that we work with on a regular basis.
Who are amazing.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, one of those.
All the people.
Yeah, one of those guys. Yeah, one of those guys whose work that you've seen. Well, you'll see more of it later on as well.
Nice.
His name is Adam. He does a good job with things. He came into the project a little bit of the way through. So when you get to the later parts of the game is when you'll see more of his handiwork.
Gotcha.
Anyway, so let's see. The artists, and then also, myself being the community manager, and then one other fella who is, let's say, technically a paid intern is the idea. So he does a variety of functions. Let's say chief of which involves QA.
Gotcha.
So yeah, no, it's grown a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty damn nice. And how did you get into this position? Like, how did you become community manager? Did you apply? Do you know the or did you know the people beforehand?
Not directly, if you know what I mean. There wasn't a pre-existing connection. The short version is that I had worked on another title previously in the same way, a game called Fell Seal Arbiter's Mark. And since I had that experience going into things, I had come into the Monster Sanctuary community, had seen that they kind of needed help because, I mean, this was a good thing, by the way. Their community was really busy, actually, and I could tell that.
Yeah.
And I know that they're kind of too busy making the game to handle that. So after a good while of helping out in a more volunteer / unofficial moderator type position, I had talked with the main guy, Dennis, that I said, hey, I think that maybe we can make something official happen here, and that's indeed what happened.
Awesome. So yeah, I mean, if the community wasn't active in any way, there wouldn't be the need for a community manager, obviously, because why manage something that isn't there? But yeah, as you say, the community of Monster Sanctuary, I mean, I only joined the Discord when making plans with you, because I just that's not saying that I didn't want to join the Discord. It's just that I don't use Discord regularly or pretty much at all. So I haven't been a part of any community in there. But on Twitter, I saw quite often fan art. I've seen stuff about Monster Sanctuary. Whenever I posted something about Monster Sanctuary, people who people whose names I've never had seen before would sometimes like or retweet my work or my stuff, and I was like, you could tell that it is just a bigger community than just 5 people who actually like this game and that's it, which is something that's really nice to see, because I've said it a few times now, this is one of my favorite games in recent years. And just seeing so many people being really fond of it, happy with it, is always great to see. And I guess for you as a community manager, twice as much.
Yes, when you talking about Twitter reminds me, there's so many people I forgot. Yeah, we also have a marketing person as well. So no, she does a great job. She was the person you were talking with.
Oh, great.
When arranging this, yes.
Yeah, very, very nice, very polite, and very helpful.
But yeah, community aspects. It really depends. Some people maybe get a little, how do you say, antsy when it comes to walking into any given games community, and they expect everything to be more like, pick a big game like, Path of Exile, World of Warcraft, something like that, where there's always going to be thousands and thousands of people around and talking and everything. And it's just like, remember that this is a small indie game.
Exactly. That's, you won't have the same amount of, I'd say, support and player base as you say, like World of Warcraft or whatever, because it's just it's generally different.
Yeah, and also the other big things being that those sorts of games being more of the game as a service type philosophy as the terminology goes.
Yeah,
which is very different, because obviously there's going to be huge spikes in activity in the community when major patches happen, or of course on official release. Things were honestly really crazy for about 2 months.
Yeah,
which is a good thing, of course, but
it's more work, and it's just I don't even know what I wanted to say. I lost my train of thought.
No worries.
Yeah.
Maybe something you're kind of getting at, because you're saying it was just nice to see, random people actually mention or comment things, etc. Yeah, I mean, the fact that it has, I would use the word, captured the imagination and passion of a handful of people is a really cool thing to see.
Yeah.
Not that we always, as working on indie games, if you know what I mean. It's not that every indie developer expects that they're going to be the next Stardew Valley or Hollow Knight or something like that. But at the same time, when you can tell that people actually notice and care about your game, that's a good thing. It's definitely encouraging.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see that. Because, I mean, everyone who works on something they like wants to see said thing succeed or just at least be visible to people. And I mean, as you say, not every indie game can be the next Hollow Knight or whatever. Or, Stardew Valley, that was big. Or is still pretty big. Or one very recent, or mostly recent example would be Among Us, which was out for, I think, 2 years before it suddenly became pretty much the biggest game on Earth for a few months. I mean, you cannot, especially with indie games, I'd say, you cannot, or with any games, you cannot really make games with that in mind, like we need that or we want to hit exactly that. I would say, I mean, I don't make games, so it's just what I'd imagine.
Well, a couple of things I can say is Among Us is actually a very interesting case in the fact that, as you said, they didn't actually plan on that level of success. It actually changed a lot of the plans that they were going to do. Like, they were going to work on a sequel was the idea, but because of just how much their game blew up, they went, hold up, we need to think about this. We have something really good here. We should just continue to work on this game and continue to make it better instead of taking the time to make another title.
Which is understandable. Like, especially since, again, Among Us was a phenomenon because, again, it was out for a while. Like, I think it was around 2 years or so before it started to gain that much traction. And so they were done with the game. And then people started playing it and people started to mod it. And then they saw, okay, you know what? Maybe we should do that as well. Basically, what they did was mod the game after the modders modded the game. And just put out new stuff just because it worked. And that's something it was incredible to watch. Or it was incredible to hear about. But it's not something you can plan on.
Yeah, actually, funny thing is, Among Us is definitely a favorite of the wife of the main developer. She likes that game a lot. So
I mean, it's very accessible. It's very accessible and an overall really good concept. Like, and nothing new because like games like this had existed before Among Us. Games like this exist offline, but somehow Among Us, due to just being what it is, just captured the audiences.
Exactly.
And, I mean, again, you can see why, because it's just as simple as it is. It just works. And I think the simplicity is also something that helps Monster Sanctuary, I would say, because I mean the game itself is by no means simplistic, because the amount of monsters there are and the amount of skills of things you need to pay attention to is really actually quite a lot. Like it takes quite a while to, I would say, master this game. But in like the basics of the game are pretty damn simple. Like you walk around, you basically always have a map, you see where you're going, and if you don't wanna do too much of the thinking, like what do I skill with this monster, what do I skill with that monster, you don't really have to. Like sure, it gets harder if you don't really do any good skilling or whatever, but you can just play with whatever monster you like, and if you don't want to think about the combo meter, if you don't want to think about the feeding of the monster, you can still play it, you can still, I would say, beat it. So it only gets deeper if you want to go deeper, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. The way I would say that is only to a point. As in, I definitely agree with the idea that you definitely don't need to be a complete expert at the game. You don't necessarily have to be the best of the best. Like that's totally true.
Mhm.
I would say, though, that as you progress in the game, the challenge does increase to the point where
it gets harder, yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you kind of don't know what you're doing, you may not be able to beat some of the more difficult encounters. So,
yeah, I had my troubles with a
like
few.
like I said, I wouldn't want to go as far as to say you can basically do, anything. The way I would say is that the way the game systems work, there is a lot of different things that you can do, and I see people get very creative
Mhm.
with what they do. But it definitely doesn't mean that you would say everything works all the
Yeah.
time.
True.
Yeah.
But
But I know what you mean, that you said
Mhm.
there's multiple layers, and you don't have to be at the deepest of theory crafting to beat
Yeah,
the game.
it's quite, I would say it's easy to get into, because like most of the things are really not that complicated, and the game does a good job of not throwing everything at you at once. Like you learn most of the basics pretty fast, but over time, like the skill tree alone, you have till level 10 until you unlock the next part of the skill tree, which is you have time to think about what you want to do, time to think about where you want to go, and you can't really do much in terms of, oh no, I skilled wrong, because you don't have the options already, like for most of part of the skill tree. And it's pretty easy to get into the game, I would say, in a positive way. But as soon as the game captures you, that's when you get into the thick of it, because you basically have to. Does that make sense?
So, by the way,
Yeah.
to be able to get back, you kind of have to go through that
The puzzle.
lever gate
Yeah,
puzzle.
yeah. I know I say I solved it once, but these always take take a while.
Well, especially when you're talking, I can understand being
Yeah.
a little distracted. But yeah, no, exactly, and that definitely comes with part of the design philosophy. With looks like there's something there. Yeah. Well,
Something where?
something. Oh, where you were in that dark spot. There's a secret.
Really? Did I overlook a secret?
Yeah.
The other dark spot. Yeah, the stream is a little bit behind, so exactly. It was
Yeah.
something around here, yeah.
Yes. Wait, what was it? But yeah, no, as you probably saw with the skill tree, that was part of the design philosophy, was trying to make sure that players weren't overwhelmed immediately. And that's why with the monsters that you find, most of the time, the more complex skills start unlocking at level 20 and 30.
Yeah, and then the what's it called? It's not the ultimate skill, but those down here, like the three skills at the very bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I could get through. Why couldn't I get through beforehand? Whatever. So yeah, again, that's really great, because in many games you have pretty much instant access to stuff like skill trees. And I don't know if you ever played Path of Exile or watched anything about Path of Exile. That is a game that I could absolutely not get into, because the skill tree is so big that as soon as I lay my eyes on them, I'm like, nope, can't do that, because it's just I would have to, I don't know, sit for an hour just reading what every single skill node does in order to do anything remotely of a good build. Or just blindly follow any guides, which is something that I normally don't really like.
Yeah, and I can totally understand that. It's a matter of scale, is what I would say when it comes to Monster Sanctuary. The fact that you only have 40 levels to work with, you know, like that makes a pretty big difference in itself. And the fact that you can just, you know, skill reset your monsters very simply, again, makes a big difference. Because in Path of Exile, as an example, the amount of effort it takes to reskill a character is usually pretty high, to where a lot of people are like, if you just skill your character wrong, you should probably just start over.
Yeah, which is something that's just, I mean, many people thrive on that, and I'm not gonna say that's the wrong way of playing it, absolutely not, but it's just not something that's very beginner friendly, I would say.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, just last night, I was checking out. There's a really big patch for another, you know, game of that kind called Last Epoch, and I was having to spend a lot of time to sit there and consider and read. Okay, what's going on with this character? What do I do with all these points? You know, it's a lot. Like, I like the game, of course, but
it's a great game. Yeah, I've played it off camera quite a lot.
Oh, there you go.
But yeah,
I know this is a little bit of a tangent, but just in case you have any wisdom on this, I'm like, the one thing that still kind of confuses me about Last Epoch is the equipment. In
what or why does it?
In what way?
Yeah, in what way? That's it.
Yeah, it confuses me because I feel like all the time the equipment that drops, it says that it's for a lot lower level than you are. Because it always says like this, you know, you get a drop and it's like, this is for level 15, and I'm like, I'm level 58.
Yeah.
Why is this happening?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, it's a game like Last Epoch. That's a game that I mindlessly play. Like many games I play and I'm fully like aware of what I'm doing. Last Epoch is more of I'm running around destroying stuff, following the quest marker on the minimap. I don't really care about why. I don't really care who's telling me what. I don't really care about the story. It's just it's a fun game to play, like, while not thinking about it too much. Which means I could never play a high-level character in this game, because I just have never taken the time to, let's call it, study it. Because, as you say, in some cases, if you skill wrong, like objectively wrong, you're better off just deleting your character. Which just is something that doesn't interest me.
Well, the good news is, at least when it comes to Last Epoch, they actually made their reskilling a lot more simpler and accessible, because it's just, you know, gold costs and stuff like that, which is pretty easy. So
that's true. But yeah, and I'm always like, it doesn't matter what game, I'm always one who tries to like build their own builds, and I'm not really one who follows guides religiously like other people sometimes do. So, like, I'm playing League of Legends since pretty much when it came out. I think like 2 months after it officially came out, I started playing it. So one would guess, or one would think, that I'm actually pretty good at it, and one would be wrong. Because I like to play pretty much all the champions. There are a few that I absolutely can't play, don't want to play, whatever. But I much rather have a mediocre skill set on every champion than to have like 2 that I know exactly if this happens, then this. If I play against this champion, then I have to build like this. And that's why I'm always very hesitant when it comes to meta gaming. And that's why in League of Legends I think the last time I played ranked games was I think 4 or 5 years ago, because I just don't care about ranked, because I don't want to put in the time to actually learn when I need to do what, when I need to use what, because I much rather play the way I want to play, and that's not always the most efficient way, which means that in a ranked game I would technically be a hindrance to my team because I want to have fun. So that's why I'm not playing ranked. And with Monster Sanctuary, I've never looked up any guides unless it's about where do I find this monster, how do I get that monster. But I've never looked up any guides on this is what you should skill with, I don't know, a Yaoi. This is what you should skill with a whatever. And you should never use a, name of the monster here. Because I just like to play the way I want to play. And that's also why I will never play PvP in this game, because I know people will crush me because they put in the time I haven't.
Yeah, no, PvP is definitely very tough.
Yeah, in every game, and in Monster Sanctuary I have never tried it, but I think I would struggle quite a lot.
But yes, you're talking about how you played League of Legends for a long time.
Yeah.
Always reminds me of that joke that goes, oh, you've been playing League of Legends for 10 years? Yeah. Are you any good?
No. Yeah, exactly. There are... Yep.
Out of curiosity, did you happen to get on board for it was like $20 for every champion forever, since you played so early?
No, that I never did. I actually only since... I think only 3 weeks ago I bought the last champion that I was still missing, all with Riot Point or with influence points, I think, IP. The thing that you earn by playing, not the thing that you buy.
Right.
So I think to this day I've never ever bought a champion with money. I've only bought a handful of skins with money, just because I didn't really think, or I didn't really want to do it. I didn't really want to put in too much money, because first, at the beginning, I wasn't sure how long I would play the game. And I mean, putting in, I don't know, 20, 30, 50 bucks for a game that I might only play for a week or two, is something that I didn't want to do. And then, I don't know, there are many, many skins that I really do like, but I never really had I never really wanted to spend that much money on League of Legends. Which I've spent more money on games that I've played way less than League of Legends, so it's kind of weird. But yeah, never actually done that, and I think by the time I started playing, that offer wasn't there anymore, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay.
So I might have done it if I had the chance, or maybe I just didn't see it, also a possibility. But yeah.
I feel you there. So, with your adventure that you're doing today,
Yep.
Is this like an alternate save file that you've done? Is this your first save file? What's your experience with the game so far for that?
I finished the main storyline. I've played through the game once on the channel, which is one of my longest and one of my most favorite playthrough that I've done. And I just loaded my other save file, which you should see on stream right now. So actually, I played through the whole story. I've tried to... I don't think that I've gone through the whole journal. I don't think I tried to get every monster.
Mm-hmm.
Although looking at it right now, I think I think I got almost everyone. Maybe one or two of the maybe there's one or two of the champions missing, not quite sure. In the Monster Journal, if I haven't caught them or if I have never gotten them, they are basically grayed out, right?
The deal is, in the journal, you look at each individual entry, and then if you see no lore text on them, that means you've not hatched their egg.
Exactly. So I can look through it, and I mean, the Spectre I haven't gotten. The Aclute,
just like I saw, there's no egg for the
exactly.
Manticorp as well.
Megator, just some of the champions.
No, I said Manticorp.
Yeah, the Manticorp as well. Wait, the Manticorp? Didn't I? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I've never
Manticorp is definitely a fan favorite.
Yeah, and good that you mentioned that. Did that get added in later on? Like, what was the Manticorp there from the beginning?
Yeah, when you say from the beginning, what do you mean? Just so I know what you mean.
I mean, I couldn't tell you like the when I started to play the game, but I know
Did you play during early access? Is what you're saying?
I played during early access.
Okay, good. No, that gives me the context. Okay. It was added in at a certain point during early access. Yes.
Okay, because I don't think that I've seen it when I first walked through the Keeper's Trail, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It's very early in the game.
Mm-hmm. And I know the next time I played it, I saw it and I was like, wait, was that there always? And I wasn't sure if I just missed it the first time or if it was added later on.
I get you. Yeah, such is the nature of early access.
Yeah. And that's also something, wait, I'm just looking up when I started it. I put up the first video on the 5th of September 2019. So
there
September 2019. Yep.
Yeah, that was very shortly after early access had started, so yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
And but yeah, that's one of those. Some of the champions I haven't gotten. And one thing I'm generally not a huge fan of, like, it's wrong to say I'm not a huge fan of early access, because early access can be very, very useful. But my problem is that it seems like 90% of all games are only nowadays are only early access, and it's not as common as one would think to see a game actually come out. Because I know I have a few games on like Steam that have been early access since like 2 years, and there's no estimated time on when they're actually coming out. And that's why I was very, very happy when I saw, hey, Monster Sanctuary actually has a release date, because it is one of the like few games that are not like AAA games that actually had a release date. And even with AAA games, some of them do come out, but yeah.
Well, yeah, the way I'd say it, and remember, this is all just for sake of discussion, not, trying to throw shade at companies or whatever. I mean, it really just has to come down to goals. There are definitely developers out there who they're like, look, I'm going to release my game as early access mainly for the purpose of because I can. So as a result, that means that there's a game out there, and like you said, who knows how long it's going to take. Like, they may not necessarily have as strict of a timetable. When it came to Monster Sanctuary, it was a project that the main designer, Dennis, had been working on for a couple of years before he decided to quit his job at one of the major game companies and decide to go solo. So one of the big differences is that he already had stuff going before he decided to really go for it.
Mhm.
That's one big thing. The other thing is he had timetables in mind for what he wanted to accomplish. I mean, obviously, when signing on with a publisher, Team 17 in this case,
Mhm.
having plans and timetables is actually quite important.
Yeah, of course.
If it's only yourself, then you have a certain level of flexibility. I mean, granted, things maybe took a little longer than we may have, you would say, wanted or anticipated.
Mhm.
I would say, though, that the margin of difference on that was relatively small and overall not that big of a deal.
Mhm.
Like, there are some games that get delayed for, like, a couple years or whatever, and those are the
Yeah.
ones that kind of stick in memory. A lot of people wouldn't even know, or I would say wouldn't even care that there was a margin of a few months or something different than what we had originally thought. That's a small deal overall.
Gotcha.
Uh,
I mean, yeah,
but
the hype before a release is always something to think about. But as you say, like, people probably wouldn't have really cared about Monster Sanctuary delaying a little bit because there was no big hype machine behind it. Let's say it like that.
And I would claim we had the let's say wisdom to not make announcements until we were sure. It's not like we said, oh, it's releasing, such and such or whatever, and then we couldn't make it or something. It's like, no.
Yeah,
You want to be careful about that.
which is a good thing. And I mean, of course, like, as you say, just for the sake of discussion and not to throw shade at anyone, but the most recent, like, big problem child was that comes to mind. It was Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever. That had huge hype for years and years, and people were just waiting for it, and it got delayed, but still they hyped it up. And when it came out, it was a unfinished piece of software, and people were going wild because that's not what they wanted, not what they were promised. But with all the delays, with all the problems, it's what they got. The problem was just that they tried to hype it up so much beforehand, so people had the expectations beforehand, and the expectations couldn't be met. As with like something like Monster Sanctuary, I mean, I know I saw or I heard about this game because one of my favorite YouTubers, Wonderbots, played it in very, very early access. I think he might even have gotten like beta access like before the official early access. I'm not quite sure. And I saw him play it. I saw it and was like, yo, no, that seems interesting. And so I followed on Twitter, or I followed it. I had it on Steam as the wishlist once it was out on Steam wishlist, and that was pretty much the amount of advertising that I got for it. Because of course there's no big studio behind it that pumps in money. It was just an indie game.
Yeah, and I think so. And when it came to early access, like in retrospect, I would say, the timing for that went pretty well because, early access had started somewhere around, like late August, early September, one of those two, of 2019. And then the fact that it released in December of 2020, it's like, that was a little over a year in early access. That's pretty good.
Absolutely. Like for a game nowadays, that's actually a pretty short time.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing, as you said, it's all about managing expectations. On a theoretical level, I have no problem if a certain game is like, hey, we want to have early access for 2 years or 3 years or something like that, depending on what their plan is, you know,
course.
as long as the expectations are clear, that's what counts. Like,
Mhm.
if there's anything that's really big to me in terms of what I do, that's one of the things I always talk to, you know, whoever I'm working for, in this case, right?
Yeah.
Is that communication is the important part, and managing
Absolutely.
people's expectations is the important part. You know, people would much rather hear, so this is the situation and there's delays, or, you know, something you would say bad news, right? People would rather hear bad news than no news.
Absolutely.
And that's one of my big things that I always encourage developers to do, is like, just be clear with your audience, even if you can't give them direct answers. You know, people will take a simple statement or two and it will make them feel a whole lot better about stuff.
Yeah, because people will always like there will always be negative stuff about it. Like if you delay a game or whatever, people will be mad, or some people will be mad. But like again with Cyberpunk, I don't want to beat on that, but that one made everyone mad. And I mean, even I had no stake in all this. I don't really care about the game. I had only heard about it like a year beforehand. But even I was mad that it came out like that. But if you, as you say, if a developer says, okay, here's the story, here's why we have to delay it. Yeah, some people will be mad, but overall, people will be understandable. Like, people will understand it and be like, okay, thank you for telling us. And in many cases, some people actually want games to be pushed back a little. I mean, I don't know if you're into Pokemon or anything, but Pokemon Sword and Shield are very bare bone games. They are the basic Pokemon game plus a little bit. Like, in terms of content, it's really not that much. It's really not that big of a game. And people were basically asking Nintendo, hey, could you just push it back? Could you take a bit more time? Could you try and do more with it? But Nintendo being Nintendo and Pokemon being Pokemon, of course they didn't, because they have their deadlines and all. But that was when people actually wanted something to be delayed, because they knew that if it was delayed, in the long run it would be better.
Yeah. Well, a couple funny things as a side note. How I said I generally appreciate communication. I mean, I love Hollow Knight and everything, but I do kind of wish that Team Cherry would be a little more forthcoming with their plans, because it's been mostly silence for a long time on. So what's the deal with Silk Song? Because you announced it and then there's been basically nothing.
Yeah, they basically dropped something and then left the room. Like, here's some tidbit of information. Do what you want with it.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not, you know, saying I need the game now. It's like, I totally understand. Games are finished when they're finished.
Exactly.
There's no problem with that. But I'm still just like, it would be nice if you even said just, hey, life is difficult and it's gonna take us a while. You know, just say something.
Yeah, exactly. just any sign of life other than it's coming.
Yeah, like, I know they're working on it. Like, I know that it's happening, but yeah, as you said with Pokemon, in many ways it has to do with, you would say, the point or the philosophy of what's going on with the development of it. The reason why they couldn't have any sort of delays, the reason why the deadlines were deadlines, is because it's not just a game.
Yeah, exactly.
It's something that's connected to so many other things that if there were delays, all those other plans would get completely ruined.
Absolutely. And in terms of Pokemon, I completely understand it, and I think most people do understand it, because, as you say, it's one big machine. It's not just the Pokemon games. But
and that's the thing, is I tell people a lot of the time when it comes to, you know, basically anything, right?
Mhm.
The point is understanding the design philosophy at play. You know, when people say they want, you know, XYZ
Mhm.
from Pokemon or something, a lot of the time the answer is, well, you know, maybe those ideas that you're mentioning are good, but it's just not what they're trying to accomplish with those games. And I can
Yeah.
totally understand, by the way, having a desire for certain kinds of changes in those series, because you're like, hey, I played these games, I enjoyed them and all that kind of stuff, but it's not changing in the way that I want it to. And I'm like, yeah, and it's not going to, though.
Yeah, exactly. It's at the end of the day, it is a game made by people who make it for an audience in mind. And
Yeah, exactly. It's
especially-
much more of a much more of a wide audience for
Exactly.
that. Like
And-
when oh no, continue.
you know, easily accessible, because as people say, yeah, the games are too easy. The games need a hard mode, but then again, the main audience for Pokemon is kids. Still, I mean, they still do more than enough to for more grown-up fans as well. But all in all, their main focus is kids. So why would they do stuff that's mainly focused on the grown-ups when that's not their basic demographic, basically?
Well, the way I would say, because I hear that said, and I would more so say there's a stronger nuance to that.
Oh,
I wouldn't
absolutely.
say that. I wouldn't say the point is that it's for kids. It's not about age with Pokemon.
Mhm.
The point is that it's much more about that they want to get people who are, you'd say, more casual or chill in terms of what they're looking for,
Yeah.
which of course includes younger people.
Mhm.
But their point isn't we're just trying to market to kids. They're like, we want to market to as many people as we can, is the point. Like, one of my good friends, his mom doesn't play many video games,
Mhm.
but she's played a lot, and I mean a lot, of things like Animal Crossing and Sword and Shield and stuff like that in the
Yeah.
last couple of years.
The casual
And
stuff.
That's exactly, because that's kind of what she enjoys. You know, she doesn't want to have to take the time to try to think really hard and critically about it. You know, she just likes the monster designs, and yeah.
Yeah, which is completely valid. And yeah, I mean, Nintendo in general is really, really good with casual audiences. Like Nintendo, as much as people tend to shit on them, but Nintendo is really good when it comes to knowing what people like, to know what will be good, to know what will work. And so, just because a longtime fan thinks he knows what they should do doesn't mean that he knows better than them, or that the fan knows better. So yeah, all what I was saying about Pokemon, also that it's mainly for kids, of course that's just a very broad statement. That's not me saying they only do stuff for kids, but it's just a broad, kids and casual audience are their main focus, and not the VGC players who are religiously into Pokemon battling online. Because they still do that, and they still do stuff for them as well. Like the whole competitive scene in Pokemon is pretty big, and Pokemon Company and Nintendo, they do quite a lot for them. But of course, they are not the main focus, because that's such a comparatively small group compared to like casual audiences.
Yeah, exactly. And again, this is, you'd say, comparative design, right?
Mhm.
Comparative design, Pokemon wasn't designed from the beginning to be balanced, if you know what I'm saying. It was
True,
just
yeah.
designed to be a fun game, was the idea. You know, people had an idea and they just rolled with it. They weren't trying to make it perfect or anything. You know,
Mhm.
there's a difference with Monster Sanctuary, that one of the ideals for the design was that every monster should be worthwhile to use.
Mm-hmm.
That right there is a huge difference on the philosophy, because something like Pokemon, the philosophy was like, no, there are going to be weaker monsters and there are going to be stronger monsters.
True, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when looking at the first, like, I don't want to talk too much about Pokemon now since this is Monster Sanctuary, but the design of Pokemon Red and Blue is like, people nowadays say it's not. You shouldn't go back to Red and Blue, and they are way overhyped by nostalgia. But overall, the design of Red and Blue is really, really good. Like many Pokemon that, as you say, are better than others, are actually there or better or worse for a reason. Like way in the beginning, you have the option to trade a Spearow for a Farfetch'd, and I've read on that. Basically, I've read people almost writing big assertions about it, where the idea is Farfetch'd is stronger than Spearow, but Spearow later on is way better than a Farfetch'd. And this is there to teach you that some Pokemon are worthwhile now and not later, and vice versa. And it's pretty much everything in that game has a reason for being there. And that is something that if you don't know what to look for, you might not see that in the game. You might not notice that, but it actually has its reasons for being there. So it's not that the old games are just random and weird for the sake of just being there, but that there actually has been thought behind that. And I mean, the reason why it's not as great nowadays when you play the old games is because the gameplay itself is just way better nowadays. Just back then, they had way less. They just put out this one game, and they weren't even sure if there will be a second game. Like they thought Pokemon Red and Blue, and that's it. Nobody knew that it would be this big later on, of course. And so it had its moments, and it has its design. It's just not a design that people nowadays like sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, depending. So to kind of, go on that, talk about the different games. And I would say, speaking personal is a fine thing in this case, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's the question then. Either when you played Monster Sanctuary or before you played it, whatever you want to start the story, did you have any sort of thoughts in terms of, a sentence that started with, I like Pokemon, but...
Yes.
What was, again, was this before you started Monster Sanctuary, after you started, what would you say?
I would say it started pretty early. It all started when I was born. No, it started back. I'm also a huge Digimon fan.
Okay, that's a good one to mention as well. Mm-hmm.
And I'm not of the mindset that you either have to like Digimon or Pokemon. I love both. And I love both for different reasons.
Because they're different. Yeah.
Exactly. Like Digimon in a Pokemon setting wouldn't work, and Pokemon in a Digimon setting wouldn't work. Or at least both would have to be drastically altered to work. And I'm a big fan of Digimon games, and I've played many of them. I've played 3 of them so far on the channel as well. And I keep coming back to them, but one thing that I will be the first to admit is the balance in Digimon games is non-existent.
Indeed.
There's not a single Digimon game that you can play over longer periods of time and think, yes, there's a balance, and yes, the developers actually... And I'm sorry to say that, because I don't want to say that developers did a bad job. Absolutely not. But it at least it feels like at no point was any thought given to balance. Because
Right, and
you
that's
just...
why I always use the word design philosophy. Yes.
Yeah. And it feels like not as... It doesn't feel like an oversight. It doesn't feel like, oh, they just screwed it up or whatever. It feels pretty much deliberate that some Digimon are just way better than others. Some Digimon are just way worse than others. And sometimes I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus or say that I know stuff, but sometimes it also feels kind of lazy. Like when I played Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth for the PC, I went with Mega level Digimon, level, I don't know, around 50 something. I had a quest that only unlocked then, and while on that quest, I mostly fought against in-training Digimon, like level 5, level 3, whatever. That would be destroyed with one single hit every single time, because, I mean, they are just the weakest of the weak. But again, the quest was only available at the moment in the game that I was at. So it was just, yes, I know that also like in Pokemon, in specific routes are specific Pokemon and Digimon. That makes sense. But why make a quest that brings me back to one of those early routes if there isn't a real reason? Like if I had to, I don't know, go to the very first area because something happens there and only there, of course, that would make sense. Then, yeah, sure, in the early area there are only the weak Digimon. But it was always like very broad quests, as in just go there because you need this item that you can get there, or you need to talk to this NPC who is there for no apparent reason. And then I go with my big, beefy Digimon and beat up a bunch of little kids. Why? Because that's just the way the game is made. And I still absolutely love the Digimon games. They are just not amazing in terms of like sometimes design, sometimes balance. Mm-hmm. But they're just go ahead.
Yeah, and those are and in many ways it's, you would say, good or nice, right? Good or nice to hear that you of course still enjoy those sorts of things. One thing I hear from certain number of people after they've played Monster Sanctuary is they say something like, well, that was great, but now I can't play those other games anymore.
I mean, I get that, but then again, I always come at it from the mindset of it's a different game. Like, just because stuff works in this game doesn't mean that it would work in like Digimon, Pokemon, whatever. But yeah, I gotta say, in terms of monster raising, monster catching games, this is by far one of the best, in my opinion. Just because everything about it works. And it's built with that in mind.
Yeah, one of the things I would say, because of my things, like for myself, I mean, yeah, I did play, Pokemon throughout the years. Let's say the last one I played, on a real fashion was, Gen 5 Black and White.
Great games.
And yeah, they were nice. But like I said, so those are the last ones I did. Whenever people ask me, they're like, oh, what do you think about, maybe they'll mention specific titles, or maybe they'll just kind of leave it open-ended about, they're like, oh, what other monster taming games do you like? And the point is, I'm like, I don't look at this game as a monster taming game. It is, of course. That's not the point, though. I said I look at it like a party-based RPG with 101 characters.
That makes sense. It absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, it's like that. that's how I kind of interact with this game. So when people say, well, don't you want to play, all these other games that are also about catching monsters, I said, well, while they may have the commonality of this is catching monsters, I tend to look at the gameplay of stuff as how I tend to interact with it. I'm like, yeah, but the gameplay is not necessarily that similar.
True. It's
and
actually,
and again, with it's not throwing shade at the other various, like, I could name a lot of the other monster taming games that have popped up in recent years.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not necessarily gonna say they're my favorite, but that's because of my personal taste. I can look at a lot of those and I can say, but I see why, I understand why people are drawn to these games.
Yeah, that's always something, trying to understand the reason. Like I've mentioned today, I mentioned that I'm absolutely not into first-person shooters. I really don't like the genre as a whole, but I see why people would like it. Like I see, and that's like mindless hating on stuff is just something useless, and it's way better. And like I think even with a game like this, you can take some cues from other games that are completely different. And understanding why you like something or why you don't like something is quite important. And that's why, like, when you asked if I ever thought, yes, I like Pokemon, but that's something, as you say, I think I'm talking myself, like I think I'm talking in circles, but no, I wouldn't ever say that Monster Sanctuary scratched the itch that Pokemon left, because, as you say, it's a pretty much fundamentally different game, and like the only real similarities are, yes, you catch monsters, but in a very different way, and that there are elemental bonuses and stuff like that. But then again, many games have that, not just monster collecting games. So I'm always very hesitant when mentioning Pokemon when talking about Monster Sanctuary, because for someone who's really not into games, it is easy to say it's a Pokemon-like game but 2D and you jump around. That's you can technically call it that. It's just not correct. But it's just, for someone who has no idea about it, it's an easy enough concept to understand, if you know what I mean.
Exactly. Yeah, and one thing, and I'm sure you can understand this, one thing I always have to be mindful of, again, being, community manager, is I'll admit it kind of annoys me a little bit when people just love to hate on certain things, because I'll sometimes see things pop up where people are like, oh, this is so much better than Pokemon, and Pokemon is dumb, and Pokemon sucks, and they blah blah. And I'm just like, guys,
but
like,
it never tried to be Pokemon.
Well, yeah, it's just like, look, I do believe that comparing designs between different games is actually very good and fun and useful and everything. But at the same time, it's just like, can we not just have the discussion be, we're so much better than whoever they are? Like, come on.
Yeah, especially if it's completely different games. But have you noticed that Monster Sanctuary is basically the Dark Souls of
Yes.
But yeah,
that joke does come up every now and then.
Yeah, it's a classic. In the meantime, it's really a classic. Like, it's the Dark Souls of something. It's kind of like Breath of the Wild with many games, because they have open fields. Or just, there are monsters, so it is similar to Pokemon. It's a Pokemon rip-off, of course. So it's just generalization like that it gets on my nerves as well, and I'm not a community manager.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, what impressed me about this project, why I decided I really wanted to be a part of it, is because of the fact that it was doing things different. I can feel really happy about the fact that there are a lot of games that have come up in the recent, I'd even say especially 5 to 10 years, but it's like that there's been a lot of games that have been coming out in recent years that are saying, hey, we like Pokemon, but that's what I said, kind of filling out the blank in terms of whatever their design philosophy is. It's like, we like Pokemon, but we want to do things in a little different way, how we think that we could do it better, or something to that effect, right? And I've seen a lot of developers do that. The reason why this game impressed me the most is because that Dennis was willing to take a completely different approach, which, by the way, it's kind of the same for Sierra if you're familiar with that series. The Sierra series,
By name, yes, but...
Oh, okay. But yeah, he took a very different approach. Does that necessarily mean that it became a household name like Pokemon or whatever? No. But Sierra found its niche for people who really like to just dig deep into mechanics. Like that is its point. The point isn't, fancy graphics or something. The point is, hey, you want to be able to think about things? I'll give you that opportunity. So I do think, and I would hope you would say, right? I would hope that maybe if there is any sort of, you'd say, real legacy as a result of this game, which would be a very big dream, if you know what I mean. If there was a legacy, it's that I would hope it would encourage people to try to think outside the box of, you have one monster out at a time, you have 4 moves that you can utilize at a time, and that everything has to focus around evolution, where things start weak but then grow strong because they change form and whatever. I'm like, well, I think it's fine to challenge those ideas. Maybe let the player decide what moves you should use. Maybe have it be more team-based, so not everything has to be just attack. Maybe make it so people can use the monsters they want, not that they get boxed out of using their favorite just because its stats are literally lower than the others. Like those kinds of statements is really what rings true with me in this game.
That is completely true, and that's something that I actually really do praise Monster Sanctuary for, because you mentioned it, the idea that you can use pretty much all monsters and not just the main 10, 15, 20 monsters are good and all the rest is mediocre at best. The one that I still have in the party right now is Magma Pillar, because and in my finished playthrough I still have a Magma Pillar instead of the evolved form, the Fire Moth or whatever. I'm not quite sure what it was called.
Yeah,
because
Magma Moth.
Yeah, Magma Moth, because Magma Pillar's skills are way more support tank, and the evolved form, the Moth, has still support and burning enemies, but it's more, I think, on the offensive side, or it was, I'm not quite sure what especially it was, what it excelled in, but I just know that I caught another Magma Pillar, evolved it, looked at the skill tree and decided, okay, no, my main Magma Pillar stays a Magma Pillar because that's way more useful to me.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, the fact that you had that choice with, the Magma Pillar being more defensive in nature, and the Magma Moth being more offensive in nature. As he said, it's not like, oh, I feel bad about using Magma Pillar because it's the unevolved form. It's like, no, it's just another monster. That's
Exactly.
It has
It's not
skills.
It's not that the other one is inherently better or worse. It's just they play differently, and I chose to use this one because its playstyle helps me way more. And that's something that I really admire about this game. Because yeah, it's like in Pokemon, like in Digimon, like in many other games, there are inherently better monsters than others. And sometimes it's a small difference, sometimes it's a huge difference, but there is pretty much always a difference. And in Monster Sanctuary, of course, some are way more useful at certain points. Like if I play against a fire enemy, if I play against a fire monster or champion, I won't go with all earth monsters, of course. But that doesn't mean that the earth monsters at that point in the game are useless. They're just not as good in that fight. But I still can use them. I still can use them anytime I want because they work.
Yeah, and as you said, the fact that the elemental system in this game is, of course, still, an important aspect of strategy, but it's not the be-all, end-all of strategy. In fact, like neutral element, for example, is generally considered to be a pretty advantageous element. Now, the fact that it being resisted is a bit more rare, and the fact that its base damage values are a little higher, it kind of makes up for the fact that you're not necessarily exploiting weaknesses as often.
Yeah.
That's True. Why, just like, generally asking the community about their favorite monsters and whatever, like, Cat Zerker definitely is one of the more it was definitely one of the more popular ones because people kind of recognize, hey, it doesn't matter that it's not always exploiting weaknesses. If you just have a good strategy, it can slice things up pretty well.
Yeah, Cat Zerker was a mainstay in my party in my main playthrough because it was just, I called it Murderer, and that's what it was. It was a Murderer. And I pumped it full of like critical hits, critical damage, critical chance, and it was just, it was tearing through the enemies. And I had given it, like, it has wind attacks and it has, I think, the fire claws, if I remember correctly. But I rarely ever used them because the regular just claws were so much stronger, so much better in almost every single way. Because there was just nothing that could actually withstand it. I mean, of course, a few monsters that are strong against physical attacks, but other than that, nothing. Like, Cat Zerker just tears through stuff. And one thing that I also like about the diversity of this game is the different dots that you can put on enemies, like burning, poison, and stuff, and bleeding. Because I always enjoy having the options to just sit back, try to survive, and just let the opponent die through poison in no matter what game. So I started with the Spectral Toad in my main playthrough, and it was just awesome. That thing never died and poisoned everything. Caught a few hits every now and then because of the taunt mechanic. And meanwhile, I had like the Magma Pillar who put stuff burnt stuff, and was just, and Cat Zerker, of course, with the bleeding stacks. So every time I ended my turn, the enemy would just lose like half of their health. It was nice to look at.
Yeah, it's always good when a strategy comes together.
Exactly.
And yeah, I mean, I can understand. Like, people always ask me about, like, oh, what's your favorite monster? And it's really hard to choose because there's a lot that I like. But if I had to pick one, I definitely like Imori, the spear lizard thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that's what it does, is, obviously it does good damage, but also applies a lot of debuffs at the same time while doing that.
True.
So yes, it's always very nice to see those, burns and poisons, and remember that it has congeal as well, making it so chill also
Oh yeah.
does a damage over time effect. So, with its dark shift of debuff mastery that allows it to put an extra instance of every debuff, yeah, you can kind of see how it all kind of comes together. So
Yeah.
very
The dark and light shift is also something that's fascinating because it changes, like it just changes one little thing, and I mean a few of the stats, of course, but it basically just changes one little thing, but that changes so much. Because, like, as you say, just having the monster put bonus debuffs, then of course you're gonna start debuffing more because it just is the way to go. And if you go the other route, I couldn't tell you what the other route would be right now, but it might just be something.
The other one has to do with enlightenment in terms of a chance to pass a buff that it receives to another one of your monsters. So if you talk to like the PvPers, for example, they'll definitely tell you that enlightenment strategies can be very good, because imagine if all three of your monsters have that same ability, then when you start using buffs and they just keep passing buffs between each other, you get a lot of buffs very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, I was also a big fan, like I said, of the magma pillar, because as long as an enemy burns, you get shields. Like, magma pillar shields everyone. When magma pillar gets a shield, it shields everyone. When everyone is shielded, it shields everyone. And so having like one more monster that can burn someone or can stack burn or whatever, and a magma pillar is just incredible because you never run out of shields. And magma pillar doesn't do damage. Like, even if you give it a whole bunch of items to increase its damage, magma pillar doesn't do damage. Magma pillar is just there to support, burn everything, and you never run out of shields, basically.
Yeah, as you said, that burning desire is really good.
And just the whole synergy, like, I had so many moments when I played this game, played through this game, where I found a monster, looked through its skill tree, and I was like, wait, this passive, if I combine this with this monster, who I will then skill a little bit different to do like a bit more of this, and okay, now we're gonna go over here, and I don't know, something with bleeding stacks, and some others have if the enemy bleeds then, and stuff like that. Just the whole switching around your monsters to find new and better strategies, just getting more, better, having 17 different if this happens then that happens, was A, making it pretty complicated at times, but B, so fun, because it was just more, build one upon each other, build more, and at the end you just have like a turn take almost 10 minutes because this happens, because this happens, because this happens, and it's just fun to see that all come together. Way more than just I'm using this attack because it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. That is one of the big things. Yeah. Very, very good. And definitely look forward to that DLC mid next year, because hey, there'll be a handful of more monsters and abilities to work with as a result.
Awesome.
I don't know how much attention you were paying to various stuff, but so far there have been 7 different monsters publicly mentioned, 5 of which being from the recent design contest.
Oh, right. No, I don't think I've seen too much of that.
Okay, yeah, definitely worth a look if you're curious later.
Absolutely, check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely looking forward to this game, because when I was done with it, I knew I wouldn't just stop playing it. But I mean, of course, played through and having no real, what's the word I'm looking for? No real desire to go the PvP route or whatever. I was basically like, okay, that's the game. I'm done with it, and I'll revisit it sometime in the future. And I think I was playing through the game when the magma chamber, was it called magma chamber? The magma thing, yeah. When the magma chamber came out, so there I had a little break because I couldn't finish the game if the game wasn't finished, and. Then when the magma chamber came out, I played a few more made a few more videos, and then when the game released, I finished the game, and I knew I wanted to come back to it later on. I just didn't know when, but now when there's a DLC and all, I'm pretty sure I know when.
Yeah, exactly. Out of curiosity, because I know you said you had beaten the game, did you take the time to face the legendary keepers?
Was that the in the interesting dimension with all where you can go to all the spectral keepers?
No, it was a newer area over in the magma chamber with the statues.
I feel like I did. Wait, I can't just look it up. I can't just look it up. I do have it on video. If I did.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a good thing about all that. Okay, wait.
Yeah. And again, not that you have to rush out and do that, but it's just something to keep in mind that there were those. And of course, they are going to be pretty challenging. They are called legendary keepers after all, so.
Yeah, I'm, again, not 100% sure if I did it. I haven't done it in the finale, that much I know.
It's something that you can keep in mind for the future whenever you feel motivated to take on the challenge. So
I will take a look at it, because I know I was secret hunting. I went to Blobberg. I caught myself some worms. That was one thing that I wanted to ask, since, of course the worms are in there because Team 17 is the publisher. But was that something that came from the developers, that they said we want to do that as an Easter egg for Team 17? Or did Team 17 come and be like, hey, one of the worms in the game?
It was just something, mentioned by people in the community, and, it ended up happening.
That's awesome. Team 17 in general are pretty interesting people. I know I've met some of them on the Gamescom and all. Got even some keys for games, because I was like, yeah, I've started a small gaming channel. It was like, yeah, I want to try the new game. I'm like, you sure? But,
yeah, it's always good to make connections like that.
Yeah. And Worms, of course, is like just a piece of gaming history in general. Like, who doesn't know it? And having them
a lot of people a lot of people of course don't, but I did a lot of Worms back in the day, for sure.
Depending on your age, of course. Most people around my age know about it, have probably played it back then. But yeah, it was fun to see them in the game.
Yeah, it was a nice Easter egg.
Yeah. Alright, I just looked mostly through it. I don't think that I've the last thing I have is the now what's it called again? I just read it. The rainbow dimension where you meet the different spectral keepers, spectral familiars, and can fight them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
yeah, something I have to actually look into.
Wait. But otherwise, were there any other things or questions you had on your mind for tonight?
I think I've asked most of them. Like, I wanted to ask you what your favorite monster is, and you basically told me, so without me asking. But yeah, we talked about the team and all. I don't really. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask, like, in general, what is your basically gaming background? What's the type of games that you liked to play? What got you into all of this? Like, just in general.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to some of my favorite kinds of games, I always appreciate a good tactical. So things along the lines of one of the big titles being XCOM, for example.
amazing.
So yeah, definitely done XCOM, and that last title that I worked on before Monster Sanctuary, Fell Seal, is something that's strongly inspired by Final Fantasy Tactics. So again, a very cool tactical. Do a lot of board and card games with friends. So
Alright.
I always enjoyed those. When it comes to the card games these days, I mean, a long time ago, I had done, some CCGs, like Pokemon and whatnot.
Yep.
But as the years went on, I realized that CCGs are too much effort and money to really bother with. So that's when the rise of deck builders kind of happened, and I went, hey, this is a really good way of being able to have fun, but not having to spend so much money and being sad about, the person who has the most money spent with the better deck automatically wins. It's due to, both players have an equal choice of what cards they can add to their deck. So I love deck builders, and obviously, things spawned from, Slay the Spire, all the stuff that inspired. I've definitely played a handful of those sorts of games.
Gotcha.
Quite enjoy them. Definitely also did a lot of Civilization type games, Civilization and Endless Legend, Endless Space, Humankind, things like that. So I do enjoy those. Though even though strategy is definitely one of my favorites, I do enjoy some good action games at times. I'd say particularly if they're 2D, so the Hollow Knight and Dead Cells, and the super giant games, Hades, Bastion, Transistor, so many of those. So I'm definitely down with the action as well. Same with the Diablo type games.
Yeah,
enjoyed those
action
a
RPGs.
good bit.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's some pretty similar to mine. I mean, Hades is, I think, the best game I've played. I wouldn't say ever, but when did it come out? Last year or the year before? Was 2020 or 20?
Official release always gets muddled in my head because it was in early access. So.
Exactly, but
it's an amazing game for sure. I love it, and again with I can't/won't, however you want to say, give details about our next project at this time. But remember how I said that it is a roguelite, so obviously it's like, so obviously we're going to be looking at a lot of those roguelite games that we've enjoyed, and of course Hades is going to be on that list. No, it's obviously not going to be like Hades. Hades is an action game, but obviously we're looking at strategy.
But about stuff that Hades maybe did right that you can use we
can learn from.
Yeah, exactly. And
exactly.
Always look at what you know, because you can always find stuff to incorporate. I mean, I'm sure you could find stuff in racing games that you could incorporate in the next game because it just works.
I mean, looking at Monster Sanctuary, I'm sure that you can tell some of the inspirations for Dennis and his brother Anton. Obviously they're big Metroid fans. You saw the very on the nose reference to that, right?
Oh yeah, I know what you mean, the ball.
Exactly. But so there's that, and like both myself and Anton recently played through Metroid Dread, which was quite enjoyable.
Heard it was good,
it's good. It's one of those games that starts simple, but then really makes the player you would say get good
Yeah,
as
yeah.
it progresses. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so obviously they're big fans of Metroid. They're big fans of a lot of the classic JRPGs. It's why you could probably tell certain monsters use a lot of the just common old JRPG archetypes. That's why Blob and Steam Golem are a couple of the early monsters in the game, because that's what they feel.
Yeah, I was sure that the blob or the blobs at the beginning wasn't just it's let's use a small monster. It was a nod to just it's almost a cliche at this point, having a slime as the first real enemy, but in a very endearing way. Like, it's not just, oh my god, another slime. It's just, how does this game handle slimes? It's something actually quite endearing.
Yeah, and just like I don't know if you checked out the various costumes for your keeper, right?
I actually haven't, because by the time I finished the game, they either were not in the game or have just been added to the game. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah. If
I
you want,
haven't-
you can go take a look at those, because they're pretty cool.
I'm not sure. Let's just switch file.
Yeah.
By the way,
Because one of
just because I see it, the oven, I don't remember what the name of this monster was actually, but the oven, the running oven is just peak design. Like, it's so incredible. I was laughing so hard when I first saw it. I think it's just incredible.
Yeah, the funny thing, when they were contemplating what to name it, they were like, oh, we got Polteroffen, right? And they were thinking about it. They're like, well, exactly. They're like, for an anglicized audience, should we just call it Polter Oven or whatever? And they thought about that. They went, let's keep it the more Germanic sounding name, because that sounds cooler.
Yeah. And it's just it's incredible design, gotta say.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So for the costumes, they're over in the orange area.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to someone today in the other game file who asked me if I wanted to switch my costumes. Wasn't here, right? No. And wait a second. Before I look for the costumes, I see that there is a part of the map that I haven't unlocked, like that I have not been to. Why have I not been here? Where am I? Oh, the costumes. That's why.
Yep. Exactly.
That's why.
Yes. So the reason why I was mentioning the costumes is one of them is a reference to an older game.
All right. Keeper Master. Don't really have too much, it seems. Natural Wolf. Okay, so they are achievement based, basically. More or
Most
less.
of them are.
Yeah.
Some of them are just found in treasure chests or something of that nature.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. And by the way, the other NPC in that same room allows you to change your main character's name. So that's, handy feature.
Interesting. Yeah. That's good. I mean, I'm pretty happy with mine, but
yeah, it can make
Alright.
a difference to people.
Magma Chamber Founded Workshop, alright. So are they just in like chests in Magma Chamber and all, or do I have to do something different?
No. You just have to find them is the point. Like if they say a task you have to achieve, like getting all 101 monsters.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's that. But if it just says found in this area,
it's actually found. Yeah.
You have to find it. That's all.
Gotcha. I'm just gonna go to the Mystical Workshop just for a second, see if I can find anything. But
yeah, do you see I don't know if you selected one. You can change not only the outfit but also the color scheme.
Oh no, that I haven't seen. Wait,
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense because of all the different outfits in the bag. Okay, now that's really cool. That I really do like.
Yeah, it's a small thing, but it makes a positive difference.
Absolutely. I really do I really do like that, because customization is always something that's welcome, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it was you'd say a commonly requested feature for people to be able to change between the different character models.
Can't imagine.
Whether, just on whim, if you know what I mean, or if they decided like, nah, I don't want to go with that character model anymore, let's go with the other one instead. Like that.
Feeling more like a green kind of
big
day
deal.
right now.
Exactly. Because people would be like, oh no, I started the game as this character model, but after playing a while, I decided, no, I want to go with this one instead.
Yeah. That makes sense. I quite like that. I do enjoy that. And yeah, okay. Just walking around, seeing if I'm able to find anything, because I've been. Yeah,
I have a hint for you. If you look at them.
If it's in the purple chest, then I might have just found it.
Oh, what does it say when you open it?
I will tell you in a second when I open the switches here. What's the other one? Ice? No, wait. Yeah, looking through all the monsters who can do that switch. Let me take it. Earthworms. Ground switches. Fire, no. I can find it. I will find some monster that can't do what I want it to do. Opening anchor. Diamond blocks, come on. Because I'm guessing from the looks of it, it looks like an ice orb, I would say.
Yeah, so, I mean, you can go check your eggs then. Maybe if you have something like an ice blob or a mogwai.
Probably somewhere. Or maybe not. Okay, it's okay. Mori, Venture Keep, Worm, Brawlish, Fungi. Wait, I should have an ice blob somewhere. Unless I evolved it into the rainbow blob. But I don't think.
Well, that's not an evolution, it's just different monsters, but...
Oh, yeah.
But yeah.
Interesting. Seems like I don't have one right now. Great. So I technically found it.
Yeah, but thankfully, getting a monster is pretty easy. So let's see. Shock Hopper. You have a Shock Hopper.
Shock Hopper.
Penguin.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no, I didn't see it at first.
Oh
yeah, that one.
Yeah, activates ice orbs. I thought. I thought it was an electric type or doing some electric stuff, but nope, you're right. Let's see, what do we get? The Old World Tycoon.
Yep, so then you can go back to
Let's
town.
Take a look. I'm guessing with that I unlocked both costumes, right? Or like for both
for both of the characters. Exactly. For both of the character models, it does unlock, simultaneously for both. So you can check out the different varieties.
Wrong.
Yeah, the different varieties, different color schemes.
That's great. So I guess sooner or later I'll have to make another video of finding all that and battling the ancient whatever. Oh damn. Oh, that looks good. Oh
yeah,
wow.
Yeah, definitely a handful of people appreciate that particular outfit. I find it amusing.
I do declare I find it amusing. But yeah, that was quite interesting. I think I've asked everything I wanted to ask. I've said everything I wanted to say. I mean, I can sing the praises of this game for quite a long time, but it's just...
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Right. But yeah, no, as you said, I think now's probably a good stopping point for me, so...
Yeah, same here. After 6.5 hours of streaming, I think I'm gonna take a break.
Whew. Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah, it was the longest I've done so far. Because when Super Smash Bros. Ultimate came out, I played for almost 6 hours. And other than that, I think my longest stream was like maybe 2. But yeah, 6.5 hours. Damn. See ya.
All right. Well, enjoy your other games.
Thank you, and thank you for stopping by. Thank you for taking time out of your day. For stopping by and coming here, talking.
That's good stuff.
Anything else you want to say to end this? Anything you want to plug?
Yeah. No, the only thing is just keep your eyes open for announcements as they happen. You know, I don't know the exact schedule of what we'll say when, but believe me, we definitely will be saying things because, you know, not everything about the DLC has been revealed, so there could be some cool features that may pique your interest.
Oh, it absolutely will. Thanks, I will keep my eyes peeled, and I will definitely keep playing. I will definitely revisit it, and I also have, ever since I finished the game, I've planned more or less, that one day I will play through the whole game again on video, like just probably New Game Plus, or maybe just completely start a new game, just like I did in the stream, but with more focus on the actual game, and not just having it in the gameplay in the background while talking.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's an evergreen. I think I can play this game pretty much all the time. By the way, my girlfriend also plays it, and a good friend of mine played it when he saw me playing it, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna get that game. So it's infectious, basically.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that from a lot of people.
Yeah. And with the price point of at most $20, it's way worth it. Like, I was amazed at how much content I got out of this game with just a regular playthrough. So I probably, like, knowing what the game is like, I would have paid more, absolutely. But I appreciate the $20 price point.
Oh yeah, no, quite cheap.
Was probably also a very conscious decision.
It was. We wanted to make sure that that the price was right. Let's say that.
Yeah, it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah. So I'll catch you around.
Thank you. Bye. All right. And with that, I think I will end today's stream. I mean, again, we've been online or been live for 6.5 hours. We hit our goal of $200, and with that, I mean, yes, I moved the goal, but technically our goal was $200, which we achieved. Let's just make it look a bit better and have our goal of 200 again, so that we have 200 out of $200 for a good cause against homelessness. And now I will stop speaking because 6.5 hours is quite a lot. I will stop speaking, I will stop streaming, and I thank you all for coming. Thanks to everyone who donated. You can still donate over the next few days. The donation campaign, the charity campaign, is still up, so you can go to Jackscepticeye's YouTube channel, or you can go to anyone else streaming for Thankmas. Other people do stream on a different schedule and all, so you can still donate more money if you want to. And with that, I say thank you so much for watching. I'm the Renegade Cactus Nye. Gotta run. Bye bye. And yes, I want to